Hello everybody, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you're from. Welcome back to some more OS World Cup. This is quarterfinals weekend. We are on week number 4 and I am joined on the commentary deck this morning by, once again, the Aussie Down Under, Kano. Good morning, dude, how's it going?
Good morning indeed. It is 7 p.m. in the morning for me. How are you doing, man?
Yeah, I'm doing well. I've had a busy week. I'm all worked out and I'm ready to sit down and watch some high-level OS action.
Yeah, it's going to take a little bit of time to wake up for this, but as always, these matches do wake us up. We're starting off with New Zealand versus Poland. What do you think about this match, Bay?
Well, I think we need to address the elephant in the room, and that this is actually a loser's bracket match, and we see Poland on our screen. If you've just joined this week for the first time, for some reason you missed the last 3 weeks of action, and now you're looking at the screen and thinking that this is a winner's bracket match because Poland's there. Why wouldn't Poland be in the winner's bracket? Well, we did see it again. Romania took them down, but thankfully for Poland this year, they are not out due to the earlier double elimination bracket. So we actually have a match here on paper which looks insanely favoured towards Poland, but Kano, we got the opportunity to watch the New Zealand-Finland match last week, and that was a really, really good game, actually. We saw the New Zealanders play really well, actually. I'm kind of interested to see how they'll put up a performance against Poland.
Yeah, I'm really, really interested to see as well, because obviously they played really well last week, and I think it's going to be interesting to see how they perform on this pool, because obviously as weeks go by, the pools get harder, and this is where the stronger teams get scarier and scarier, and some of the lower seeded teams sort of maybe start to get outscaled or fall off a little bit, but I think they should still be capable of playing this pool to a fairly decent level. And I'm definitely expecting them to take a few points off of Poland, for sure. Maybe cause some upset of some sort.
Imagine how exciting it would be if Poland go out. I can't imagine it happening. Just somewhere in my head.
They can't choke that hard, surely, mate. They can't choke that hard. I mean, we were all maybe expecting it with Romania versus Poland because that was actually a really close match. But this completely different story.
Yeah, I definitely think there's a huge element of people underestimating Romania in that one. They actually have a really scary team this year, and a lot of their players performed really well in that match. And I do think they step up against Poland. I mean, as you mentioned, this pool's getting harder. Poland do scale exceptionally well with Rafis, Wolf, Mr. Boom. A lot of their players, very late game tournament players. Where from New Zealand, I don't know if we've seen any of these guys on a very hard pool. Short Potato and Big Z had a very good performance last weekend. I'm sure they'll be aiming to replicate that again. But there's a lot of tricky stuff in this pool.
I do know that some of them are capable of playing on pretty high star rating pools as well, from what I've seen in the Australian and New Zealand tournaments as well.
That's a great point, actually. I always forget that you guys combine your national tournaments, to include the Islanders.
Yeah, it's just the easiest way for it, honestly, because, we struggle enough to get like a full 64 tournament for Australians, so, you kind of got to combine the two, and then there you have it. Competition's much better that way. And typically in most games, there's always been Oz and Z being paired together.
Looks like we're having a small delay in starting up the match, so we're missing some players from, I believe, Poland. So fingers crossed that they're rolling out of bed and on their way. Because I think going out from not showing up would be a pretty sad one.
That would definitely be a sad way to go out, that's for sure. I mean, I really do hope they roll out of bed though. I mean, it is quite in Poland's fashion to be either somewhat late, or maybe I'm just speaking on behalf of Wolf mostly, but yeah. Poland is that team you would probably expect to be, a little bit late to work kind of situation.
I do believe they have 4 online. It's just a matter of getting them into the lobby. Let's do a little bit of foreshadowing then, shall we, Kano, for the weekend? If we can flip the view on our screen over to the bracket real quick. Let's have a quick talk about our matchups this weekend while we wait for Poland to turn up. Any second now. There we go. All right. This is our left side of our winners bracket then. USA, Australia. Kano, why don't you give us a talk about your home country and how you feel that they'll fare against potentially the favourite to win the World Cup this year?
I think if there's any pool that they could take points or even cause an upset on, it's got to be this one. I think this pool is like really, really good for both of the teams because, I mean, at the end of the day, they're both very strong in what they're strong at, like a lot of hard rock and double time. I think this week also offers a lot more speed as well, which is something that both of these two teams excel on. So I think it's going to be very close in terms of just how the match will go. We might see like a lot of close points at least. It's hard to say what the score will be though, because at the end of the day, you can have a close match that could be a 6-0. So yeah, I'm just expecting a close match between those two teams, honestly.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. USA definitely a team that scales insanely well into the late game. But Australia has a really good team this year, and we saw them really take it to South Korea, which is easily one of the strongest teams in the tournament. So definitely excited for that match. On the other part of the winners bracket then, Canada versus Russia. Canada, the team that came out in top on accuracy from the round of 16 and pretty much annihilated Indonesia. It was a pretty impressive performance from Aza and the gang. Well, Russia is one of those teams that just scales super well into the late game. All their players are insanely consistent with really good accuracy. So I expect that could be also a really, really good match.
I think Canada is honestly, like, a lot of people are sleeping on how strong Canada actually is this year. I mean, they're getting stronger and stronger every single year. Obviously, they've always been like a, top 8 contender. But I feel like this time around, they're looking to be closer to top 4 for sure, because they are just like, look at the dominant performances from them. They've had 5-0, 5-0, even against a team like Indonesia, which is, no pushover, obviously. And as you mentioned, with them being high on the accuracy, it's more about how well they scale into the late game. So I think at this point, they should still be fine against Russia. Russia, on the other hand, did do really well against Brazil. And they get scarier and scarier on later pools, which we've seen. They are kind of typically the dark horse in a lot of tournaments. And yeah, that's going to be one hell of a match, because we've seen those two teams face against each other a lot. I'm pretty sure last year they actually had 2 instances where Canada beat Russia the first time and then Russia beat Canada the other time.
Yeah, definitely got a history there. So exciting to see this year if Aza and the crew can pull out a victory. I think, as you mentioned, definitely a sleeper team. I think they are showing that they might be a contender for top 4 this year, which would be super cool. All right, right side of the winners bracket then. So the other 2 matches in our quarterfinals: Great Britain versus Taiwan. The UK lads coming off a close match against Hong Kong, 5-3, while Taiwan kind of breezing through the Netherlands. Kano, how do you feel like this match is going to go?
Again, it's another situation where I think a lot of people are sleeping on Taiwan. I'm honestly expecting a similar result from the UK versus Hong Kong match. I reckon this match is going to be really close. I'm probably calling something around like 6-3, 6-4, and it could honestly go either way in my opinion. I think after how close the last match from UK was, I think we might expect a bit more practice out of them, and we obviously know how well UK can do. They've made it very far in the previous years, so I think they have the slight upper hand against Taiwan. But Taiwan, definitely not a team to be underestimated. It could go either way on these two.
Yeah, I mean, I am British, so there is a certain amount of bias here. But I also am being very unbiased by saying I don't think our team is as strong as last year. I'm going to go out and put it there and say it on official documentation that I'm very nervous against Taiwan, as you mentioned, another very sleeper team. And by taking Taiwan 5-1, it was a pretty dominant performance, actually. It's kind of scary. So I'm really hoping that they put the practice in and are able to pull out a victory. But I will be watching that on the edge of my seat today for sure. And then the final match in our winners bracket, which has just gone off the screen because it looks like we got players ready, so we can get this underway. Germany versus Romania. So we saw Romania obviously coming through against team on the left of our screen, Poland, in a in a repeat performance from last year, but they're up against the Germans who finished 3rd last year. Do you think Romania, after beating Poland, will have a motivational high, and do you think they can take down Germany?
I definitely do think they'll have a motivational high, and obviously because Poland has been seen as a top 3 team, they've been a top 3 team in the past. I think their roster is definitely capable of being a top 3 team, but it's just hard to say whether or not their practice routine is up to par with a lot of other teams, because I think maybe they're taking this tournament a little bit more, casual in the early rounds, but then they're playing for late sort of a situation. I think Romania definitely have a good chance of actually beating Germany this time around, because they, as you said, they are definitely capable of top 8, maybe even top 4 this year. And just to see how well they did against Poland, kind of, it's scary for Germany, that's for sure.
Yeah, I definitely wouldn't feel comfortable as a German being up against Romania, thinking, oh, I've got an easy quarterfinal match. I think the Romanians will really take it to them. So that's a quick recap of our winners bracket then. Hopefully you guys found that interesting while we waited for the players to get in the lobby. But we are underway. We have warm-ups now. And I'm going to assume that this is not Poland's warm-up because it's not Polish. I could be wrong.
Maybe they're a little bit unprepared due to the fact that they were a little late. The warm-up isn't ready. Maybe they were waiting on it to be finished. We're going to be disappointed this time around, but we are going to be going with the left map. And this map is, as you can see, very tricky and pretty gimmicky. A lot of triangle snaps and spacing all over the place.
So yeah, one thing you guys might notice as well, the skin has received some more updates. The mod colors are now back, which is hooray, good news. Have some fancy new icons featuring the respective colors. Looks like the cursor got a small update as well, I think. So hopefully we're going to continue to update the skin over the weeks and continue to bring improvements so you guys have a better viewing experience. And yeah, I've been confirmed this is New Zealand's warm-up, so we will potentially have some Polish bang on the stream, which I'm sure we will. I think it's the one thing I do really enjoy looking forward to, is that every time Poland play, their warm-up is just awesome. It's always a lot of fun.
I'll still never forget the good old Manga Miser referee background one. That was hands down the best one I've seen from Poland.
How long ago was that?
2 years ago? I was going to say 2 years ago because of, yeah, we didn't have any Polish warm-ups last year.
All right, Kano, too soon. Too soon.
I'm sorry. But, I mean, here they are, back at it again. They're giving us an opportunity to see those warm-ups. They're going to be in full force. Or at least we hope.
The difficulty of ta-ta-ta-ta? Ta-ta-ta-ta? Yeah, 4 tas. Sounds like some good Polish rap about to be hitting our screen.
Here it comes. The Polish warm-up is back. Ah, I've missed this.
Yeah, looks like we've got Bartek, Demo, Waxon, and Marek here for Poland. I've seen on Twitter that Rafis is unable to play today due to school commitments. So that's quite a big loss for the Polish team. One of their strongest players, obviously. Very well known in the community for being really good at his double time. But just generally across the board, very consistent player as well.
Yeah, definitely a big loss in a match like this, but at the same time, I think they should be okay despite not having Rafis around. And I mean, obviously, if he's, at school, he's going to be getting that knowledge and he'll be ready for the next few matches.
Improving IRL, not just in-game.
Exactly.
I think this lineup from New Zealand actually was 4 of the biggest contenders in last week's match. I think Zoom, Big Z, Yellowy, and Short Potato all played really, really well last weekend from what I can remember. They're flexing their roster right now. This is definitely a warm me up, warm up. Full on alternate pick. Alright, Kano, as we're getting through this second warm-up now and preparing to go into our match, why don't we have a quick think about what these teams are going to want to pick in terms of the map pool? Where do you expect that the bans will be focused for these two teams?
I think it's really hard to say because, honestly, after the last two matches, I'm not sure like what the teams are going to take from that. I feel like more so Poland didn't have the greatest time on some maps, so New Zealand might just want to go for something that they're not comfortable on, which could probably lead more towards double time. Not only that, but obviously, you know, with Poland being such a strong double time team as well, I think we can probably expect a double time ban out of them. If not double time, most likely a hard rock. And I think from Poland, there's a small chance you might expect some sort of hidden ban, but we could also probably see some sort of no mod ban, just a map that they don't feel like playing.
Yeah, I think especially if they're missing Rapis, they definitely lack some speed in their roster, so I wouldn't be surprised to see New Zealand target the double time pool. I think we did see them pick up quite a few of the double time maps against Finland and do pretty well on them overall. I expect we'll see quite a lot of no mod out of Poland, potentially free mod as well.
So far, you've been very correct when it comes to the calls in our previous matches when we've casted together. So
it's all.
I wouldn't be surprised if you're doing it again.
I can't claim anything. It's literally all luck.
But that was Poland's warm up, and pretty much all I heard was ta 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 ta.
Yep,
and a lot of fire.
Spitting bars.
A lot of bees on screen though.
I'm assuming that's actually a fail. Or he left. Oh no, he probably just left the lobby very quickly. Otherwise, I don't know whether it was just going to be 8 bees. And that would look really cool.
B for banger.
What happened? What's talking in the chat? Oh, we have a 1 rolled by New Zealand. Short Potato drops the 1. So Poland will win the rolls. Yeah, we're into the quarterfinals. So if you guys don't know, the map pool has been buffed. There's a lot more maps on our screen right now. We have 6 no mods, 3 of each mod, and of course a unplayed tiebreaker.
Not to mention as well, the double time does have an extra one. We're rocking 4 double times this time around.
What does the extra mod size let you do as a map pool, Kano? How does it benefit the tournament?
Doesn't really let us do anything, honestly.
Cool, great. Thanks for that.
Nah, it's more focused so that we can incorporate some interesting double time picks. Like, you know, you can go for more low BPM finger control, or you can just test different things in that double time slot most of the time. Stuff that double time typically wouldn't offer, because otherwise, if you end up with 2 or 3 double times, you sort of only have 2 or 3 speed maps, and if you try and put like one of the lower BPM ones in, it sort of throws off the way the pool goes. So we'd sort of try to incorporate as much speed, but also create an interesting double time pool out of it. As you can see, obviously Heart of Night is one of the 192 BPM finger control maps, and typically when you hear 192 BPM, you don't think of speed or double time, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Starting off with the bans, we're getting No Mod 6 banned from Poland, which was something that I was probably going to expect. I was thinking that they just wouldn't want to play that map. And we're seeing... Oh yeah, not to mention as well, we also have 2 bans from the teams this time around. So teams can ban twice, but they cannot ban from the same mod bracket. So in this instance, we're seeing New Zealand go for Hard Rock, and they're also opting for the double time ban. So they're getting rid of Heart of Night and Crystal Illusion, which is CS 6.5, obviously pretty tricky. And Heart of Night, again, finger control DT, it's going to be thrown out of here. Looks like they don't want to try and match Poland on a map like that. and that is understandable.
Yeah, I think interestingly enough, we were talking about New Zealand maybe favouring double time, but banning away Heart of Night, as you mentioned, 192 BPM double time. You think, huh, that's really slow. No, that map is absolute chaos. So definitely a respectable ban for sure. And it's like
it is chaos all over, and a lot of finger control and stamina involved on it as well. Also, a map that I think Bartek probably has solo carry possibility. Like, he's really, really, really good at a lot of those finger control double time maps.
I think a huge point actually you mentioned solo carrying, very possible now as we move into the quarterfinals. As the map pool gets harder, a single FC on a team could be the deciding factor. And on these particularly tricky maps, definitely a likely opportunity. And we'll be curious to see if anyone can pull it off today. Looks like our final ban then from Poland will be that 3mod1 Tokyo Starlight. And the first pick of the quarterfinals weekend, it will be No Mod 5. Owari Sumuguchi.
Poland going to be jumping straight into speed, which is honestly no surprise. I think they're going to want to see how New Zealand fares on a map like this, and then we can probably expect a lot more double time picks from them. Assuming that it goes well.
Assuming that it goes well, yeah.
If it does not work out in their favor, then they'll probably avoid speed for the time being and maybe test different things.
Yeah, we have a buff map pool size. We also have a buff match length. First team to 6 points will be the victor in the quarterfinal weekend.
Buffed match length. Buff map pool. Buff bans.
It's on steroids. It's on steroids, Gato.
We're a strong AWC now.
Down the gym 9 till 5 and getting swole.
Nothing but gains here. But we will be getting to the first map of the match. New Zealand versus Poland. Who are you guys going for? Make it known in chat. If you're here to support Team Poland, make it known. If you're here to support Team New Zealand, make it known.
You can make it known by buying a banner on your store. Alright, I'm done. No more selling out.
No more selling out. Waxon going to be the first one to miss for the Polish side. Gives New Zealand the slight advantage at the moment. 200 combo isn't the best place to miss, but it is still early. Definitely a lot of room for error on this map. This is mostly a speed test. There isn't honestly that much aim requirement. So this is going to be a case of whether or not you have the speed and stamina to hold on for it. And it could also come down to a bit of an accuracy battle. And obviously, since we mentioned that Poland are a little bit unexpectedly waking up, they haven't really had much of a chance to warm up either as well. Or at least we're assuming they haven't had much of a chance to warm up. Maybe some of the players have been playing, but if most of these players weren't aware of the match time, then they're going to be getting straight into this early. Short Potato does find a break, which is not looking good for New Zealand, because that is going to go back in favor of Poland due to Waxon holding onto combo as well.
Yeah, I think a good point actually. This match time is very early for Poland. I believe it's currently 10:20 in the morning, which is pretty unfavorable for a lot of people. A lot of us players tend to prefer playing in the mid-afternoon to early evening. So definitely on a New Zealand time zone bit favored here. As you mentioned, that combo break for Short Potato, but Mr. Boom will find a miss. Okay, advantage back to New Zealand now as we are approaching the halfway point in this map.
New Zealand actually looking really strong on Poland's pick. This is definitely got to be a shock to Poland. They're holding on to 3 full combos with Short Potato on a 400 combo. As I say, that does break. Mr. Boom also responds with a miss though. And this is in favor of New Zealand at the moment. We're at the halfway point, but any break from the full combo players could change the fate of this map.
Look at the Akram Zuma, 99.42 right now. Putting in the work.
You can definitely tell he's a Zuma.
He's definitely a Zuma. 3 against 2. Waxon does have a really high combo right now, but New Zealand find themselves 70,000 points ahead.
Not to mention as well that we do have a couple of accuracy drops from 2 players, Demo and Short Potato. Demo being one of the full combos, so actually having quite a score disadvantage. When you look at Demo's score next to Zuma's, there is about almost 100,000 points. As I say that though, Demo does find a miss.
Big Polish
also drops again. Short Potato drops once more, but New Zealand is still holding on to 3 full combos.
And there goes Bartek, Poland are down. New Zealand, well, just running away with this first map. Big Z, Zuma, Yellowy, all on a full combo. Really good accuracy from all 3 of them as well. This first pick massively backfiring. Maybe it's just because they woke up, but I don't know. This New Zealand performance is really, really good right now. I don't think the on-form teams would challenge this.
New Zealand definitely showing up when it's needed. They're going to be getting the first point. Big Z looking a little nervous there at the end. You can see the cursor shake. As much as he found a break at the end, he did what needed to be done. But New Zealand are going to be taking Poland's pick, starting it off 1-0.
Definitely not the team we would have expected to take map number 1, but I'm excited for it. It means we've got a match, Kano.
I mean, they are showing up. Just look at the combos. 2 full combos. And we also had Zuma on 99% for a majority of the map. Not a single full combo from the Polish side. A lot of high combos, though. Short Potato did have a lot of trouble on that map, so they did kind of have a sacrificial lamb in that regard. It's hard to say whether or not Poland are going to want to go for more speed in double time. Because that might be a bit risky after that performance.
Yeah, New Zealand, the best showing.
Definitely. That's just so interesting because I don't think they had the greatest DT performance in qualifiers. And I mean, here they are just absolutely dominating on speed. Maybe they're going to respond with the double time actually. Take advantage of it if they have players warmed up and ready for it. They might go for something like Magica or Sakuma or Renka.
Yeah, if they think Poland are a bit iffy on it, then why not pick it? Why not take it to them? If you got that better finger control right now, you need to abuse it as much as you can.
I mean, you also mentioned as well that Poland might just be waking up, so I mean, it's hard to say if that's going to be something that New Zealand have considered or not, but maybe now they might be considering it. These 2 teams are probably the hardest teams to schedule when you look at it as well. New Zealand are like plus 2 hours ahead of me, which is almost 10 PM, and then as you said, you've got on the other side Poland being like, what, 10 AM?
Yeah, I think it's about 10:30 in the morning for the Polish side, and they're obviously lacking roster. From what everyone seems to be saying, it'd be really nice to see them all turn up. Looks like we do have Faye here as well. Actually, no, Faye's from New Zealand. What am I on about? Marek and Faye are on the wrong side. There we go. A little bit of lobby swapping.
I don't know. Mixed up.
I got confused. I was like, new name? What is this? You can't just swap players in the middle of the tournament. But no, it's just back to front.
Just to confirm, these 2 teams actually do have exact opposite times. It is 10 AM versus 10 PM. 10:27 exactly.
12-hour difference.
That is scheduling hell. Like which team do you make play at 10 in the morning? You have to. One of them has to take the L, basically. I would say, obviously, in this situation, I think Poland is taking the L just because otherwise you'd have New Zealand playing on a Monday. Potentially, or yeah. I guess if they progress further, they'd have to schedule for something beyond a Monday.
All right, then we're going to see New Zealand's first pick, and it's going to be Kishuti Goto.
This is one of the, I would say, a little bit more balanced free mods in terms of mod difficulty. You can probably expect a lot of players going for no mod just to go for the safe strat on this one. But Hidden and Hard Rock, I would say, are equally as hard as each other. I mean, it depends on the player, obviously, if you're more biased towards Hidden, more biased towards Hard Rock. I think this is one of those situations where you would see a Hard Rock team, like a Hard Rock Giant team, just rock a lot of Hard Rock on this. But if you saw a lot of like reading players or Hidden players, you'd probably see more Hidden on that team if they go for the overmod strat. But I think both of these teams might just go for safety mods, unless they're having trouble.
It's all coming back to me now, and I remember last weekend, and we're gonna see the exact same mod combos we saw. We saw Faye come in for Hidden Hard Rock, and New Zealand actually first and second picked both the free mods from last weekend. So a team that really likes their free mod, and Faye looked really comfortable on that hidden hard rock, so let's see if they can repeat the performance. We're actually going to see, though, as you mentioned, a bit of overmod here from New Zealand. Yellowy going to take hidden hard rock, or 2 hiddens with Faye and Zuma. On the Polish side, a little bit more stable. Bartek rocking that hidden with Mr. Boom on the hidden hard rock.
Yep, so all faith basically in their ability to play this map, full combo it and get accuracy, and I guess maybe hope the other team misses or loses on accuracy. Marek is going to be the first player to find a miss for the Polish side. Short Potato also responds as well, so both of the no mod FCs are down for each side. Still, Waxon holding onto a no mod full combo. But yeah, as you mentioned as well, bit of change in mods from New Zealand. We're seeing a lot of players swapping in and out. I think this is one of the interesting things about forcing a specific mod combination on free mod, because you're going to see different players play different aspects of the map. Obviously, Faye was going hidden hard rock last time around, but this time we've got Yellowy. But as I was talking as well, we did see a huge break from Faye, Yellowy, Mr. Boom, and Waxon all at the same time. So a lot of misses been traded there. It is going in favor of Poland at the moment, but only ever so slightly.
It's still 1 FC apiece. Bartek and Zuma, the 2 full combos remaining, both of them with the hidden mod, but early advantage Poland. New Zealand do have that slight mod advantage with the extra hidden. It's a relatively long map, but that's a drop from Faye. The cursor he's like, no, it's the slow part. I'm not going to miss there.
Nothing like missing either in or before the full the free combo section.
Ooh, big drop from Waxon. Completely miscues that stream. Like, people are just trading picks. This Val mapping, a little bit on the awkward side. People having a few early consistency issues.
I must admit though, the stuff that Waxon is missing on right now is really uncharacteristic, so it has to be a case of them just waking up and getting ready for the morning. But Faye and Short Potato both find a miss on the New Zealand side, and this is going to be going much more in the favor of Poland at the moment. So they are looking to trade picks, as we saw in our previous matches from last week's casting. We had a lot of that happening with Australia versus South Korea. Waxon and Short Potato both find another miss. Marek also dropping for the Polish side. That's a high combo down. Could be New Zealand's opportunity for a comeback.
2 full combos left.
And not to mention as well, you also have Yellowy and Mr. Boom matching each other, but Yellowy does find a miss. Both of the hidden hard rocks.
Oh, Bartek and Zuma dropped the exact same space stream.
And there's no combos for New Zealand. Mr. Boom is still holding on to his hidden hard rock high combo. Poland are looking to run away with this one. We are 3/4 of the way through the map. Don't think there's going to be enough time unless Poland have a lot of chain misses from all the players and accuracy drops. And there's no fail potential in this at all.
Mr. Boom has to drop right now, otherwise this is all over for New Zealand. And I don't think it's going to happen. Well, it looks like we're going to have a trade of picks. I think we're cursed, Kano, to commentate matches where no one wins their own picks.
Definitely looking to be the case, but we've seen that happen a lot lately, and it's looking to be the trend in this match as well so far. Could also just be a case of Poland getting a little bit more warmed up as the match goes on, though.
It looks like that high combo from Mr. Boom will wrap up the victory here for Poland. Top scoring in the lobby with hidden hard rock. Really impressive stuff from him. But overall, everyone had a little bit of trouble with this one.
Yeah, as I mentioned, this free mod I honestly think is fairly balanced overall. A lot of players were kind of missing all over the place in terms of mods. We saw some of the harder mods go a lot further. Obviously, Mr. Boo managed to get the highest combo on the map with hidden hard rock.
We pick then back over to Poland. Let's see where they want to go next. They went high BPM no mod. It didn't work. Do they try something along the same line? Maybe even thinking Unpleasant Sonata might be on their radar. Hidden stream map. And then again, we did see New Zealand pick up a couple of hiddens during that free mod.
Honestly, not sure what the direction for Poland would be. They obviously took Kakashigoto just then. I don't really think there's any other map which is similar to that in this pool. Maybe they might want to force New Zealand onto Hidden if they're feeling comfortable, but they also could opt for a Hard Rock. I think Katanov is honestly a good choice. Katanov is pretty tricky overall. I think that's one of the maps which we might see New Zealand struggle on a little bit, seeing as they did ban both Hard Rock and Double Time. But Hard Rock is a map like that is not easy for warm-up if they're still in that process.
Looks like Wolf is alive. He's on his way. A new challenger approaches. So if Wolf is being switched in, it either means he's woken up, or they're going for a Wolf-centered pick. It definitely means he's alive, but what would Wolf really want to play in this pool? Usually something that requires some kind of finger control and rhythm bass, and it's like we're going to have no mod 4.
This is definitely a map you're going to want to have Wolf wake up for, that's for sure.
No mod 4, the aim focus alternate style map in this pool. All about finger control and flow aim. Lots of triangle and slider patterns throughout this one. Lots of opportunities to find breaks.
Yeah, surprisingly, this actually requires a lot of aim for an alternate pick, like a lot of snap aim. Usually when you think of an alternate pick, you sort of think like flow aim and stuff like that, but this is a lot more focused around snap jumps, a lot of triangular snap jumps in particular. There's also a couple of tricky rhythm sections on top of that. If you cut Well, we see the trend broken. Poland does take their pick.
It's going to be normality has returned.
I think normality might be the word. Or maybe not. They're going for double time. We did see that Poland struggled a little bit on the speed map earlier. But maybe they warmed up a little bit. Are they going to be able to take this one away from New Zealand? Are we going to see 2-2 or are we going to see 3-1?
Yeah, they've picked the Senya Magica map, the satellite diff. I think if anyone knows Senya mapping in OS and satellite maps, this is most like No Mod 4 of the 3 double time picks. It's a 240 BPM map. It's pretty much straightforward and just a few burst patterns throughout. So actually, potentially could go really well for New Zealand.
Definitely a lot more stamina intensive. Some of these bursts are quite long. Also on 240 BPM, it's not really a pushover for this map, that's for sure. And not only that, but you also have a lot of old style patterns in the jumps. So they're not like super big wide jumps or anything like that, but it's more pattern based aim, which is still very fast and tricky. So you could easily miss on the aim sections of this map as well.
One other thing it does do is it gets Wolf out the lobby. Wolf not known for playing deep double time maps, that's for sure.
Or at least if we have seen Wolf play double time maps, we've seen him play them with an interesting style, that's for sure.
What do you mean 2 keys at the same time? That's possible.
I still cannot believe that he managed to full combo. What was the map in Game Osu? I think it was the 07th expansion map.
Yeah, I think it was. It's just
Final Answer was the one. Managed to full combo with double time. What is that? Obviously, as much as it was like double tap, but that's just, to me, that's still so funny.
I think there's actually there's somewhat of a bit of skill behind double tapping. You still have to aim the double taps, right? So very skillful.
Bartek mentioning that he has some problems.
Yeah, hopefully he's got it all sorted out. Nothing like a bit of tech issue.
That's the last thing that you want when you're on the World Cup stage, because it always calls for sadness. When you have to accept that, you know, maybe like a disconnect after the 30-second mark causes your team to lose a point. Or if you're just unable to play the map because your tablet or your keyboard isn't working. Anything like that is just, it's always a sad time.
Alright, we're underway. Can New Zealand bring it back level?
One of the longer bursts coming up here as well. Might expect a few players to drop on this. Waxon does find a break. He's still managing to hold on to 99% accuracy despite breaking at the end of that stream. Big Z also responds with a miss, but all players are managing to get through these burst streams quite comfortably. A few accuracy
really
drops,
good accuracy for Poland though. It's only Demo that's drops. See Mr. Boom on 98, but Bartek and Waxon at 99. And once again, Zuma for New Zealand in the 99% as well on this speed map.
Yellowy finding a miss on absolutely nothing and then also finds another miss on a jump pattern afterwards.
Bit of an early advantage to Poland. Still the 3 full combos. While Big Z and Yellowy have found breaks. Don't think that we're going to see much more difficulty than we've seen already on this one. Just a very standard pick. Short Potato finds a miss and Bartek trades. So Zuma now the only remaining full combo for New Zealand, up against the 2 from Poland. Mr. Boom does find a break, so it is now 1 versus 1. There's a pretty substantial lead though at the moment for Poland. Is it going to be enough for Zuma to hold on here?
Not to mention as well, Waxon does have a high combo, but Yellowy is also following up with one of those. So if Demo and Waxon both happen to miss right now, we could see a comeback from New Zealand. It's definitely possible. Zuma is holding on to high accuracy in comparison to Demo with low accuracy, but it's a full combo, so that's what matters.
The map's already wrapping up. A break from Short Potato. Demo and Waxon not finding any misses. Despite Demo's 93% accuracy, he's holding in there for Poland. And it looks like himself and Waxon will do enough here to secure the break point and put Poland a whole point clear.
Demo doing a lot of work for the Polish side there. Waxon also recovering from that early miss. I mean, look at his accuracy. That miss was just some random slider break. I think he under-tapped a slider at the end of the long stream. But Zuma having such a solid performance, 99% FC. Look at the difference in score between Demo and Zuma though. That just shows you how much accuracy also plays in this game.
Dude, Demo didn't even break 1,000,000 points. He full comboed with 1.2 multiplier, 2 something, right? Double time. It doesn't even break 1,000,000 points.
The thing is though, what matters is that he cut as long as he did, because Poland probably wouldn't have won that.
Yeah, if he breaks out any one of those burst streams, then Poland lose straight up. He's definitely coming clutch there, but yeah, huge performance from Zuma. Really good at these double time maps, and Poland actually not going to waste any time picking their next map. We're going to Hidden Pool, and we're going to start us off with Sailing Force.
Let's get into Sailing Force. This is a rhythm-focused hidden pick with a couple of varied spacing patterns, like a lot of streams with slight spacing, but also some tricky stuff overall. This is it. A really rough map when it comes to rhythm. You need to have a lot of finger control for it.
Yeah, speaking of finger control, Wolf is back in for Poland.
One thing to mention about this map as well, though, is that the approach rate is 9.7, so it is fairly comfortable for a lot of players, but still, it's a weird approach rate to play on something that's around, I think, 150 BPM? Yeah, 159 BPM.
Yeah, I have a feeling that we might see a repeat performance of the Zootamayo map here, with Poland just looking a bit more dominant than New Zealand, a bit more consistent across the board. Definitely this is a good pick here for Poland.
Seems like Wolf was trying to get a bit of intel on the other team, but didn't realize that this map is actually unranked.
How old is this map, actually? I'm just looking at the background, and whenever you see a background with characters on it, you just instantly assume it's old.
I don't think it's that old. Well, I mean, it did get an update recently, but the map was submitted in 2018, so right at the end of 2018, so it is pretty much a brand new map. Seeing an early miss from Yellowy and Faye. Short Potato as well. New Zealand looking to be struggling on this map all over the place.
Short Potato Zuma doing what he does best.
Yeah, I must admit, Zuma has been quite an MVP for the New Zealand side. He is just really showing up on all of these maps. I mean, as much as his name is Zuma and, you know, you'd expect him to be in for like double time or aim picks, he's doing really, really well on pretty much everything in this pool so far, so props to him doing well.
I think actually in the last week, Zuma became New Zealand's new #1 player. Just had a quick glance at his profile there, and it says New Zealand #1, 28th of November 2019.
Damn.
Congrats to him for that. However, he might be number one, but Poland is number one on this map right now. That is still a four-way full combo, and we're into the final third already. It does look like the New Zealanders, after breaking, managed to hold that combo and build it back up. But we're gonna need a four-way break here from Poland, and it's Zuma that drops instead. That's not what you want.
Poland looking really, really strong on this pick, and I mean, you can tell the difference between the accuracies as well. It was more likely going to go in their favor if it was a 4 vs 4, but as you can see, Poland are just looking so dominant on this map. Not a single full combo for the New Zealand side. Faye did manage to recover quite a bit after the breaks in the beginning, but Poland getting a 4-way FC on Sailing
that's
Force.
Disgusting. No. That's not meant to happen.
This is the Poland that we've been waiting to see. They are waking up, and they're in full force.
Wolf dropped 5 slider ends. Okay, that's dominance. That's scary. I wouldn't be surprised if that's the top scorer on this map.
Gotta wonder whether or not Poland are gonna opt for more hidden, especially after that performance.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the ARA is unbanned.
The thing is, though, that hidden is very different from the other two. It is not focused on density at all. It's instead focused on a lot of rhythm and patterns, or stream patterns. Unpleasant Sonata and the Buto Otome map are both very dense.
Yeah, but I want to see it. Okay, no, I just want to see it. I just want to see ARA in tournaments. When it's not banned, I just want it to be picked. But you are right, they are very different maps. We have just seen Poland be very dominant, picking these things of control-y. It's not really old style Sailing Force, but it's like stream focused, I guess, at low BPM. Of which I don't think we have many left of those in the pool now. If at all.
Seeing that New Zealand are going to be going for Over the Top, which is the stream stamina pick. This map has fairly simplistic streams. It's more about stamina on 202 BPM for this one. Definitely a lot of room for error though.
I think I've worked out New Zealand's strategy here. They pick the maps, that means Wolf doesn't play. Every map that I think they picked, Wolf can't. Wolf can play them. I mean, yeah, okay. It's not at the star rating that Wolf can't play it, but there'll be other teams in the Polish roster which are just a bit better than him at these maps.
I mean, you've got to wonder if that's a good strategy or not, though, because after the last map, I think he was the lowest score out of the Polish side. You did mention he had 5 slider ends dropped, and I did see at 97.5 accuracy, so I wasn't sure if that was on the lower end for that map. I did see a lot of 98s on the Polish side.
Is it XI or Z?
Don't ask me this question because I never know. I always say Z.
I always say Z. It's Z now, official. We've determined it here. We don't need to ask the artist. We know.
It could be 11 for all we know.
Oh, don't do this to me. It's not capitals. It can't be.
True. Maybe it's an edgy 11 though.
I'm just looking at the chat, trying to tell us how to pronounce it, and I've seen like 7 different ways so far. No one knows, man.
A lot of people are saying Psy. That makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense.
Psy. I don't think. I mean, we've seen it. I think Psy has been the most common. Anyway, we're on the way. It's map number 6 now, and Poland looking to put themselves on match point, but it is the New Zealand pick, and it is a stream map. do see a very, very early break here from Big Z. Which on a short map and find another one with Yellowy to match him up. Not looking good for New Zealand so far. It's a short map. It's under 2 minutes in length. These early breaks will cost them.
This is a pretty bad start for them on what is meant to be their pick. 3 combos down. Short Potato is the only player holding on. And they're against 4 full combos. We're almost at the halfway mark. As you said, this is a very short map.
It's not just 4 full combos, it's 4 full combos with really good accuracy. Well, New Zealand is struggling a bit across the board. Short Potato right now has their highest accuracy at 98. Is also holding a full combo. But they're going to need a full-way mister in Poland. There's 2 of them. Waxon and Marek will find breaks.
Waxon and Marek are down. Short Potato is still holding on. Zoomer and Yellowy are recovering a little bit, but they need to hold on. Short Potato does find a break though. Big Z also responds with a miss, and I think New Zealand are going to be losing this one. It's not looking good for them at the moment. Zoomer and Yellowy do have 2 400 combos, but they are facing up against Mr. Boom and Bartek, and I don't think there's enough time in the map for any sort of comeback at all.
And with the 8-way no-fail, we will not be seeing anyone losing that score. So this will be a very solid victory for Poland. They're going to break that 1,000,000-point lead. Bartek and Mr. Boom do hold on until the end. That's 2 99% full combos for Poland, and they are up 5-1 in this. That's power, son. Zuma drops the throw for tiebreaker. I mean, that's a good shout. I'm down for that plan.
I don't think a lot of people's pick'ems would be down for that plan, though.
Yeah, just having a look at the pick'em for this, actually 97% wanted Poland to win, so it would be a pretty big upset did New Zealand come through. It's not over yet. They do still have 5 opportunities to bring this back.
This is where it gets really dangerous, because Poland do have the opportunity to pick here, and they are going for a hidden pick again, and we did see how dominant they were on the last hidden. And they're going to be going for AR8 hidden. You're getting to see it, Bay.
Everything I wanted in life is happening right now. Well, I guess everything I wanted from this match. I think if all I wanted in life was the AR8 to be picked during OWC, my life is very basic.
I don't know if basic's the word I would use, but yeah.
Sad,
more
maybe?
sad. Sad. Definitely sad.
Okay.
But no, I mean, at the end of the day, it is your life. You can do whatever you want with it. But sometimes there's going to be, better or worse choices in life. And I would say this is probably one of the worst choices. Anyway, back to the match. Going to be getting into the AR8 hidden. I think New Zealand do have a couple of players who are capable of this, but this is going to be one of those maps where we might see a few of them kind of fall off and not be able to play this properly, because we are seeing that they don't have 2 players in the match, so they might be trying to struggle and find a roster.
They didn't end up playing the AR8 hidden against Finland last week, so I don't actually know how these guys are going to do on this. It is probably the most awkward AR8 map yet, being an ice cold map as well. That's the extra difficulty of awkward aim.
Yeah, a lot of really tricky aim patterns in here, and as well there is also a stream, or I guess rhythm section, if you want to call it. Not too tricky. I would honestly say that's probably one of the easier parts of the map, but definitely the jumps and the patterns in this map are the trickiest part to it. Poland obviously known for dominance on AR8 maps. We've seen Wolf be crazy in the past few years. Bartek as well as another player who's really stepped up to the A8 table. Demo as well, I believe, also plays a fair bit of approach rate 8. As for America, I'm not too familiar.
I seem to have this memory in the back of my head that he does play AR8, but I could be also making that up. It's very likely. Quinine was played in the Polish match, and as you mentioned, Wolf was the only full combo for the Polish side. We actually saw 2J Starry playing, but I believe he's burned his hand. Is that 2J Starry that burned his hand?
I'm not too sure. I haven't been following, but if so, that's probably the worst way to go into OWC, man.
Yeah, I think I remember reading that, and that's why we haven't seen him this match. But I could be completely making it up. I see a yes. I'm right.
One yes in the chat. It's confirmed.
That's all I need. One person to back me up.
Early miss from Zoomer and Faye. Still early days though. A lot of room for error on a map like this. Patterns do get pretty hard as the build-up starts to kick in. Wolf holding onto an SS at the moment. Zoomer and Faye both dropping.
Poland definitely get a lot more comfortable on this, and well, if it ends up this way, which is very early forecasting, but with that 4-way miss from New Zealand, maybe more likely now, it looks like Poland will be knocking the New Zealanders out of this year's World Cup.
Definitely a strong performance from New Zealand this year. Obviously, taking out Finland was quite a surprise to a fair few people. But they also put up a pretty good performance against Poland, especially at the beginning. They were looking really, really strong on some of the speed and double time picks.
Yeah, I think by no means, despite the scoreline in this match, and some of the maps not being the closest, but a huge... it's really nice to see New Zealand back. They haven't played OWC since 2016. And they've definitely come back and shown that they probably deserve to be here next year as well. So we've had 3 misses on the side of Poland. It is only Wolf now with a full combo, and it's a 99% one. Wolf doing Wolf things.
Yep, Wolf showing up on A8 maps as he does. One of the players who's just pretty much always going to retain his ability to read low approach rate. As I say, that does actually break at the end, but
whoops.
There will be no full combos in this map, and New Zealand will be knocked out of the tournament by Poland 6-1. Going to be taking that map by a convincing margin, but overall, New Zealand did pretty well. They looked very, very solid on the first map on speed. They had 3 full combos, or I believe 2 full combos and a near full combo from Big Z. And they were also looking really dominant on double time, which was something that was quite a surprise because I think their qualifier results sort of said the opposite almost.
Yeah, they were middle of the pack for double time. Nothing spectacular, but yeah, you know, it may be goodbye to New Zealand, but they put in a really good show. They've had some really good matches this World Cup. It's been a real honor being able to watch and commentate over them. So
yeah, and once again, big shout out to Zoomer as well, being the MVP for New Zealand, I would say. He just performed so well overall on a majority of the maps played in this match and in the previous matches. But again, congrats to Poland for taking that one away. They will be moving on.
Losers round 3 awaits them, and the victor of China versus Sweden will be their matchup. As we pan down the bracket, they're on the other side. To the left, to the left. There we go. There's the Polish team. Yeah, China versus Sweden, the winner of that match. faces the Polish team in the losers round 3.
Yeah, and both of those two teams are fairly scary, especially to face in the losers bracket on a round like this. In quarterfinals, you don't want to face any scary team when you're in the losers bracket. It's just, to me, it's so astonishing to see like what teams actually in the losers bracket at the moment, because these are teams that you would expect to also be in the winners bracket. Like, it's one of those chop and change situations.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we have Brazil in the losers bracket at the moment, and that's just a strong team that can go so far in this tournament. But we also have a lot of other teams which can go so far, like Poland, China. I would even say Sweden as well have a lot of capability for that. Netherlands.
It's shaping up to be a really close World Cup.
Yeah. Up next we have South Korea versus Japan. What are your thoughts on this match, Bay?
Well, it's two Asian giants going head to head. Obviously, we saw the South Koreans lose out to Australia in the round of 16 in a very dominant Aussie performance. Korea actually had a higher percentage max score, meaning that they had more total score, I think is the best way to explain that quickly, compared to Australia. But they still lost that match, so it just speaks for how close that match was. Japan, on the other hand, a very good roster. I'm completely failing to remember who they were defeated by in the round of 16.
Originally, it was Romania that took them down into round of 32. So they had the really rough matchup early.
Yeah, they did.
And then they defeated Spain 5-0 to now face South Korea. So, I mean, either way, they had a rough time. They would have been facing off against either South Korea or Australia. Mm-hmm. And I don't think those are teams that you would want to face this early in the losers bracket for sure. It's going to be hard to say because these two teams are definitely capable of doing some insane stuff. I think, honestly, we're in for a really close match between these two because they have a lot of similarities, but also a lot of differences. I think a few players on the Korean side weren't too happy with their performance from last week as well, so you have to wonder whether or not they're going to be able to bounce back from the loss. As much as Japan did lose early, I wouldn't say it was expected, but it's one of the matchups where they would be like, this is a tough match. It's kind of win or lose situation. I think obviously the same for South Korea, but I just know that a few of their players weren't too happy with their own performances. But we have to see if they can bounce back from that and, pull off something.
Yeah, I think Japan, on the other hand, will be feeling pretty good after a clean sweep in their losers round 1. Very dominant performance against Spain. On paper, these two teams are actually really, really close. It's going to be really sad to lose one of them already. But the loser of the match will be gone.
That's another thing to mention as well, as you said. Like, we're going to be losing either South Korea or Japan this early. Just saying that is like so sad because these two teams have gone so far in the past.
Let's see what the community thought. Having a quick look at the pick'ems. Looks like they're going to favor South Korea on this one. 77% to 29. Or 23, I guess. So pretty dominant fan favorites for Korea. I really do think this match can go either way. Both teams do scale very well into the late game as well. Korea potentially harder, but we're not necessarily at the difficulty required for Korea to be very dominant.
I mean, when you look at these two teams, there's a lot of consistency giants on both sides. You have a few players from the Korean side who are unlikely to miss, but maybe sacrifice a little bit of accuracy at the expense of it. On the Japanese side as well, you've got a lot of strong consistency players. These two teams have a lot of distinct weaknesses as well. I know for a fact that Japan have a couple of reading players. They have strengths in streams as well. Korea definitely very strong on something like double time, also as well as Japan. So it's like they have similarities, but also a lot of differences. So this is going to be a match where a lot of this will be displayed because this pool offers a lot of those varied skill sets.
Just have a look at that match overview, Kano. Just look at the insane matchups we have coming up this weekend. Really exciting weekend of action.
There's too many close matches. There's too many close matches. Like Hong Kong versus Austria. What is that? What is that doing there? Indonesia versus Singapore. China versus Sweden. Netherlands, Italy. Like what is happening?
Absolutely ridiculous, honestly. And then we have the 4 winners bracket matches on the bottom of that screen. Absolutely crazy, the quality this year.
It just shows you what happens as well when you change it up and, you know, you go straight into a round of 32 scenario. A lot of teams have a second chance, but at the same time, we're going to have a lot of insane matchups early as well. A lot has changed this year in OWC, and I hope that it makes the viewing experience a lot better. Just because, you know, due to the fact that we've got the bracket change with no group stage, every team gets a second chance, so a lot of people are quite happy about that. Not only that, but it also gives teams the opportunity to qualify and, you know, get into their positions. So we're going to see a couple of crazy matchups early based on the qualifier results, but then, you know, later as the rounds go on, it's gonna change up. We'll see a few close matches and then maybe some not so close matches. But as we get down to the top 16 teams, I think this is just going to be ridiculous.
Yeah, I think the qualifiers make for, as you mentioned, a couple of awkward matchups early on. But I think the biggest thing is that it does allow those teams, as you mentioned, who potentially are heavily underrated to have a much better tournament experience. I mean, you look at the teams like the Netherlands, which is very well known for being a very solid team with very low ranked players, and I guess high ranked players, you know, 4-digit players basically. So their average seeding is typically like low seed, when actually they perform more like a high seed team. So allowing them to go through qualifiers, allowing them to get a more accurate representation of their skill level, just generally overall ensures for a better quality tournament. Maybe less exciting. We don't see the group knockouts like Poland last year.
Yeah, but it does take away a lot of the stories that these kinds of things create. Like obviously through a group stage, you can have a lot of group stage killers. And we obviously saw last year that Poland and France, I believe, were 2 of the big ones to be knocked out. And that kind of negates that. It takes it away. So we don't really see those situations happening anymore. And instead, you actually get an opportunity to see some of your favorite teams or the stronger teams transition into the late game. And not only that as well, but we have tried to also upscale the pools this time around. So obviously, like, we're starting a little bit harder. And we're also going to be scaling fairly hard as well. Grand Finals is looking to be pretty damn tough this year.
It's going to be absolutely crazy to watch people playing like 7-star maps, 7.5-star maps. It's where I expect it's going to kind of end up.
Yeah, I mean, the expectations may become a reality. We're honestly not that sure yet. It's obviously not finalized, but as for the pool, I'm gonna give like a brief rundown of what we're planning on doing. So I think this year we're going to try and transition into something similar to how it's been in some of the previous World Cups. If you think back to like 2015, 2016 sort of scenario, there were a lot of maps where full combos were not common at all. I think that is going to be something that is going to be present this Grand Finals. Anyone who manages to get a full combo probably deserves a medal. But at the moment, we're still unsure. We're going to be scaling quite hard. I know for a fact that it's probably going to be a full step up from last pool.
It's going to be absolutely insane. I think over the last year of community tournaments, if people are paying attention to that, you'll have noticed that the players who tend to win those tournaments are still full comboing stuff in Grand Finals. I don't know if there's ever going to be a pool hard enough to the point where people are looking at it and going, this is ridiculous. But then there'll still be someone who goes and FC something, and that is just insane.
Yeah, there's definitely going to be a lot of room for surprises. And I mean, we've seen a lot of dominant tournament players, Cough Cough Vaxe, Cough Cough Ibki, Cough Cough Bubbleman. There's a lot of like tournament giants who can just perform so well on high star rating. So, going to be very curious to see how that works out.
Question is, Kano, when will we have the big black in the map pool?
This is like one of those jokes that Fours just keeps rotating. Alright. You might not be joking, but this is one of those jokes that Fours always tries to push. And I just sit there and I'm just like,
just put it in the map pool. It's a good map.
It will not happen.
It's a good map, man.
It will not happen.
Just put it in double time 2, alright?
The thing is, as a map puller, I'm supposed to say it's not going to happen, and then it just magically happens.
It's a good map, man. It's got jump, it's got aim, it's got some stream element, it's got some ult element. It's got everything. It's well rounded.
I can tell you're having trouble trying to convince me to put it in the pool based on the fact that you're losing your voice right now.
Stop dodging the question, Kano. Alright, if not big black, how about... Alright, just picture this. Grand Finals tiebreaker. Uta.
What is wrong with you?
What? It's a good match.
That's next week's tiebreaker. Come on, man.
It's got jumps. Oh, I'm talking about the Rikers diff of Uta, not the...
Oh, okay.
Yeah?
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah? Alright, just slip that one in there for me, alright? Thanks, Keno. Appreciate it.
I'm expecting a hefty payment in my PayPal.
How about $4.99 and a donut of your choice?
You drive a hard bargain.
I mean, we're not getting paid for this gig, Kano. We don't have money flowing.
That is true. So where's the money coming from then? Alright, so we're going to be on a little bit of a break until the match does start up. As you can see, it's 9 minutes until we have South Korea versus Japan. But again, these two teams, man, we talk about a lot of close matches, but I think these two teams are giants that are facing way too early in the losers bracket of all of things.
I wonder how many people presented with a full round of 32 bracket would have put this match up on paper. I guess the run for Japan actually has been really rough. As we mentioned, facing Romania round of 32 is not the matchup you would have wanted. Especially considering how Romania is playing this year. Very, very scary team.
Yeah, I think Romania are a force to be reckoned with, especially they've taken out Japan, they've taken out Poland. Who's next? You know, like they've got Germany to go through, and I think they are definitely capable of doing it.
I believe the Romania-Germany match is the last slot of the round of this quarterfinal weekend. And last week we saw Romania beat Poland in the last slot, so it's the time. I think, am I right in thinking, who's commentating that match? Is it Doland again? Oh, it's not Doland. Doland has been commentating Romania whenever they've beaten Poland, so bit of a lucky charm there. Not on the commentary this week, it seems, for the Poland match. Romania match, sorry. Oh no, he is. Wait, am I trolling? I'm trolling. It's Canada-Russia that's the last slot. Okay, never mind. I swear I know what I'm doing.
The commentator's block. Very knowledgeable. Can't blame us. It's morning.
It is not the morning for you, Kano.
Definitely feels like the morning.
Just because you woke up at like 8 PM does not make it morning.
mourning in my heart. So we've been talking a lot about the South Korea and Japan match, but what do we actually think the bans and picks are going to be? Like, what do you think the two teams are going to focus on mostly?
I definitely know for a fact, based on qualifiers mostly, Japan hates hidden. Like, they hate hidden. So let's put this into some kind of perspective, right? So qualifying, Japan were 6th for double time, which is good. You know, Japan coming in, 7th on average rank seed, 9th on top 4 average rank seed, 6th on the qualifying double time. You're like, yeah, they're pretty good at this. Hidden 28th. That's quite a difference. So I definitely don't expect Japan wanting to be playing much hidden against South Korea.
I would say
Korea,
probably expecting some sort of hidden ban. It's hard to say if you would expect a or 8 hidden ban, because I think Japan are definitely capable of playing it, but whether or not they want to play it against a team like South Korea, it's risky, really, really, really risky. So it might be a safer option to ban.
South Korea have a lot of really good double time players though. Flying Tuna, Flying Bat, Ponytail. All really good double time players, but it's not like Japan is lacking either.
I'm really, really keen on watching these two teams face on double time. I think they're just two double time giants going at it. I think when I look at Japan, Hard Rock is definitely a strong suit for them. But the same goes for South Korea.
Yeah, they also have
they have a lot of similarities. There's maybe a couple of weaknesses, exploitable weaknesses, which are, easy to pinpoint. I think, as you mentioned, Japan not really favoring hidden too much, but I think Japan might also be able to find something in South Korea's lineup that is exploitable. Perhaps somewhere in the no mod pool. They may actually just be a little tiny bit stronger in double time or Hard Rock. We may not know until we see it. It's also a really good thing as well that teams, now that they have two bans, they're not able to ban from the same mod bracket, excluding no mod. I believe you can do two bans in no mod, but the fact that if you're a team who can't play hidden or Hard Rock, you can't completely remove the hidden pool. So for example, if you don't want to play hidden on most maps, let's say you don't have a roster for any hidden players at all. I mean, typically you should have at least one or two, obviously, for free mod, but if you're struggling to find hidden players, you wouldn't be able to ban out two hiddens alone. You have to go for something like a free mod ban and a hidden ban, or maybe you have to ban out two different mods that you just don't want to play. It makes things very interesting with the mod bracket restriction.
Yeah, and I think with the hidden pool especially, it's such a diverse pool that you can actually see maybe two teams banning from the hidden pool, like banning different maps. Like, for example, one team might ban the AR8 hidden, and because they don't want to play the low AR with the the hidden, and then the other team might be like, actually I don't want to play hidden stream, so they ban Unpleasant Sonata, and then you have two teams banning from the hidden pool, but they ban completely different maps.
Yeah, the thing as well is that, like, for teams that don't know enough about each other, or perhaps teams that share somewhat similar weaknesses, you might see instances where one team gives the other team the first ban. So let's say, if both teams didn't want to play density on hidden or approach rate hidden in general, as you mentioned, we might see like South Korea being the first ban, going for A8 hidden, and then Japan being like, oh, thank goodness, like we get to ban like another density hidden pick, so they take out Unpleasant Sonata. So it's sort of similar to the scenario that you mentioned before, but obviously like you could have it work in favor because you give the other team the first ban, and they might ban something that you wanted to ban. so it gives you a lot more freedom as well.
Yeah, I expect that's why we see most teams when offered the choice of, you know, first pick or first ban and that kind of stuff, they always tend to go second ban. Second ban is by far the most popular choice, as you mentioned, for the opportunity that whatever they ban first, you might have wanted to not play anyway, so they can essentially just waste their ban. It's all mind games with this whole who picks and who bans first.
To be fair though, if you do give a team the first ban, you have to ban 2 times in a row. So there is that. It might work in the opposite favor to an extent. But just looking at these 2 rosters, when next to each other, there are so many dominant players who have been seen throughout tournaments. Bit of a roster change on both sides, but at the same time, also a lot of returning players.
Yeah, I think the Japanese roster actually is half and half. 4 players returning, 4 players new. I think Korea, though, has the biggest newcomer. Ponytail, new member for the South Korean roster, currently in the top, I want to say 40 in the world. I'm not sure if he's continued to climb. Currently sat at 33, so really, really good accuracy and consistent player.
And as always, guys, if you are here to support your teams, make it known in the chat. If you're here for Team Japan, shout it out. If you're here for South Korea, make it known. Who are you guys going to be going for?
All right, we have players on screen. Much more fluid start than the last match. But so we're going to jump into warm-ups.
Nice Yorushka map. I would honestly be expecting this to be Japan's warm-up. Really, really nice song. Hopefully it has a good map to it. It might give me some ideas.
Yeah, this was their warm-up last week, I think.
Oh, okay. I might have missed it, but nonetheless.
I need to double check. I seem to remember someone doing something crazy on this last week. Although I might be trolling. I think I'm making this up. I actually don't know anymore. I'm lost. Everything's a blur.
But you sound like you're going through some sort of midlife crisis during the middle of this commentary session.
Something's just hit me and I'm just... I do just generally feel a little bit lost. It's fine. We'll bring it back. We'll bring it back. Now the match is underway, everything starts getting a bit more focused.
Hopefully in this match you'll find your calling, but nonetheless, we're going to be getting into the first warm-up, which is going to be Japan's warm-up, I believe, and seeing pretty solid combos overall. A few mod opportunities here as well. Flying Tuna, Zayson both going for Hidden Hard Rock, Ponytail with Hard Rock, Shirahara Mamami with Hidden, and Vivalion with Hard Rock.
Yeah, very straightforward warm-up actually. Sometimes we see meme warm-ups, sometimes we see really, really hard warm-ups. This just looks like a map. And at the end of the day, that's fine. If that's what you want to warm up on, that's what you warm up on.
Nice map.
Yeah, good song. Just
song.
Sit back and enjoy the music kind of stuff.
Gotta wonder if some people actually use like song choice or map choice as like a way to calm the nerves.
Yeah, I definitely expect nerves are high for this match.
Yeah, between both of these teams, this is a wild match to have in the losers bracket this early. But unfortunately, with every losers bracket match, we will be saying goodbye to one of these teams.
Yeah, that concept of losing either Japan or South Korea is a scary one, not one that anyone would have probably expected.
It definitely adds a lot of pressure.
I think Gomo and vv516114817 right now on full combos. vv51611 with a hard rock as well. I think one thing we'll probably need to address early on is, are we going to call Delis by his old name or his new name? As every time that Japan plays.
I mean, I've already started with the new name. I think it's probably just, you know, at this point, you just got to say it. Either that or just shorten it. But
then you're talking about Australian player Doomy.
I think it's
unless
pretty
you're
clear.
Shorten it to the second half.
I definitely think it's pretty clear who's on the screen at the moment. So we're definitely not going to get that confusion happening. But nonetheless, this performance from vv51611 is pretty insane at the moment with hard rock. I mean, he's obviously a very, very strong hard rock consistency player. But this is insane. Gomo also matching with a no mod full combo, so... Oh, as I say that does break. Literally, commentator cursing every single time. I mean, I thought it was going to happen for vv51611 for a second, but it just...
I knew it was going to happen for one of the two. Oh, if vv51611 hits that, he's hitting it all. Alright, vv51611, calm down.
My goodness, vv51611 just coming in so strong on that warm-up. A hard rock full combo. Just like screaming at the South Korean side. Hey guys, I'm here.
Match has started, by the way.
Gomo also having a very solid performance on that map as well. Only getting 5 misses towards the end.
I think fun fact on that is that vv51611 is the only player with a hard rock full combo on this map already. Minus Flask actually has a hidden hard rock, but hard rock only, vv51611 is the only full combo. And he's just done it again. So that's cool.
Definitely shows consistency, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Gonna be getting into the next pick, which is Hide and Seek. This map's really cool. This map, like, all I can say about this map is this map's really cool.
Thanks, Kenan.
It's very, very control heavy. There is a really tricky 1/3 section, but when you look at the rest of the map as well and all the wiggles that you have to kind of get through, I would say it's equally as hard to the rest of it. I mean, a lot of people think like, oh my goodness, the 1/3 section is so hard, but I mean, if you can tap the rhythm and aim the jumps, it's really not that tricky. I would say actually maintaining control on this map overall is the hardest part, because this map just has so much of it.
Yeah, I think this kind of falls into the category of, can you play it? Yeah, it's a fun map. If you can't play it, nah, it's just bad. It's just straight up bad. It's really tough.
Didn't FC bad map.
Pretty much. Which I think, in my case, would make every map bad.
Don't say it like that, man.
It's true. I'm washed up, Kano. That's why I'm sat here on commentary and not playing in the World Cup.
We are seeing a client doing client things. But Zayson flying Tuna going for hidden hard rock. Ponytail also rocking hard rock, which is just insane on a map like this. Shiro My Mommy also going for easy mod. So gonna be showing a display of reading. On a map like this. Hello? Dallas, what are you doing?
being a gamer, Kano.
This is true gamer moments right here. Having a little bit of trouble on some of these overlapping wiggle patterns, but overall, this map is going to be super tricky for the people on Hard Rock. I can tell you right now, they're going to be missing all over the place.
It's like the entire career is just now trying to like weirdly flex, but will it work out? I guess Della's taking easy will probably just mean that they win because of point score. You just kind of, you look at like, for example, look at Zayton's screen, right? And it's tiny circles, sure, but it's readable. You look at Shiro on my mummy's screen, you're like, what is going on? I cannot even comprehend what is happening on that screen.
Flying Tuna with a 500 combo on Hidden Hard Rock at the moment. What is this?
Tuna?
Hello, Tuna? What are you doing? Can you chill?
Oh, there we go.
One third section coming in.
What the hell was that combo?
A lot of players struggling with that, but honestly, I think if he wasn't on Hidden Hard Rock, he probably would have been fine on that. That part, pretty tricky on Hidden Hard Rock. Definitely requires a lot of snappy aim and also rhythm control.
That was ridiculous. I genuinely thought he was just going to hit all of it. There we go. That map is ridiculous. It's so hard.
That map is indeed so hard, and Tuna was the one to get the highest score with Hidden Hard Rock, a solid 692 combo. That was a mental run from him.
Single digit miss on this on Hard Rock as well. It's just, that's really good stuff. Really good stuff.
I don't know why, but I always have so much fun just like reading out like what the rankings show, like Barber Arbor. It's like when you think about it, it's just at the end of the day it's gibberish, but it's just it's somewhat funny.
I just had like immediate Barbaro's You flashbacks. If anyone knows that puzzle game, that thing ruined my life for a little bit. It's something so simple, it's so incredibly difficult, and it makes you feel stupid. What was Tuna's combo?
I think it was 659, something close to that.
692. Third best Hard Rock score, I believe. Oh, hold on. Okay, no, I'm trolling. Tuna actually has a 715 combo, but of course Kukizi has an S rank on this with Hidden Hard Rock, so what did I expect?
Alright, so we are seeing Japan go for first ban, which is very interesting. Definitely, it's the opposite of what we've seen so far. But I think this could be one of those situations where Japan have maybe an obvious ban, whereas they want to see what South Korea are going to go with a double ban. Because they have to ban first, and then South Korea ban 2 maps in a row after that. South Korea also opting for the second pick, which means they want Japan to pick the first map. I think that's pretty common as well. A lot of teams sometimes a bit indecisive on what they want to pick, so sometimes they hope that the other team will pick something that they were maybe comfortable on or hoping to play first. Also, it could be a situation of trying to break the nerves on a map which is more favored towards one team or the other. But we're seeing Japan actually banning out Sonon, which is interesting because I did see that Shiro, my mummy, wrote in the map pool feedback that he didn't like the map at first, and then afterwards he was saying it's the best map. So
he is only one member of an 8-man roster, though.
That is true. Definitely a map which I think someone like Aristia could do some crazy stuff on.
That's 2 for 2 bans for Sunan. I'd wonder if it's going to have 100% participation rate in this round, because I feel like if it's not banned, someone's going to pick it.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't have that much. I didn't have that much say in the map when it came to the whole map pulling phase, but It was definitely a map that I was leaning more towards not putting in the pool, and for obvious reasons, probably a lot of people are just going to ban it out, not wanting to play it. But there's a lot of people who like it. I just think that it's going to be a map that's way too niche and probably banned very commonly. And if it ever does happen to be left open, I think it'll probably be like one of the first picks if a team is comfortable in it.
Alright, South Korea get 2 bans in a row now. Obviously can't ban 2 from the same mod pool. We're thinking... What are we thinking? I don't actually know where they banned. I think we thought Japan would potentially ban Hidden, but they opted for Sunan as the first ban. I wonder with this 1-2-1 ban order, whether you shouldn't ban Sunan first. Because it's quite likely to be banned from the other team if they don't want to play it. So we're going to ban Freemod and Natsu. Removed?
Seeing Sonnen banned first is definitely something that I think should have been avoided, but maybe they're getting rid of an obvious ban and just seeing what South Korea want to ban, because I think at the end of the day, South Korea might not have banned it, maybe. I don't know. Like, I understand like the logic behind it, but it's definitely one of those double-edged sword situations where it could work out in your favor or maybe not so much. You know, they probably expect that to be banned from them, so they take it away. And then South Korea are going to ban 2 maps of their own.
IA's maps got removed in 2 bans. Straight up removed from the pool. Post gift deleted. South Korea having a little think about their second ban here. Potentially, if they're banning AR8, CS5, maybe they... I just don't see them banning the AR8 fight. I don't see them banning that map, right? But maybe they're more worried about small circles, in which case Crystal Illusion maybe their second ban. Maybe they just don't like the map. It's kind of hard to tell.
Definitely unsure, because there's a lot of bans. Ooh, they're going for Katanov. That's an interesting one to me, because I think that's more so a target ban, particularly at Vivalion, because Vivalion is really, really strong on Hard Rock. Obviously just proved it in the warm-up before, but not looking to face Vivalion on something like that. Katanov, I would say, is one of the few harder Hard Rock picks, so I think that is a pretty smart ban from the South Korean side. And Japan is going to be responding with Heart of Night ban, which is to be expected. It's some map that I would expect Aristia to probably not drop combo on ever. South Korean side is also very commonly known for a lot of finger control. They did perform really well on double time last week, so pretty safe ban in my opinion. But leaves an interesting pool open, and especially with a match that's probably going to be really close, we might see a lot of maps being picked this time around.
Will be Japan to kick us off though, see what direction they want to start us with. As you mentioned, I expect we'll go through the double time pool this match. But where will Japan start us? Must be being quite tricky to decide, right? They just don't seem to know what they want to do.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. I mean, like, especially after the last match with South Korea, we saw that they weren't sure what to pick against Australia for a little while. Obviously, they were trading picks back and forth, so I think they're going to be taking a lot more time to think about what they want to pick. And at the end of the day, both of these teams, we've mentioned how close they are in terms of skill. I think they're just probably going to be picking their favorite maps at the end of the day, maybe maps that they obviously have better scores on as well. So like doing a mix between like a favored map or a better scored map. Something that they're feeling fairly confident on.
All right, we're going to jump straight into double time. The Senya satellite map, Magica, our first selection. Definitely not an unexpected pick here from Japan. They like their double time. It's a pretty standard map overall, just very bursty. A couple of longer burst streams where we are likely to see people drop off. But overall, a pretty good pick to start off. Settle any kind of early nerves.
I think this is a map that the Japanese side are definitely very familiar with as well. They have a lot of players who typically play this style of double time, and if they don't play this style of double time frequently, they're capable of playing this style of double time. But the same does go for South Korea as well. Both lineups are very evenly matched, and the best thing about this as well is that we are seeing them face off on the mod bracket, which I think they're going to be closest on. Both of these teams are double time giants. They are super scary on this type of map. So I think we're in for a good start to the match. Good kickoff.
He doesn't love a bit of Senya as well. Am I right, Kano?
Can't go wrong with Senya. Pretty staple double time choice as well. Usually, I honestly find that like a lot of these Senya maps are somewhat amplified by double time. Like I feel like not always, but sometimes they sound a bit better. It's like more of like, it adds like a bit of intensity to a, you know, originally slow song.
I think that's the one thing that actually, through the years of playing this game, has taught me, is that some songs just sound better faster. And there's a couple of maps that I just cannot play without double time because it just sounds bad. And I don't know what it is. It's how the song was made, but it sounds better if you speed it up by 1.5 times.
Yeah, I mean, and then you've got the people that just like want to kill their ears for some unknown reason, the Nightcore players. I mean, to be fair, there are some songs which sound right on Nightcore, but I think when using the Nightcore mod, I barely ever find myself enjoying it. I actually just enjoy playing the Nightcore mixes rather, or slapping on double time for Nightcore mixes.
Yeah, exactly. Nightcore is reserved for Nightcore edits, basically, right? That's 100% what that mod is there for, to enhance your Nightcore. All right, we're underway, Kano. This losers bracket match is ready to get started.
We're actually seeing Shiro Mamomi not rocking a no-fail this time around. Don't believe there's any fail potential at the end, or at least not for them. They should be one of the players who are fairly comfortable on a map like this.
I will be curious to see this tournament if a no-fail not being put on actually ends up being a costly factor. Haven't seen it yet, obviously, with the map pool not being too difficult overall, but as we get into the late game, and you mentioned the map pool going to be a lot harder this year, that no-fail might become important.
Yeah, I mean, the map pool being harder this year is definitely something that I'm trying to encourage a lot of teams to practice higher star rating, or at least consistency on higher star rating, because otherwise you might be in for some sort of one-sided matches or, you know, some unfavorable matches. But who knows? It really just depends on, you know, what the players have to offer. Because to be honest, each year I'm honestly shocked by what they can do. I think last year there were a lot of like outstanding performances, even on the grand finals pool. So, but getting into this match, we have Vento and Zayson who have both missed. So they've traded misses back and forth at the moment. It is in favor of Japan, but South Korea do have the slight combo advantage. But Valiant and Shuhei Mamomi both holding onto SS at the moment as well, so the accuracy advantage is ever so slightly in favor of Japan.
It's giving them that lead as well, despite Vento's slightly lower combo than Zayson. That accuracy right now for Japan doing work. Over halfway already.
Harder sections. A lot more stamina involved in this part in particular. Surprisingly, all players holding on. This is already looking to be such a solid match. It is so close right now. Vento and Zayson have been the only players to have traded misses. South Korea have the slight combo advantage, and it's going to be going back in their favor. Is 50 combo really going to make the difference here? You have accuracies. It's hard to say. The accuracies are kind of even because Dectopia is dropping a little bit, but Vento finds a miss. That's going to be going well in favor of South Korea, unless they find 2 breaks right here at the end. This is going to be going all the way.
Really going to come all the way down to the wire. last burst long string. It's only Vento that breaks, and it's almost 4-way-4 combo from Korea with the missing 100 combo on Zayson is going to secure it. That's a 4.4 million score.
My goodness, Shirahama coming in with an SS on that map for Valiant, also 1x100. What were those performances from those two players? And the both teams breaking 4 million. What just happened? Vento had a little bit of a rough time with chain misses towards the end there, but Zayson and Vento missing at the start of that made it so close. It was pretty much going to be determined by accuracy, and maybe South Korea taking that one by a 50 combo difference. This is one of those situations where we usually talk about how early misses don't really factor in that much, but that's a situation where maybe it would have. If Vento and Zayson both held on towards the end, there's no telling what the outcome of that match could have been. Because Japan had the accuracy advantage, or at least a slight accuracy advantage on two players. Dectopia did end up dropping a little bit of accuracy towards the end, and obviously Vento with the few misses coming in changed that a little bit. But damn, what a map. What a match already. First map.
Over 4.2 million score on the first map. That's insane. It's absolutely ridiculous. And like losing that is really sad. Like it actually is gonna hurt a little bit. Especially as it was the Japanese pick. So South Korea take the first break point, and we're going back-to-back double time, and we're going to go to Ko this time.
Yeah, so we saw Magica being picked in the last match as well, so it's been 2 for 2 now. This is the first instance we're going to be seeing Koei being picked. And this is a 10.3 pick, one of the first of the tournament, first few of the tournament. We've seen last week we had the Gamu map, Halloween of the Dead, but this is a little bit different from that. This is a bit more conventional. I would say it's a fairly comfortable map to aim overall, but there might be some players who struggle a little bit because there are some little tricky sections, a few kick slider patterns and triples which might throw some players off, but other than that this is fairly focused around just consistency and your ability to read consistency on 10.3.
Yeah, skill set which definitely both of these teams are very comfortable on. A lot of them play a very high AR double timing. 10.3 is kind of child's play to a lot of them at this point, but I wonder if we're going to see back-to-back 4 million scores. That would be absolutely ridiculous. I think these teams are very capable of it.
Surely it's not going to happen again. But I mean, the thing is, we've already talked about how strong these two teams are on double time, and we did see a display of that with 2 over 4 million scores. That was a ridiculously close map for the first map, and on top of that, we're going straight back into double time once again. Are we going to see another close call between these two teams? This is honestly one of those matches where you could see a 6-0 victory, but still call it a close match. But I don't think it's going to be 6-0. I think honestly, this is going to be really close in terms of score as well.
It's kind of like a coin flip. It's just who breaks first. Who breaks in the more important parts? Does anyone break? Like these are all questions that we need to ask for this, because the caliber of these two teams is just so neck and neck on these double time picks. Once we get out of the double time pool, things might become a bit more straightforward, but for now it's a real, you just can't call it from the start of the map. Alright, it's like client issues all sorted. We're on the way. Map number 2. Picked by South Korea. It is Koei.
So rocking with the similar roster for South Korea, but also a change in roster for the Japan side. They have Dectopia stepping out for Sykes and Vento also dropping out for A-Blue. So a few players probably a little bit more accustomed to 10.3.
Accuracy. Very early break for Sykes.
Accuracy looking very different from the last map, that's for sure. However, Firebat is holding on to an SS at the moment. Zayson also with 99%. South Korea looking to be the ones with the favorable accuracy this time around, and it's really showing. Sykes did have an early miss, so the lead will be going to them ever so slightly. Flying Tuna does respond. Sykes is holding on. Needs to hold on as long as he can. Zayson also finds a miss. It's not looking good for South Korea now. That's 2 combos down.
Another relatively short map as well. These middle of the map breaks are going to really hurt. Sykes will drop combo again, but it's 3 versus 2. Japan favored in combo, but that score lead is pretty far over to Korea based on accuracy.
Yeah, can see accuracy is struggling a little bit for the Japanese side. Vivalion, the only player with 98%. And as I speak about Vivalion breaks,
you're on
it's
form absolutely
two
on form.
Two full combos against each other. Zayson and Flying Tuna are recovering. Ponytail and Firebat both break. That's going to be a good thing for Japan right now. They are going to take this one back in their favor. Are they going to be able to hold on? Vivalion finds another miss. A-Blue and Shiro Mamomi still holding on. We're at the 3/4 section. The break is here. They see the combo differences. The nerves are set in. Zayson and Flying Tuna are holding on to the high combos for the South Korean side. So if we do happen to see a miss from Sykes, Shiro Mamomi, and A-Blue, it could change things, but it's unlikely. They are running away with this score. Sykes does happen to find the first break for the Japanese side, but they're still holding on to 2 full combos.
That score lead is building and building despite the lower accuracies. Shirohara, Mamomi, and A-Blue are doing the work here for Japan. No full combos for Korea. Zayson and Tuna are building up combos, but we're into the final ending patterns, and it's going to be another stolen pick. And once again, Kano, 2 maps down, and neither team wins their first pick.
So we're seeing the trend of trade picks being a thing, and both teams breaking 3 million score on this one. So not the same as last time. Definitely not as comfortable of a map for these two teams, but nonetheless, they did break 3 million, which was still another very close map, despite how many misses we saw across the board. South Korea very consistent in terms of combo and even accuracy to an extent, but on the other hand, you've got Japan with 2 full combos outstanding, which really made the difference there.
That's 2 for 2 as well for Shirohara, Mamomi. 0 miss gamer.
Doesn't feel like missing today. I mean, first coming in with an SS and now 96% FC on the 10.3 pick.
Couldn't ask for much more.
Where do we go now, though? Do we see this Sakimura Renka being picked? Are we just going to get rid of the entire double time pool as it is? I mean, so far these two teams have been fairly even on it, so it's like, it's a coin toss between them, I think. I don't know if they're going to go for it.
Yeah, I don't know whether they're going to exhaust it now or maybe come back to it later.
I think with how they're playing, honestly, there's no reason not to get the close maps out the way and done with first, and then go into the rest of the pool.
The only thing to note about that first double time map is it is circle size 5. So having a much more heavy aim element compared to the other 2 would potentially sway their decision making. I'm not sure.
Yeah, you definitely need a lot more control and precision when it comes to the speed aspect of that map.
And it is a long version, Kano. Pretty unique for a double time map, having a long version diff. TV size is king in the world of double time. Japan needs to think about this. Yep, they're going to do it. We're going to see 3 double times in a row.
Oh my goodness. What is this? So we see a double time ban, and then we see 3 double times being picked in a row. I told you, these two teams are so strong on this mod. And it makes sense to get rid of the close maps at the beginning. They are at the point, I think they might be trading picks. Who knows? This one could go in favor of Japan. But this is just ridiculous how this is turning out so far. Like, we've only seen a 200,000 point difference.
Let's see a couple more roster swaps. Dectopia and Vento coming back in for Japan for this one. I think it's definitely interesting as well that despite we've picked the same mod 3 times in a row, that the teams are swapping up their roster, which just shows that the difference in the skill sets required for these maps actually is an issue. Like, it's not an issue. Issue's the wrong word, but it's a factor, right? You do have to think about who is the best players for these maps.
Yeah, you're definitely going to have a lot of different players coming in for different styles of double time, but it's really good to see that both of these teams do have players which can, chop and change. I think, although actually we've seen the same roster for South Korea on all 3 maps so far, so they seem to have a pretty solid double time lineup. Although Firebat dropping out, I don't know if that's temporary or not, but at the moment we've seen Japan chop and change between players. Some of them capable of playing the 10.3 high approach rate stuff, and a few of them are jumping in for the lower approach rate stuff, more focused on speed and control. Aristia is actually going to be coming in for this one. So we are going to see a slight roster change. Firebat's going to be jumping out.
Aristia is a super well-known aim player. His precision is really, really high, and it's definitely what you need for a map like this. As we mentioned, this is circle size 5, which is quite unique for a double time map. Don't typically see the circle size being a factor when it comes to these picks.
Appears that we are going to be having a few sync issues, but we're back and we're all synced up. So starting off with this map, fairly slow in the beginning, pretty calm intro. Most players should have no trouble with this, maybe accuracy drops, but that's about it really. Getting into the burst section though, Vento is going to be caught off by that burst. Bit of finger control involved with that one as you have a slider into burst streams followed by a slider at the end of it. And it just continues with more, throws more bursts at you basically. As you can see, a lot of finger control involved. Ponytail is going to be the first one to find a miss for the South Korean side. So they're both trading misses once again, but still three full combos against each other.
A very slight advantage for South Korea early on. Just like once again, accuracy is going to be a big factor in this one as Vento's drop. But 2 big misses there for South Korea. Zayton and Flying Tuna drop. Very good advantage now for Japan with the 3 full combos. Against only the one now that's out on Aristia.
Japan really utilizing this pick so far. Showing dominance on a finger control heavy double time pick. Also very speedy as well, not to mention this is about 255 BPM. Seeing those big misses from the South Korean side is very detrimental, but Varvalian also responds with one. If there's any chance for a comeback, it's now. They're going to have to see a few more breaks from the Japanese side. It's not all over yet. We're at the 3/4 section.
Short map, despite the long version. I've been fooled. The Dectopia breaks. That's another combo down for Japan. It's only Shiro, my mummy, against 4 reasonable combos from the South Koreans. Vento is offsetting one of them though. Japan's still in the driving seat here.
This could get really close at the end depending on the breaks. Ponytail just find a miss for the South Korean side. It does appear as if Japan is going to be taking this one away though.
Alright Dennis, man, calm down.
Once again, Shiro my mommy, full comboing. 3 maps back to back, showing strength on double time.
Actually 0 miss gamer. That's 3 in a row. That's the perfect start to the match that you need. Japan actually do take a pick then and go up 2-1 now.
Once again, though, we did see another close double time pick between these 2 teams, but where do we go from here? We're all out of double times. Are they going to opt for No Mod 5, which is one of the speedier maps in the pool? Other than that, I think we're going to start seeing some new things. I mean, we're all pretty much fresh out of speed besides that one pick left. Unless you really want to call Unpleasant Sonata speed, but
in a way,
I mean, it's kind of speed.
It has its bursty elements. Yeah, I reckon No Mod 5 definitely going to be a contended pick at some point during this match, and maybe even Unpleasant Sonata, although throwing on the hidden does change up the playstyle a little bit. I'm sure all these guys play a lot of hidden double time, not just double time, so...
I think if you're South Korea right now, you're probably going to be looking to go into hidden or maybe even free mod. I think Tokyo Starlight is probably a bit risky because I know for a fact that Shiro Mommy has a really, really good hard rock score on that, if I'm not mistaken, so they do have players capable of playing that map. Kakushigoto might not be a bad alternative, but it really depends on whether or not they're comfortable on it. And the rest of the hidden pool, I would say, is pretty much up for grabs. It's hard to say. I think they would probably be kind of close between these 2 teams.
Definitely think it's going to be thinking time though now for South Korea, because they can't just pick double time. There's none left, so they need to decide where they want to go next. And as we've been saying, do they want to keep up with the speed or do they want to try something completely different?
Yeah, it's hard to say whether or not they want to match Japan on speed again, because, you know, they're down 2-1 out of the 3 double times played. Obviously Koei is not as much focused around speed, more focused around aim consistency, but at the end of the day it is still double time. But Nomad 5 might not be a bad alternative. And they're actually going for the stream pick, which is over the top.
Yeah, 202 BPM, bit low for these two teams, but definitely intense from start to finish with the Psy map.
I see you are learning.
I'm adapting, Kano. Every day I become a better version of myself.
I mean, that's what we strive for as commentators, but we will be getting into this next map very shortly. Going to be a streamier pick, so I mean, these two teams are really wanting to face off on stuff that involves a lot of finger control, a lot of speed, a lot of stamina. I don't really think we're going to see much else from them in this match until, I guess, we're exhausted of all of those picks.
Are we really going to see Shiro and my mummy drop out? You got to go for the full match FC, man. You can't bow out now. Ah, there we go. Welcome back.
Is it going to be 4 full combos back to back?
Would be very impressive. Going to see Karuna's first appearance though for South Korea here.
Karuna is honestly just a monster. I think Karuna is one of the best pickups for the South Korean side that we've seen. Shown a lot of dominance in tournaments and just overall just insane consistency. I think this player is honestly slept on by a lot of people. For a lot of tournament players though, they're definitely very familiar with this name and know this person. But yeah, really excited to see how they perform on this one.
It's the South Korea pick, but it can go either way. I feel like almost every single map in this pool is just a coin flip. These two teams have such similar skill sets.
We've still only seen like 200 to 300,000 point differences, so this match is already calling to be a close one. Vento does happen to find an early break on one of the aim sections for Valiant, also missing right before the slow slider on that stream part.
Definitely not looking good for Japan. This map is on the shorter side, it's down under 2 minutes in length. But hopefully those early misses won't hurt them too much, as I do expect we'll see a lot more misses throughout this match. Oh, that's another one for Japan. Dectopia will find the third miss. Aristia will trade. And it is once again the man of 3 FCs for Japan, trying to hold on here against the 2 from South Korea. Firebat found a break as well.
Getting into one of the harder sections in terms of aim, especially. Valiant does happen to find a break on that. Gonna be getting into a streamier part shortly after this slow section. A bit more stamina focused. Valiant and Dectopia both breaking on, or Valiant breaking on the repeat slider, Dectopia breaking somewhere along that stream. Valiant surprisingly having a lot of trouble with this map. I mean, a player that you would honestly expect to be fairly comfortable on stream maps overall, but this is a little bit different from a conventional stream map, so I guess there is that to consider, but a bit of an underperformance, and also an uncharacteristic underperformance as well.
Looks like it's really going to cost Japan. It's kind of 2 against 1.8 with Vento's high combo in terms of FCs on the board, but Karuna Tuna is doing it for South Korea right now. Aristia and Firebat also building up those combos. We see another break from Dectopia, and it is going to be 4 for 4 for Shihiro, my mummy. But the score on the board will be 2-all. We are back even.
Karuna and Flying Tuna both doing work for the South Korean side. As I said, Karuna is just an absolute monster. Someone who is probably slept on by a lot of people. Definitely need to wake up about that one. But both Karuna and Shihiro Mama getting the exact same combo and accuracy. Difference would be the spinners in the score. Karuna breaking the 1 million.
1 million and 7?
Yeah, 1,000,007. As you mentioned as well, though, Shihiro Mama going 4 full combos in a row. That is insane consistency in this match already.
I just want to see how long this is going to keep going for, honestly. I don't care about the score right now. I just care about Shiro and my mummy FCs. That's the real match on hand now. It's like Flying Tune is having a few questions about how accuracy works in rhythm games. Basically, there's a hit window, and if you manage to tap the note with... Oh, no, wait, he needs to just explain his accuracy. Right, okay, I got it.
Thank you for that explanation, Dave. Or that brief explanation. But anyway, we are going to be getting into the next pick, which is going to be Japan's pick. So 2-2 ties things up. And I mean, I'm already at a shock, like a loss for words just when it comes to this match, how close it's been so far. They're trading picks back and forth, they're taking their own picks. We're not seeing the typical trend that we usually see, but these two teams are just so close, so evenly matched. This was probably the first map where we saw a little bit of a dominant performance. I mean, it was 600,000 points difference that time, compared to the 200,000 to 300,000 points that we've seen in the previous double time maps.
Definitely feel like it came down to a bit of inconsistency from some of the players on Japan you would have expected to perform. With Alien, especially when you expected to have done quite well on a map like that, and it just didn't seem to pan out. But here it comes! Number 5 by Japan. It's more high BPM. Once again selected by the Japanese.
We haven't seen a single BPM below 200 at the moment. What's going on here?
We're running out of them, Mikado. They can't do it forever.
We've got one left after this, and there's going to be a point in this match where they are going to be forced to pick something that is less than 200 BPM.
Oh, they were complaining last week that there wasn't enough maps over 200, but this week there's definitely a plethora.
I mean, you can already see teams like this taking advantage of that, but it's hard to say if they're taking advantage when they're both picking it into each other. I mean, like, maybe they just want to play high BPM. Maybe they just enjoy the maps more. Maybe they perform better on them. Who knows? But nonetheless, the fact that these two teams are just so interested in playing something that is above 200 BPM is just... I find this hilarious.
We saw a very good performance on this map from the last match. Lots of very high combos, so I expect we're going to see the same thing here again. Definitely the trickier element of this map would be the speed focus of it as opposed to the aim. So actually hitting the combo isn't too bad, but accuracy might be a factor here. I don't understand why Japan keeps swapping players in and out when they just bring in the same roster every time. They've just swapped Delis from the bottom right slot to the top left for just absolutely no reason, but okay. Ponytail and Zaysen joining Tudor and Firebat for this one. Korea definitely been using that wide roster so far. Question is, who can pull ahead once again? And here we go, map number 5. Awari Sumugishi Mono. The speed Lassa pick, 250 BPM? Did you lie to me, Kano? No, maybe you didn't.
I never lied to you. I would never do that.
Why did I think this was 240? What a slow map this would be at 240. Honestly.
I mean, you've got the BPM display right in front of you. You can
Kano.
always go based on that, but...
That's what I did in the end. I need to point out that I don't know what I'm talking about. First set of burst down, everyone looks comfy.
I mean, it's speed, and we've seen how these two teams have performed on speed already. We don't really need an introduction anymore because it's already here. We're seeing the full picture.
Did say that potentially then accuracy might become an issue. We do see a bit of a drop from Vento and Tuna, but they'll build it back up a little bit during this slower section.
Yeah, accuracy is slightly in favor of South Korea. They have 3 players matching each other along with Flying Tuna on 98%, whereas Vento is the only player dropping below 99%. Flying Tuna does find a miss for the South Korean side though, so that lead is going to be edging towards Japan.
About the 3rd away mark as well. It's a really bad miss, honestly. From Tuna, it's definitely going to hurt South Korea as Japan do not find any breaks. And they all hit the burst as well, all 8 players. Oh, Ponytail. Hello?
Ponytail just felt like sending us into a completely different dimension for a second there, but we have returned.
We did see a flying lag from Zayson though, he did not miss, but Vento does find a break. That is important. A break at the halfway mark for Japan actually could be costly if Tuna is able to hold for the rest of the map now.
It's still really close despite Flying Tuna's miss. But Varvalian does also find a miss. Shiro, my mommy, finding the first break.
Jealous!
The full combo trend is gone. And it's not looking good. They're at the break right now. They do have the advantage, but it's in a slow section. They see where they sit right now. It's 2 full combos against 3. And it's going to be edging back towards South Korea ever so slightly through this slow combo.
Vento and Dectopia up against the 3 from South Korea.
It's not over yet though.
Big breaks. The 1/3. See, big act drop from Zayson, drops below. Oh, big act drop, drops below 99. It's considered big for him, I guess. They all hold to these bursts.
Japan are going to need to see 2 of the full combos drop right now, and maybe even a 3rd in order for any form of comeback. They are just running away with this lead. Almost approaching the 200,000 mark. Yet again, another really, really close map. But those 2 breaks from Japan were detrimental.
Looks like it's going to be a 3-way with Tuna bringing up the backs. And so overall solid team performance from South Korea once again. Just the 1 miss from Flying Tuna.
They're going to be taking away Japan's pick. So this is another instance where we see these 2 teams so evenly matched on speed and double time. 3 full combos for the South Korean side, all with relatively high accuracy, Zayson being the only player with 98%. Flying Tuna also managed to recover from that early slider break, also picking the accuracy back up to 99%. And we see Dectopia and Vento getting full combos for the Japan side, but unfortunately, their accuracies were lacking ever so slightly, so I think even if they did have another full combo, they would have had to have seen 4 full combos in order for that to go in their favor. But Shirihama Mommy also breaking the full combo trend. Still, nonetheless, very impressive to see 4 out of 5 maps being full comboed.
Yep, the full FC match dream is dead. South Korea will take a lead here, and it is now going to be their pick as well. Alright, 200 BPM plus maps. What do we have left? We have
Unpleasant Sonata.
Is that
That's it? That is it.
God.
Or actually, I think Despair of Elfiria is actually 200 BPM, if I'm not mistaken. I'll have to double check that.
Double checking now. It is indeed 200 BPM. So Nomad 1 and Hidden 3 will be the next 2 picks in this match.
Oh, and Kakushi Gato as well, of course. 200
Oh, of
BPM.
course, it is 200. There's a lot of 200 BPM in this pool, actually. Very deceptive 200 BPM.
Yeah, I mean, it's 200 BPM that doesn't really feel like 200 BPM, though, for some of these maps, especially Nomad 1. But we're going to be seeing something below 200 BPM this time around. Midnight City Warfare South Korea looking to test Japan on tech.
Yeah, not a huge fan of this pick. It's under 200 BPM. Not sure it's very fitting for this match. Nah, I'm kidding. Of course, full tech. Picked by South Korea.
This is a map that involves a lot of techie streams, techie sliders, techie patterns. You can pretty much expect a bit of every aspect of tech within this. It's not all heavily tested though, and for some of it it's only tested for a short duration, so there is that to consider, but this is going to be pretty tricky for both teams to play.
Yeah, no surprise to see Ariska and Karuna pop in for this one.
We've seen how crazy Aristi can go on some of these wild tech picks. Now we're going to see it here. Hasn't been having the greatest of performances, but has been playing a lot of the higher BPM double time maps as well. So it's going to be a change of pace, something a little bit more favored towards their style maybe. Once again, similar roster from Japan.
Yeah, they seem to be rocking a very core roster today. Only really flexing a couple of players when required. Definitely expect a lot more drops on a map like this, especially with the slider element. So easy to find slider breaks. There we go. Everyone manages to squeeze through the Bancho barrier, and we can get this map underway.
Just listen to this hit sounding. So far, getting into the LA section, all players holding on. Breaks are definitely expected after this section, though. This is a bit of free combo intro, but things start to pick up here. This is where players are expected to miss. A lot of breaks on that stream section there. Zayson, Flying Tuna, Vento, all breaking. Ectopia also responding with a miss.
The whole bottom row is broken.
Ectopia finding another chain miss. Vento as well. It's not going to look good for Japan at the moment, as Zayson and Flying Tuna are making a slight recovery. Accuracy is also ever so slightly in favor of South Korea. vv516114817, Shirama Mummy doing work for Japan, as well as Karuna and Aristia on the other side. Flying Tuna responds with another miss. Aristia actually misses on that really tricky section with sliders.
Couple of 99% still on the board. vv516114817 and Karuna holding strong so far. Again, another map under the 2-minute length. Shirahara My Mummy finds a break. That will match Aristia's, and the advantage goes straight back to South Korea. It's vv5161148 versus Karuna right now in an Ack War.
It's still so unbelievably close, but Dectopia and Vento are finding chain misses all over the place at the moment. So South Korea are going to be looking to run away. Karuna does happen to break though. With the Karuna drop, this could be an opportunity for comeback for vv51611. vv51611 also responding with another miss, which is going to secure the victory for South Korea.
I think it would have been enough. Even if vv51611 hadn't dropped the combo, the victory is over 100,000 points. It just came down to the inconsistency on Vento and Dectopia that cost Japan on this one.
You would have most likely had to have seen both Zayson and Aristia also drop at the end there. There would have had to have been chain misses from the South Korean side, I believe, but nonetheless, solid performances from both Karuna and vv51611. They did work for their team. Karuna obviously held on long enough, as well as Zayson managing to recover from the early misses. But my goodness, what a match already. As much as it's 4-2, it definitely doesn't feel like it's 4-2, you know? Like,
yeah.
This feels like it should just be 3-3, 4-4, 5-5.
Every map seems super contested right to the end, and then one team will pull ahead. But my god, the level from these two teams right now is just insanely high quality, and you just can't believe that this is actually a losers bracket match, and we're losing one of these teams today.
It's still insane to think that this is a losers bracket match in quarterfinals. These two teams are showing us such an insane performance. And it's going to be so sad to have to say that one of these two teams aren't going to be progressing through to the rest of the World Cup, but nonetheless, they are putting on a show for us right now. And I think either way, either of these two teams definitely deserve to advance.
It's the Japanese pick. There's still 200 BPM in the pool. I'm not sure they're going to want to play any of them, honestly. I don't see them picking up anything from the hidden pool. Potentially Hard Rock? I feel like we're more likely to see Crystal Illusion than we are to see Escape. I'm not really sure I see teams wanting to pick the Fremont either. It's pretty hard to tell right now where they're going to go.
I did see one of the band, but I think taking a Starlight might not be a bad alternative. It's going to be an interesting one to test. Oh, as I do say that though,
a real danger zone here. They go down 5-2. Stuff starts becoming very scary. I mean, just look at that South Korean lineup. Isn't that just terrifying? Arisia, Karuna, Tuna, and
Such a solid performance, managing to hold on through that. Ponytail also getting through the end jump section as well, holding that combo. But I'm telling you, man, Karuna is such a strong player for the South Korean side. This has been one of the best pickups that they've had for this roster. Showing dominance so far. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Karuna's had a... Oh, wait, no. Okay, I think... Didn't FC the other tech pick, right?
Look at Pavilions Ack, man. 2 100s and 1 miss. That's a really scary accuracy for a hard rock pick for sure. Fortunately, not enough to capitalize on, and Japan find themselves against match point, losing their pick as well, which means
dominant AR8 lineup. This is one of those signature picks which I was kind of expecting to happen sooner, but I think they have been saving the best for last.
Yeah, this is kind of like a, not really a depth of the pocket pick, but look at that, DDM dropping in for South Korea. Really good at the low AR reading stuff. Well, I have a feeling, I really don't want to get this wrong, but I have a feeling that DDM is mouse only? Or am I thinking of someone completely different?
I think you're thinking of someone completely different.
Oh no. If Doomsday was here, he'd tell me. Maybe he can drop it into my DMs who I'm thinking of. But he's definitely a skill. His skill set's definitely in reading maps for sure. I know that much for DDM. What is interesting is that Gomo picked the map, but he's not in the lobby. So Gomo is just lurking. I don't think he's played any maps this match. He played the warm-ups and then vanished.
Yeah, that's honestly quite a surprise, actually. Oh, well, yeah, I was going to say, yeah, as you said, he's in for the warm-ups, but hasn't played a single map. Team captain warming up the bench. But I mean, probably in for certain picks. Could also be a case of maybe struggling with the later pools, but yeah, it's definitely, for some players, these matches are going to be very pool dependent. We're going to see a lot of roster switches and stuff like that. There's always going to be instances as well where if a player practices more, they might have better scores across the board.
Alright, whose snap aim is on point? It's going to be South Korea closing out this match.
Gotta keep in mind that Kinikon is coming in for the first time on the Japanese side, so breaking nerves on a map like this is not going to be ideal. Vivalion and Konkon are both trading a few misses here and there. So far, South Korea still holding on to 4 combos. DDM and Ponytail responding with misses. Evens things out a little bit more. They did have the original combo advantage if Konkon and if Konkon and Vivalion managed to hold on a little bit longer. Japan might be able to sway this one back in their favor. But as I say, that Vivalion does happen to find yet another miss. Seems to be struggling a little bit on this area pick, which is to be expected. There are quite a few players who don't typically play area hidden very often. And sometimes you're kind of just forced to be in for some maps that you might not particularly play. Dectopia, Konkon also finding a miss, along with Ponytail as well. Still 2 full combos on the South Korean side against Shiroha My Mommy being the only full combo for the Japanese side.
Yeah, Konkon finding a little bit of frustration with this. We saw a little bit of a cursor flick. But it's looking good for South Korea right now. And that score lead is just ever growing. We're into the final third now. I don't think Delis can do this alone. Well, he definitely can't. He needs big breaks now from South Korea. 3 of the 4 have higher combos than anyone other than Delis. And they all hold through that.
I think even despite South Korea, like even if South Korea were to chain miss and drop accuracy from this point, I think it's pretty much all over for Japan because Vivalion, Konkon, and Dectopia have just been chain missing throughout this entire map. Shiroha My Mommy is the only player to have held on with high accuracy as well, not to mention. But South Korea just looking so dominant. Look at Karuna and Flying Tuna just so comfortable on this map.
Even DDM is giving this a really good run. Delis is doing his best, but unfortunately, without the support, this is going to be lights out for Japan. South Korea will win this match and keep their hopes alive in this World Cup. While unfortunately, we lose a Titan, we lose Japan.
Yeah, again, very, very sad to see either one of these 2 teams drop out, but we will be seeing Japan drop out. A force to be reckoned with, dropping out so early into the tournament, but I mean, you can't blame them, man. These matchups that we've seen early, both in the winners bracket and the losers bracket, have kind of led to this. But nonetheless, a very solid performance, very close maps in this match. they gave South Korea a very, very good run for their money, especially on the double time and the speed picks. We saw them very evenly matched, but South Korea will be taking that one away 6-2 with a very solid performance. Again, another team that's going to be very scary to face in the losers bracket.
I think a huge shout out for this match as well goes to Shihiro, my mummy. I think that percentage max this week is going to be disgustingly good. I think there was like 5 full combos total over the 8 maps played, which is really good for this kind of level. But it wasn't enough. South Korea will progress. And they'll move into losers round 3 now. So they're going to be facing up against the winner of France versus Chile. That match happening in about 7 hours from now. So later on today, they'll find out their opponent for the next round. Or actually for the conditional, right? Those conditional matches are happening tomorrow afternoon, the end of the day, maybe? They're happening at some point. Obviously, these conditional matches are very important, especially if you're taking part in the official OWC Pick'ems. The brackets will be being updated, so if you haven't locked in those picks, make sure to check back in just before the matches start. I believe the matches close 30 minutes before the match starts. So if you want to get your Pick'ems up to date, make sure to do that before the match begins. But I think that's all we have time for, Kano. At least from you and I.
Yep, that is going to be it for us, I believe. We'll be throwing over to Bubbleman and Doomsday, who will be casting the next matches, which is Hong Kong versus Austria, and then Indonesia and Singapore. So again, very solid matches coming up.
And these are just loser bracket matches. It's just ridiculous, right? It's just absolutely insane, the quality. Definitely looking forward to those two. But for me, it's time to bow out and go put up Christmas decorations because Christmas is coming.
Yeah, we got Christmas right around the corner. I mean, you can tell it's OWC time when you have matches played right before that time period, but yeah, for me, I've also got to dive straight into the map pool because that's still not quite finished yet.
Yeah, go finish that, Kano. No sleep for you. All right. Thank you, everyone, for joining Kano and I for the last 2 matches. We've had a lot of fun. And as always, Kano, it's been a pleasure commentating with you.
As always, Bay.
So we'll see everyone in 15 minutes and enjoy.
Hello, hello. Welcome back to the OS World Cup 2019. Going to be continuing on with the quarterfinals now with our next match of this Saturday set of matches. And this one is going to be another losers bracket matchup between Hong Kong and Austria. Two teams with a lot of pedigree and causing a lot of upsets in this tournament in the past, going head to head. We've got the British casting duo on this time around. I am Doomsday, and joining me in the cast this time is the one, the only, the captain of Team UK. It's Bubbleman.
Hello. Sorry, I'm a little bit ill, so my voice is going to be a bit crackly.
Yeah, the winter's setting in, dude. It's coming in, all the lurgies are starting to lurk.
At least I'm getting it out of the way soon, rather than later. Not ill on Christmas Day this time.
Oh god, no. It's sorted out now anyway. Get that husky voice on.
Oh yeah.
Radio voice going on. It's gotta be done. Barry White time. All the red in this one. Them flags. Like I said, these are two teams that have made some really good moments in the past. And the match that Hong Kong had last week, actually, against you guys, was another good one. Another very good one to watch. I was casting that one.
It was close, but it was controlled. We didn't lose unless we wanted to lose. You know?
Ah.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. It was
we let them get points out of us.
Ah, right. Pace it out, gotta keep it interesting, I see. But no, actually, they had some really good results in that matchup last week. A few good performances from some of their star players in the Hong Kong side. Denny and Nezar had a very good game. In his own side, he had a pretty high average max percent, playing 7 of the 8 maps, performing really well on those mechanical intensive maps. They did well on all the double time maps, and also did well on some of those Amy no mods as well. A couple of FCs on those. So if you can keep that up on some of these nasty maps that this pool has, in this sort of matchup, that sort of one-man performance could potentially carry quite a few points.
Well, on the other side, comparable players, we've got Teppy, we've got Fedora Goose. Both had a good weekend last weekend as well. See if they can pull the same sort of thing.
Teppy is definitely the sort of player that can pull off that sort of performance. He's had a lot of good solo tournament performances in the past, and so far in this tournament, he's been an invaluable member of that Austrian roster, as alongside Goose Fedora as well, formerly known as Fedora Goose. Probably deduced that one though. One of their older players on their roster.
I love the reason he changed his name. Do you know?
No, I don't.
It's because everyone kept calling him Fedora.
Oh.
So he put him first.
Now
everyone
right.
calls him Goose. Genius, honestly.
To be honest, actually, I'm trying to think whether I used to keep calling him Fedora myself or not. I think I always just said Fedora Goose. It was just natural to say the whole thing. I mean, fair player though. I mean, I can't blame him, to be honest. I wish he'd capitalised his first 2 letters though. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool guy. Played him many times in tournaments in the past. I say he's an older player at this point. Been around a long time, alongside a few other of the Austrian names as well. Elskar is a name that comes to mind, who's been part of the roster for quite a while now. And he also had a very good performance in the round of 32. Perhaps he might have been a little bit disappointed in how it went last week, but he had a very good matchup the week before. So we're looking to try and rectify that for this squad, with their tournament life on the line. I'm not sure whose warm-up this is though.
Yeah. Missing the coloured border around the map card. So we can't tell exactly.
Sneaking that Sky Star. The national pride mapper for Hong Kong. Or one of them anyway. A lot of good mappers from there. Actually really close between those two. And this nice set of scores from everyone, to be fair. They are ready.
I think that's only a slight miss on Judas at the... Those are some good scores. 5.7 stars, but they've certainly shown up and said we're ready to scrap.
Yeah, getting their consistency game on point. Actually, these warm-ups are kind of interesting. No, like, super trolley warm-ups this time. But this was kind of interesting. I remember this. This was in a... it was in double time a couple years ago in OWC, I think, right, Kyrie? I see DT being enabled.
Oh, yeah, it was. It was in 2017, I think.
Yeah, it's AR 10.3. They're very valid to warm that up on this pool. The double time pool this week has quite a bit of higher AR in it. So, a lot of value of playing some 10.3 beforehand, I suppose.
Could also be an attempt to throw off the reading and then pick an AR8 hidden.
Perhaps. Gotta hope the roll goes their way for that one, though. But it's a perfectly valid tactic, especially with the approach rate 8 hidden in this pool, which is just really overlappy. So it's kind of important to have your reading on point for it.
A lot of places that you would have to learn the rhythm of.
There's lots of perfect stacking in that. Plus, there's also one in free mod as well, where players are going to be forced to take at least one hidden on it. So there's a lot to play around in terms of that in the map pool. Any more sort of sideways gimmicky maps now? The map pool is slightly bigger. Caught a few of them in the matches we've just seen, but there's still a few that have yet to make an appearance. There's a very tricky no mod this time around that is yet to be picked. As a matter of fact, it's a map I'll be surprised to see a lot this week. Definitely want to see it at some point though. When it appears, it's going to be a thing. That map, of course, being sort of the name of it. See, Tokyo Jihan Sonan IIR's extra in no mod. Very strange map that we might see maybe once or twice this week. It's my prediction anyway.
I think it's going to be one of those maps that gets left in the pool and everyone just pretends it doesn't exist.
I can see a few of the teams look as a really exciting pick, but yeah, I can see in many matches a lot of teams might just look at that and be like, no. It's not a very friendly one. I can see Norway picking that if it's not banned against them, to be honest with you. But we'll see. That's future chatting for the next matches. Hey, looks like we're getting into this one. Quite a few eases.
You were mentioning old players. I don't know if you noticed in chat, Fedora Goose and Denny and Nezar, and even Chaos Let's discussing about the last time they faced, seemingly 4 years ago. Go and have a look for that.
Me, yeah. I can say when was that? I wonder.
Would have been 2015.
I'm trying to think what tournament that could have been. Actually, it could have been many. I think 2015 was... Yeah, there's a lot going on there. Could have been TOC. An old version of TOC they might have faced. I think they both played in that one. Like I say, there's a lot of history between some of these players.
Nope,
like I say, some old names.
It was a 4-6 victory to Hong Kong in 2015.
Oh, right. I was in OWC.
In fact, 4 years and a day ago.
Oh, wow. Almost to the day. Reunited.
Fedora Goose, Elskar, Kale Slits, Denny and Nezar. Both in that match with different teams surrounding them. But the same players are back. So seemingly they've got a score to settle.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible to see the same result. If it gets that close, got a good match on our hands. That's actually really cool, though. I mean, a lot of teams, you tend to see a lot of returning players, right? But it feels kind of rare to see a matchup that old get a rematch so long after it. Like 4 years, that's a long time for a rematch to happen, and still a lot of those players returning. I wonder how much has changed between these guys and their play styles and their preferences and whatnot. I think in terms of, say, Denny and Ezra, I don't think a massive amount has changed. He's always been a really good, very fast player. Fedora Goose has been a very good hard rock, hidden hard rock sort of player, very versatile. I think a lot of those skill sets still shine through today. Feedy's having a little bit of a connection issue, though. It's only a warm-up, though. Get that sorted.
It's a big combo for Denny and Nezar.
Yeah, and Chaos Blitz as well. Chaos Blitz and Goose Fedora. Some juicy combos from them. So this is, of course, AR 10.3. It's not a massively high speed map, but you know, it's not slow by any means. It's a hard map. That's some really good going from Chaos Blitz, though, gotta say.
It really is. This is pretty much the last KI coming up.
Oh! Oh no. That was really good, though. Perhaps you don't really think of high approach rate DT when you think of Chaos Blitz's play. You think more base consistency. But no, that's some good going on the speedy DT from Chaos Blitz and Goose as well, actually, comboing that ending. Yeah, these guys aren't messing around. You guys are on it already. As we wrap up this last warm-up. Some nice scores out there, really. Slider break from Chaos Blitz. Goodness me.
Oh my.
It's time for the meat and potatoes. It's time for those picks and bans. Actually, the bans that these two teams have put out in their previous matches have been very mixed. Hard Rock and a hidden ban for Hong Kong last two matches. Austria banned a double time in a Hard Rock last two matches. So no consistent threads there so far. More reactionary bans, I suppose. But there's not a lot to go off yet.
But of course, bigger pool, bigger best of, and more bans to go with it. Each team gets 2 bans.
We'll have to see what these two have been looking at during their practice runs. Hong Kong have been very good on the lower approach rate stuff in the last few matches. They've won 2 out of 2 of their AR8 picks so far, including one of those being against Norway, who very rarely lose those.
And it's gone.
It's gone. Yep. They've been doing their homework. Not trusting that. Rest in peace.
Not for us, thank you.
No, thank you. I will take the next one.
But that does mean they keep their 2 out of 2.
Yep. You can't lose it if you don't play it. Of course, that's not the only low approach rate map in this pool. There is one in free mod. I wonder if they'll target that or look for something different for their second ban.
Of course, the one on free mod, you only have to have one player playing that AR8 hidden. The rest can be taking hard rock, hidden hard rock to make it easier, and smaller circles, but the trade-off can be worth it. There's a hard rock 3 ban. Still Illusion.
Small circles. Banned out. Few good Hard Rock players in that Austrian team.
Yeah, most definitely. And their second ban. Of course, Austria chose to ban first, so the ban order actually goes Austria and then Hong Kong twice, and then Austria again.
Let's see what they're looking at. I've only played actually, wait, I have Hong Kong played a no, Hong Kong haven't played a Hard Rock pick yet. I wonder if they'll target another one.
Oh, interesting.
They have not played one. Don't want to touch those.
I mean, playing that 10.3 in warm-up, they've shown that they can play the higher approach rates. So maybe it's the smaller circles throwing them off.
Well, if they do target those Hard Rocks, you've either got that standard Hard Rock aim map in Escape, or the more rhythmically challenging one in Katanov. Pick your poison. I'd imagine if they were going to ban one, they'd ban the Amy one, but we'll see what they want. Or maybe they'll mix it up. They seem kind of indecisive. Here come the rolls. You can also look at a free mod ban possibly, but nope. There it is. PT1. That's one of the... the one that's AR 8.6. Small circle size, fairly balanced. Double time pick got banned there. That's interesting, actually. They did quite well on the DTs in the pack Hong Kong, but must not like that one.
So no mod 4, the last ban.
Speed.
It's been I think it's been a slight mistake. It's Kansai tier, which is the Nathan map.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say, yeah. No mod 5 is the speed one. Yeah, no mod 4 is the alternate pick, the Nathan map. So Zutamayo was banned by Austria there.
But why'd you ban the bangers?
The map's so good. Really nice map by Nathan there. Then again, I'd call the Denkari one a banger myself. Good ban. It's not gone though. So there's a mixed set of bands there. The low AR band, a Hard Rock band, a DT band, and a no mod band. All those free mods are open. Plenty of gimmicky maps to poke at if you want something a bit different. And pretty much all of the standard maps, apart from the more standard DT, I'd say, in that DT1 pick, is gone. Plenty of ways to open up this match for Hong Kong.
They choose to, I think, forego the first pick, deciding instead to let Austria choose what gets the ball rolling.
Okay. That's interesting, actually. That means that they get the last pick in the case of a match point for a tiebreaker. Right? They pick second. Which is, in a matchup like this, it's a very valid move to make. You might want that mental edge of having the last pick. I didn't quite catch that in the chat. We'll see if it gets that close. I mean, if it's anything like that last matchup they had 4 years ago, we might see it. Could very well come into play here.
Could very well be the same score, but for the other side. Or for the same side. Or could very well be a 6-0 to either team, depending on how they're playing today. They look like they're on form.
Yeah, it's always good to see both teams going into it with some nice performances. Both seem to be going into it with some confidence in terms of their play, if not confidence in terms of their picks. They seem a little bit indecisive. Or at least Hong Kong does. Austria a bit more decisive in their bans. Hong Kong have been mulling over it a lot more and umming and ahhing a bit.
Very quick picks for Austria.
And here comes that hard up. Hong Kong's first hard up pick that they would have played, apart from the qualifiers, of course, in Katanoff. So immediately going for some strong picks in terms of what Austria should be quite good at, with some of their hard up focused players.
And to my knowledge as well, Hong Kong were good on hard rock in the qualifiers.
They didn't seem to want to go for it after the qualifiers, though, which is kind of a surprise. In theory, then, they should be okay on this. And looking at the names they have, they should be perfectly capable. Chaos Litz should be very decent on this. Got plenty of those strong players mechanically in their ranks. This map isn't really a map that tests that, though. This is more about rhythm and control, which really should bode even better for players like Chaos Litz, I'd say. But we'll have to see. This map, lots of bursts, lots of kick sliders and tricky rhythms to deal with. Pretty intense map with a couple of brief breakpoints, but for the most part, it's quite an intense one with those kick slidery, rhythm heavy sections. Not really cut streamy though. I think there's a couple of small ones, but not really a cut stream map this. But very streamy nonetheless.
See the difference in the two teams. Austria seem very, very prepared for this match. They know their team compositions, they know their picks, and Hong Kong playing very reactionary, deciding in the moment what they're going to do, who they're going to play.
I'm saying, depending on how people are feeling, that can work well, but the indecisiveness, you know, it can affect you adversely a little bit. You might be a little bit unconfident going into a pick. Perhaps someone who normally plays it was like, I'm not feeling it today, lads. Someone has to step in. But with the roster they have, they should be capable on this. But we'll see if the mental side of things will help out Austria here on their first pick. Of course, this is a losers bracket matchup. One of these two teams will be going home today. See who it's going to be. Starting out with the hard up pick by Austria. So there's a breakpoint around the middle of the map, and then there's a slow part right at the end. But a lot of the time, this sort of heavy burst stream pattern and mapping tends to be what you see throughout the whole map.
Very consistent difficulty. We've got Chaos Litz breaking coming into the slight breakdown. Two misses on either side, plus that one Chaos Litz has means Austria have the lead in this map.
Yeah, just MCY left after that opening flurry for Hong Kong here. Holding some nice AK as well. Solid performance by him so far in this early stages. Elscar dropping a lot of AK, but he is holding his combos, so he's going to be very valuable. This part is somewhat easier than the intro, so more about holding nerve. The map will pick up in just a moment.
Could even be called free combo, but Petal drops. It most definitely is not free. Just a big combo build-up.
Everyone bringing it back now for Austria. Fidi recovering after a very early miss. Holding some very nice accuracy as well. Rocking up to 99% almost. As is Tepi as well with a solid 98. A couple breaks in the slow part are costing Hong Kong a little bit.
He drops that combo he'd been building up.
It's another bit of a unfortunate miss as well. Feedy with that ack, but he's found a couple of misses. He's going to be ruining that a little bit. But nevertheless, still a decent run by him. His team's still in a good spot.
Oh, just miscues that out at the break as well. That's a combo reset there.
Another intense part here, one of the harder parts of the map. And we are seeing some people go up.
Oof. But MCY follows it up.
That's rough,
Chaos
man.
Blitz as well, and Petal. Denny and Nezar the only one with a combo now against Tepi and Fedora Goose. Tepi matching Denny and Nezar, which means Fedora Goose can run away with it. It sounds like the map ends here, but don't be fooled.
No, it's a false alarm. Still a bit more to go. Another intense section to go. But as it stands, the captain leading from the front here with 2 drops. Still advantage Austria though. Denny and Ezar, the big combo. But they have the noses in front here, Austria. And I don't think there's enough time at this point.
Oh, as well with that combo that's gone, Austria definitely have it now.
Yep, and that should be... Actually, I'm not going to say anything, but this is the slow part.
It's a slow part, but there's still ending flourish.
Yeah, I had to stop myself there for a sec. But either way, though, very good stuff there from Goose Fedora.
That's a big FC.
The big plays right there. Very nice way to open this matchup. And a very good pick from Austria here. It was a pretty comfortable victory. Almost 600k in the lead. Good stuff from them. Strong pick all around with some good scores from all 4 of their players. Hong Kong with a couple decent runs from MCY and Denya Nezar. But their first actual hard rock pick of this round does not go their way. They do get the next pick.
Of course, they don't have to be too worried about that. That wasn't their pick. As long as they can shrug it off and say, yeah, that was their pick, they were going to win that. Now it's time for us. Now it's our turn.
Yep, it's time to trade. Plenty on this pool that they should be quite strong at against this Austrian team. Plenty here that could flex against this team here. That hidden pool has some trickier maps in it. Sure, the low AR pick is gone, so they can't flex on that, but maps like Sailing Force, very rhythmically complex hidden. Might be a good counter to a pick like Katanov, possibly, with it being hidden. They could look at one of those DT picks where they've had some good performances on so far the last couple of weeks. Plenty here for them to ponder. The only hidden picks that Hong Kong have actually went for, though, so far have been those low approach rate ones. But either way, I'd imagine if they could do well on that, they could have a good shout at the hiddens in this pool, although they are very different. Sailing Force is quite a high tempo map, and Unpleasant Sonata is just fast streams.
For no mod 1.
Or you could just start with the jump map. I mean, that works too.
Your warning symbols in chat. No mod 1 time. Despair of Elferia.
It's kind of rare to see a Nekomata Master song in a no mod 1 slot, though. It's a nice little change. Nice little mix-up. Normally you see this, this artist on maybe some of the more rhythm-based maps and some of the mod maps, but nope, this is the very aimy map, very jumpy map. Big jumps, a few fairly easy streams, but mostly about big jumps. Lots of big horizontal jumps.
So the song's really there for it, though. The song really suits him in this style.
Yeah, I can hear what you mean. It's got that constant sort of 1-2 rhythm on the strong beats. It does suit it.
It's very, very simple, but still very interesting. This composition.
Yeah, because this map has a lot of little repeat sliders as well. The way it's mapped some of those little faster rhythms are on buzz sliders. To be honest, the buzz sliders, although they're not massively troublesome, the buffer time's kind of low, so it's possible to slider break those when you're playing these big jump patterns. They have periodic little buzz sliders in that you have to be a little bit wary of. Laziness can cause slider breaks on those. So that's another thing you do have to mind, but if they're on point with their aim, that shouldn't be a massive issue. Denny and Nezar did really well on this, the analog of this map from last pool. FCing it last week. Gonna be hoping for a similar performance on their own pick. Seeing some swaps as well with Lolly Lover and Ryushi joining in on the Hong Kong side. Izuko Gain joining on the Austrian team.
It's the same team that played the No Mod one last time, except they traded VD for Elskar.
I guess the last one, it was maybe a bit more balanced than this one is. The last one had quite a few tricky streams in it. This map's more about raw aim than anything else. Perhaps that might have influenced that change, or maybe he's just feeling it today, Elskar.
Could very much be. You see the raw aim. Big jump patterns. Usually the first one to break.
Yeah, a little nasty jump there, catching him out.
Miscue there from Izuko. A miss right back on the Austria side. Evens out the combo. Very slight advantage to Hong Kong. Yushi holding the slightly higher combo after that earlier break. And Tepi drops his FC.
It's a rough one. One of their big carries. Elskar doing well.
Mystery for Izuko.
Here comes one of the most intense parts of the map. Big horizontal jumps here coming out. Couple breaks immediately. Ryushi though, but the 3 FCs from Hong Kong holding well early on. It's still not much in it. It's 3 FCs to 2. Even if the misplays are struggling a little bit.
But there goes Elskar's combo.
Oof.
There's 1 FC left on Austria. And another map which seems like it ends, and then continues.
Straight up, like the short version of the song.
Only 2/3 of the way through. It does.
Yeah, plenty to go in this one. Another good run so far from Goose Fedora. But at the moment, he's up against 3 FCs from Hong Kong. Looking like that counterpoint is going to be working well here for the Hong Kong team. Plenty of free combo here, relatively. Definitely an easier part of the map, this.
And it's going to start getting to the point where, even if everyone breaks, the combo from Fedora Goose isn't going to be enough to bring it back. The lead is far enough away now for Hong Kong. They have this point in the bag, and there goes Fedora Goose's combo. As well as MCY's and Lolly Lovers, there's Denny and Nezar now. Only combo left.
He's doing it again. Looking to repeat last week's performance. Oh no, that's so
quite
close. No.
You had to go and say something, didn't you?
I did.
Oh, we know who Doomsday's cheering for. He said he caught himself before he said something about Fedora Goose last map.
Yeah.
We know where your loyalties lie.
Well, I don't know, man. I pick my battles, okay? It's tactical. But now Denny and Ez are there with a really good run. I'm sorry, dude. Nothing personal.
Just
was a really
doing
good pick,
jobs.
though. Yeah, just this is what we're here for. We're here to curse you. You're supposed to counter our curses. Props for to Goose Fedora there for a good run for his team as well. Just the one miss near the end, keeping him away from the FC. Did so there with Lolly Lover. It was a good pick from Hong Kong, though. Definitely caught out a couple other players from Austria there. Hong Kong had 3 strong scores until the end. Looks like we're seeing the same lineup from Hong Kong as well.
No, it was a swap from Ryushi to KO Slits.
Oh, God, yeah, of course, yeah, Ryushi was in. My mistake.
And a swap back from Izuko to Feedy.
a million. We'll let him off. Strong stuff there from Hong Kong. Breakpoint. The last Hard Rock pick does not go in the way of Austria, despite Goose Fedora's FC there.
Feedy, look at that accuracy. 4 100s.
Oh gosh, yeah.
Tepi as well with 5.
Highest accuracies on the board too. Just a shame about the misses. They just had a little bit of issue with some of the aim patterns, but yeah, no issues with the high OD accuracy. Not gonna work though. Hong Kong with the next. It's a nice map. It's a ton of fun.
Oh yeah, definitely.
In its early though. Spaced bursts on big circle size. For this one, it's circle size 3. Meaning that
jumps as well, sizable jumps. So it's a relatively low star rating, but only because the jumps are pretty slow by a lot of standards. Slow reaches to the other side of the screen to then cue your aim up for a spaced burst. Get a lot more wiggly and awkward towards the end. Especially so on Hard Rock. Somebody's going to have to play this on AR10. Lose some of that bigger circle size.
like I said, the spacing, it's quite nasty when you put the circle size wise. It's not a small circle size map with Hard Rock. It's CS 3.9 with Hard Rock, so it's still above default. But the high SVs and the big spacing make it particularly nasty. Definitely a hidden favored map because it's already high AR. It's AR 9.7 base.
No overmod. We're seeing 2 hiddens and 2 hard rocks. Judas and Izuku being the hiddens and Ryushi and Feedy being on hard rock.
A little bit surprising to see Goose take the no mod, but I suppose they want to guarantee a combo from him, which, considering the form he's been on so far, can't blame him for that.
Very fair assessment. Tepi, the first to drop his combo for the Austrian side. Petal follows up soon afterwards. Very slight combo advantage then to Austria. Judas as well drops. We get into a slower section. A little bit of free combo. Slight rest. The Austrians have the lead by about 100k points, but it's straight back into the map and Ryushi finds a miss on Hard Rock. Only 1 FC left and it's on MCY. This is a complete mirror of the last couple of maps that we've seen. There's 3 FCs still on the Austrian side and 1 on Hong Kong.
It's the one player that missed early on as well, MCY. But he's the one doing the work this time with that no mod. Well, it looks like it might be Hong Kong's turn to have their pick that fire on them. Some good stuff here from the Austrian team. Some nice accuracies too. Feedy holding FC with Hard Rock.
The map starts to pick up a bit in difficulty. Feedy drops his Hard Rock FC, but there's still 3 high combos on the Austrian side. to 500, and Fedoricus drops his full combo, and Izako, they're all going. Judas is gone now as well. There's not enough time though for MCY to bring it back.
No, not a chance. Teppy still has a good combo as well. Recovered well and had very good act.
This is an FC, comes out from MCY. 6-100s as well. Some good accuracy on a map like this.
Yeah, that's juicy FC from MCY. Very good stuff from him, but the team performance from Austria, way too strong on this one. Way over 700k across the board. Very even game so far. Both teams won a pick and lost a pick. The balance is restored. The yin and the yang.
Now where to next?
Yeah, what now? Austria are going to have to change their tack now. They've been picking hard up and now it's all gone. That free mod though went heavily in their favour, but the remaining free mod maps, very different from Tokyo Starlight. Apart from maybe Kakushigoto, you could vaguely call similar just because standard settings, not. But it's kind of balanced Val mapping. But we'll see.
Ooh, DT2.
Oh! Okay, this is actually a really interesting pick. Hong Kong have been quite good on their DT.
Yeah. It's a little out of left field for me. We didn't see Austria play DT last round. We saw Hong Kong play and get about 3.1, 3.2 million average across all three picks. Although, however, the faster pick, Kitsune, was their lowest score. Could be, indeed, the Austrian team have done their homework.
Yeah, when it came to the DT, I think it was the higher approach rate DTs that have been looking stronger for Hong Kong. They've been really good on those, and yeah, they did. I won't say they struggled on that Kitsune low AR speed pick. He had some good scores. He had 3 scores, well above 600k on that, but yeah, there wasn't an FC. I wouldn't say it was a comfy pick though for Austria, unless they're feeling really comfy on this. But if you can stream 240, this map is quite comfy. But if you can't stream it, it's pretty nasty. I think these teams will have a decent lineup for something like this. We saw some very high scores on this when it appeared earlier. Lots of FCs, but that was a scary performance from both teams. That was the Japan and South Korea match they played this. But we'll see if these two can field a lineup that can take on that. Can top them. And I would agree with you. It's not the pick I would have expected. So hang on for Hong Kong to get their 4th player in. To move someone over to the server these guys are playing on. Hello Tomlol225. One of their stronger players. He's had a good tournament so far. Some solid performances. And he's made quite a few appearances. There he is. So get him in for this one. Set up for this speedy pick. It's the only AR8 DT in this pool. The other DT maps are higher AR. Depending on the way this goes, it could sway Hong Kong in terms of whether they want to pick them or not. Although I imagine the way they've been playing on them, they'd be fine if they popped up later on. The mental game could be quite interesting if Austria can take this pick. Seeing some big swaps. Roster changes quite stark on this one. Seeing Etta, Karine and Kizan join in here for Austria. Players geared for DT. Teppy and Goose Fedora, though, still staying in the baseline for the Austrian team. Fairly long map, this. It keeps its style the whole way through, doesn't really change with its old school aim and big 240 BPM streams. Couple early misses there from MCY. Big stream there, claiming a few people. It's a Karane and Kizan finding breaks as well. But pretty even as we get to this first break. 2 FCs to 2. Thing with maps like this, warming up during the map, very realistic. But the back and forth claims both FCs for Hong Kong. Hello Tom and Denny and Nezar. Both breaking on the back and forth aim pattern. Goodness me. Both FCs from Austria still standing. And they can run away with this next chorus. More big streams to nail.
But they are, they're nailing them. And those jump patterns as well. Big lead they've got now. Everyone's building combos back up.
Yeah, it's good recovery from those combos that dropped off. I think the job might be done though. It's over 500,000 of difference.
No, it might be done, but it might also not be. That's a Karane and Kizan both miss. As long as those FCs stay strong, which they are, MCY and Petal follow it up. Nah, yeah, now the job's done.
Yeah, the speed pick pays up for Austria. 2 FCs from Goose Fedora and Teppy. Nice stuff from them. Gotta say though, that's tragedy from Hello Tom and Denny and Nezar. The only broke on a back and forth aim pattern. Could have been different if they hadn't broke on that.
Could very much have been different. Especially considering the other 2 players for Hong Kong beat the other 2 players for Austria. It was a big carry from Fedora Goose and Teppy.
Yeah, big. Say another good score from Goose Fedora. He is having a whale of a time in this room right now.
He is on fire. It's Hong Kong's pick.
Neither team can really get a leg up on the other. There's still a lot to go in this.
I think Austria have a read on Hong Kong, you know.
I do get the feeling here Austria are going into this much more prepared. Hong Kong, you were saying before, they're playing a bit reactionary. I feel there's a little bit of hesitation in their play, a little bit of lack of comfort perhaps. They're having some good scores, but I feel like maybe they're 3rd or 4th, they're having some issues. Plenty of this map to go though to bed in. Or plenty of this match rather. Yeah, Austria are playing this match very well so far in terms of the way they're picking and the way they're playing. Definitely, in terms of this matchup, Hong Kong are the favourite team. Past performances have had them win in this, but at the moment, Austria are really giving this a good go.
What have they got left to pick? For the Hong Kong side, we saw them win the 2 aim picks. Or relatively higher mechanical picks. Barrier of Inferior and Escape. What else is left in that style?
I don't know if they'd want to go down the stream route. There's always over the top if they're feeling that. But yeah, in terms of raw aim, apart from that high AR, double time pick in Koei, I don't know. Here comes that hidden though.
Sailing Force. The same mapper as No Mod 1 from last week. Barking Mad Dog. This looks like a big switch for Hong Kong. 3 of their players are out of the room.
Yeah, I think that the lineup they had for Magicka was very different to perhaps their usual one. So I guess they might be swapping some of the older names back in. Yeah, some fresh faces. This map's got some nasty stacked rhythm. Lots of rhythm complexity in this one. Doubles, quads, fast sliders, tricky burst streams, one after the other. Some pretty nasty spaced streams as well on Hidden. They're quite hard to aim. Of course, we've seen Hong Kong do well on low AR Hidden. They have yet to play a Hidden to pick that isn't low AR. But I think they have a decent lineup for something like this.
Oh, definitely. Interesting to see how they'll do. They did end up losing the 3 mod 1. But of course, the entire team has to take Hidden.
I think in terms of the matchup versus Austria, though, picking Hidden is a good choice versus them, but I don't think they have much of a Hidden roster. But we'll see how this one goes.
Yeah, lots of early breaks for Austria, but lots of early breaks all around the board. MCY, hello Tom. There goes the FC on Fedora Goose.
And that's rough. They've been relying on him.
Breaks again. Not his map style, this one. However, they do have the lead of Izuku's combo. It is someone's map style. A big mess of misses. Jumble of combos.
I can say everyone's missed. In the opening flurry, everyone is having some issues holding a combo, but now it's an easier part.
This is going to be tight. This is going to get close. I think very, very slight combo advantage to Austria. They're going to take the lead in this slow section.
But they have their noses in front just about. Teppy and Fedora Goose.
Can they hold it? MCY drops.
Ooh. Winning the tug of war a little bit here, Austria.
Oh, they're hitting all the bursts. MCY misses again, and we get into the ending flourish soon. Teppy with a miss, mirrored by Hello Tom.
They've still got it though, Austria, just by a little bit.
They have the lead, they have the points, they have the combos. MCY misses again. And Etta at the end. But Austria, they end up taking it.
Oh man, that was... That map was something. That first half was causing everyone problems.
Oh, big drops at the start. Nobody comboing through the start of the map. Everyone picking it back up again, though. It will be Austria coming out in the lead. 4-2 now.
Yeah, Teppy and Goose Fedora bringing it back with that combo through the midsection. Then Etta Karine with a nice combo through the end almost. And of course, Goose Fedora. This man is doing something right now. Goose Fedora is having a really good match. And at the moment, Austria, for the first time for anyone in this matchup, there is clear daylight. There is 2 points separating these teams, and it's in favour of perhaps the team we didn't expect at the start of this bubble.
Almost definitely. They're the performance comparing the two from the last round. Austria were way behind, but they've got a read on the Hong Kong side. Especially so because they picked another speed pick. This one in no mod. 250 BPM, slightly faster than the Senya pick.
It's kind of weird when you think that the streamy pick in double time is actually slower than the speedy stream pick in no mod, but yeah, that's how it is.
I do think the streamy pick in double time is a lot more stamina intensive. This one a lot more focused on speed, slightly more dense, I suppose, because of the slightly lower approach rate and slightly higher speed.
Yeah, there's quite a bit of aim, well, more standard aim elements of this as well. Magicka, bit of an old map, older weird aim. This one's much more comfy in terms of the aim element. Probably say it's generally an easier map, but it is slightly faster, and that can play into it in the case of some players.
It's also CS3. This is a big density change.
Okay, it is CS3, yeah.
Less of an aim requirement, so a lot more about the speed, the accuracy at speed, with the 8.7 as well.
There's a very early miss there from Tepe. A lot of combo to this though. Plenty of time for things to change. The early streams, though, catching one of the Austrian players. The map reaches a slightly easier part here until the next chorus.
When another Austrian player gets caught out, this time it's Feedy.
And not the start they would have wanted.
Yeah.
They've definitely not reached the parts that should be bringing out the most misses yet. Here comes the first one. Map picks up a little bit, and another FC drops for Austria. Hong Kong right now sitting pretty. 4 FCs in the early days. No early chokes for them.
Of course, we've seen how Austria play under density. There's the first drop for them. Hello, Tom. His combo's gone. And yet again, we see 3 FCs for Hong Kong against Fedora Goose.
Yeah, I'm seeing a theme, a pattern emerging here, Bubble.
That was Feedy's combo, but it's mirrored by Hello Tom. It's a Karine as well. Tepe looking a lot more stable now.
Very good player at speed.
Oh, but he does miss.
He's a good player at speed. He's having a couple issues with consistency though, but you can see his act's been pretty consistently good. Just at the moment, he's having some issues, maybe with the odd bit of aim. But still, as it stands though, that's a wall of Hong Kong scores. As the slow part kicks in, a bit more free combo. They're not getting very far away though. The accuracy is big in favour of Austria, even if the combo isn't. They're not letting Hong Kong get very far away. But they aren't going to gain them unless those FCs drop.
Just one petal. But that's it. It wasn't even a miss from him, it was client lag.
Nope, no miss. His pick is backfiring, and it's backfiring hard. Gotta say, because of the accuracies, those misses were probably just miscues for Austria, but miscues happened, and they didn't happen for Hong Kong. Consistency shining through for this team.
So what would you say the difference between this and the DT pick are?
Well, I'd say this one...
mapping style.
I'd say this one's a lot more comfortable and modern. Whereas Magicka has some awkward angles as well as its streams, I'd say. This is a much more comfortable map, even if it is a bit faster. And it's also a bigger circle size, but... I guess those different styles must have worked well for Hong Kong.
Slider break of Hello Tom. Could have been a 4-way FC.
Not quite. He had the best attack of his team too.
Best stack in the lobby, though, does go to Fedora Goose. The linchpin.
Yep, he has been the man with the plan for Austria.
He's been top scoring these maps back to back. I think the difference maker in this map really is there was no streams into streams, if you know what I mean. Every stream ended in a buzz slider or a slider or something that you could use to continue.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
To the next burst.
Yeah, the streams are very standalone. You play a stream and then you go into some standard taps.
Yeah.
Magica has those transitions you have to make from one burst pattern into another, which is, yeah, pretty hard. If anything, those transitions are usually harder than the streams themselves. Yeah, so I see what you mean. Yeah, I didn't think of it that way.
So is that information that Austria can use in their, or yeah, what will be their last pick next? It's a certainty that both Hong Kong and Austria get one more pick, and if Hong Kong take at least one map, they get a second.
Still lots of DT on the board. I really think they should be going for this DT now. I don't think there's anything on the else in those other pools that are really massively favoured.
I see Hong Kong and my mind is screaming, pick No Mod 3, pick DT4, pick Free Mod 3. But,
oh right, like the gimmicky ones.
Yeah, thinking about it, Austria have been the one to take those.
I feel like in terms of just more mechanically based maps, there's more standard maps, big spacing, and I feel like it's been Hong Kong's go-to. They won that Hard Rock one, they won No Mod 1.
Oh no.
Oh, let's go. Let's go. We're gonna see it. Finally. I say finally, it's only match 3. It's actually quicker than I thought. It's Sonan. It's that weird no mod I was talking about earlier. Picked by Hong Kong.
I am definitely opposed to this map. It's not my cup of tea at all.
Yeah, this map is strange.
You can cast this on your own if you want. I'll sit in the corner and wait until it's over.
That's cool. I mean, you're welcome to kick the bully, I suppose. Was it during the showcase? I think Aza described it as XD mapping or something. It's a very strange map, this.
Oh yeah. There is nothing standard about it. Not even the aesthetics.
It's a fairly low BPM alt-style map, this, with very movement mapping focused patterns. Lots of weird slider shapes, lots of stream angle changes and spacing changes that vary multiple times in this industry, and do lots of zigzagging movement.
It's going to be really interesting to compare these two teams on this map. We look at the Hong Kong roster, and they've got the talent there to win this, but the winner of this sort of map really has been Austria in this match. It's an interesting pick. Of course, it's AR9 as well. It's a lower approach rate for this sort of thing.
Opening flurry of streams claiming 2 combos early on. Lolly Lover and actually Goose as well with a very early miss.
With a slight miscue from Tomodoy.
Yeah, but I mean, a map like this, even the slow parts can bring out those misses because of those minute spacing changes. There's nothing in this map that's really comfortable. There comes some little tricky triples which claimed a few combos. Look at some of these streams.
Oh my goodness.
There go Austria. There's no FCs left. There's only one FC left, and it's from Hello Tom. But Lolly Lover recovering well after the early miss until I mentioned his name.
Wait. Oh my, they really had Austria's number on this.
Yeah, you were saying about when you think of Hong Kong, you think of the gimmicky maps. Well, I think you might have a point there. Still early days though, we're not even halfway through this map, but it just looks like Hong Kong just have a little bit more comfort on this. Only a little bit though, Axe aren't that far behind from Austria.
It's just the mis-aims from them really driving this one over to the Hong Kong side. I suppose more than that, it's the big combo on Hello Tom. I'm going to mention his name as one of the ones to look out for in this sort of mapping. This is his playground.
Yeah, he's really ran away. But there's nothing on Austria's side that can really combat it. You got like an AF300 one from Goose. That's it. Still not much between the two, but I don't think there's enough time for Austria to recover a combo here. They've all gone on that burst. Hong Kong claim the wildcard pick. And that's going to tie the series up. Bit more to go, but I can't see that score gap being bridged at this point. Lolly Lover with a little combo in this slower part to extend that lead slightly. Combo from Hello Tom was mightily impressive. And Lolly Lover as well, getting through this solo section. Backing his teammate up. Judas as well with a really good score for a map like this. And that is the 4-4. It's happening. It's time for the best of 3.
Some quick switches from Austria. They've got their next pick lined up straight away, straight into free mod 2.
Yep, that's their last pick, and they knew exactly what they were going to do.
Kakushigoto. Again, this one, slightly larger circles.
Can't go wrong with a bit of good old Val mapping. Fairly balanced Val map this. Because of the mapper, an older mapper. Some awkward angles, plenty of spacing changes, and lots of bursts in this one. I'd call it a relatively balanced map with maybe a bit of a stream focus, but it's pretty standard 0108, slightly old fare with bigger circle size. Score is 4-4, by the way. That star is incorrect. I think it was a little client bug. Currently 4-4. All tied up. There we go. Well, at this point, we're guaranteed maybe a similar scoreline to the last time these two teams faced off. But which way? Or will it go to that tiebreaker, which we've been denied this entire tournament so far. We haven't seen a tiebreaker yet. It's cursed. It's illegal to see.
This could be the first one, though. And what a tiebreaker it would be, considering the way these two teams have been playing.
Yeah, it's been so back and forth.
And
Both
also
winning their own
actually-
picks and just winning each other's picks.
Indeed, considering the map that it is, Reset My Refrain, it's faster, but it has a lot of gimmicky technical sections as well. It's very balanced for these two teams.
Yeah, it's like it's half speed, half weird gimmick ult. And so the speed would probably, favour one, and then the gimmicky stuff will favour the other. It's actually a really good one to have with this match in particular, but to be honest, until it actually happens, if I hype it up too much, I'm just going to be set myself up for a fall when it doesn't actually go to tiebreaker.
And of course, if it doesn't go to tiebreaker, we'll see a repeat result from 2015. But maybe not for the same team.
At the very least, the matchup has been just as good of a contest.
Oh, it has been brilliant.
It's been a great contest between these two. Austria's preparedness and planning versus Hong Kong's sort of more gung-ho approach and just raw ability of some of their players.
And again, no overmodding. We see Hard Rock, Denny and Nazar and Feedy again. Hidden on Judas and Fedora Goose this time.
Seen quite a few early breaks. BD and Elscar with early breaks on that first flurry.
Only about 30 combos. They're not going to matter too much, I don't think. Slightly bigger circles this one. CS 3.6. Approach rate 9.2 on the hidden. We see Chaos Let's drop just before the chorus. This map doesn't really drop in difficulty anywhere. Ooh, and a double break. Oh. Judas, Denny and Nezar finding their misses. Both the modded players from Hong Kong are down.
Yeah, only one no mod left in Lolly Lover. Austria looking strong as we get through this first chorus. And
the shake from Escott.
Yeah, a little bit.
Very well to hit that. Backs to the wall. It's evident for these players.
Breaking on the square there. We're definitely seeing a little bit of shake for some of these players, but on the Austrian side, they have their tails up in this easier part.
Nobody dropping in that verse there. Oh, and again, the same thing happens. Judas and Denny and Ezra are missing on the lead into the chorus. It is mirrored by Feedy and Techie, however.
Yeah, some big combos dropping for Austria, but they still have enough to keep their advantage together. Chaos is recovering very well, and that accuracy from him is very, very high, as it is with Goose's FC. Elscar as well with 99%, and Lolly Lover as well. Those runes just having some really nice accuracies. No problems with this so far, quite comfortable, even if Elscar was shaking a bit.
Oh no, Elscar does drop!
Now it's combo advantage to Hong Kong, 300k, slow part to gain some free score back.
And they can do it. They can very much do it. They've got 2 combos. Score's only looking about 600k at the moment, which means there's space for that 300k to come in. The lead is closing.
Goose needs to hold on. If Goose breaks, they're going to be on this Austrian lead in a flash. He has to hold.
Into the last chorus. The lead's closing. 200k now. They're bearing down on them. Wonder if they can feel the breath on the back of their necks. Teppy does miss. Drops the combo he'd been building up. Feedy as well. Drops 600 combo.
Yeah, there's some more.
Lead closing. Feedy misses. Denny and Nezar misses. 100k.
Are they getting fast enough? I don't think they are. I don't think they are.
And a big FC from Fedora Goose. Keeps it for Austria. They get their point that they so desperately needed to keep them in this.
Because you can't
That's a
overestimate.
big performance from Fedora Goose, especially on Hidden. Their modded player really bringing it home for them. The extra few points from that mod, it could have even saved them with how close that was getting at the end.
It was less than 100k in the end. Goodness me, he's been so important to this team.
He is keeping them in this.
Straight up.
Pretty much single-handedly.
Straight up. He has been playing incredibly well.
It could even be him winning for them.
There's some good scores as well. From Elscar as well with a nice combo. Lolly Lover and Chaos Slits as well. Very good stuff from them. They made it extremely close at the end there. But now they need to fight through a TB to stay in this tournament. I'd call this an upset if Austria can win
I'd call
this.
this an upset if Austria can win this. This is incredible performance from a team that I suppose a lot of people thought was almost on its last legs. They've come back and they've said, no, we're not. We're still very scary.
Final pick for Hong Kong. What's left? There's 2 DTs remaining. There's a low AR map in free mod. There's a kind of dense, fairly high speed stream map in Hidden. Those no mod maps.
I think it's definitely going to be either of those two. I think it's going to be, if they do pick a map, it's going to be either the free mod 3 or Hidden 3. They won on the speedier pick of no mod 5. They have the reading pedigree for the free mod map. I'd be surprised if they go anywhere else.
I guess the only issue with that though is, sure, I guess Austria might need to pick a sacrificial lamb, I suppose, to go on that Hidden. Although Tepe is a decent low AR player, he could probably tank that Hidden. And Austria have plenty of hard rock pedigree to carry the hard rock section of that. It might not be that bad for them. But you'd probably favour Hong Kong in that situation, I would be with you. Their mod players in terms of the Hidden are stronger, but Tepe probably could do alright on the Hidden. And there it is. And here we go. The final pick is in. It is the AR8 free mod. Small circle size, CS5 AR8. You pick Hidden, you have that low AR. You pick Hard Rock, you have those small circles. And this map is not an old map by any means. This is a tricky stream, well, not a stream map, but it's full of tricky bursts with tricky spacing. Some cut streams as well. Full of 1-4 little jumps you have to make, which is a pattern that AR8 Hidden makes especially difficult because of the trickiness of snapping through those patterns. Definitely another Hard Rock favoured map, but it's tricky enough that for both mods, this is a hard map. One of the harder ones in free mod to mod. But I don't think that's the issue, because these two teams, they've been playing well on some of those harder maps that have come up so far. I think the question is, how are they mentally? How comfortable are they? How confident are they? Seeing some swaps come in. I imagine we're going to be seeing Tepe on the Hidden. And perhaps Izuku, I think Izuku will be taking the Hard Rock. I think he took the Hard Rock previously.
I think it'll be Tomodoy taking the Hard Rock. I think Izuku is their Hidden player.
Oh.
But to be honest, I'm not sure.
Actually, speaking of Tomodoy, it's actually his... Wait. Is it his first map? I think it's his first map. I don't think he's played... I think he played in the warm-ups. But I don't think he's played in the actual match yet. This will be his first map. What a time to enter the room. Oh, okay. I'm miscued on the Austria picks. Izuko taking the hidden. Teppy taking no mod. And Goose is going to be taking Hard Rock this time. He's tanking the mod on this. Very good Hard Rock player. But he has been taking no mod to guarantee a high combo. I wonder if that will work for them. On the Hong Kong side, seeing Lolly Lover taking the hidden. Chaos Slits with the Hard Rock. Short map as well. This is very short. Two.
The hidden's miss. Very much equal. There goes Izuko again, though. Easily as well, following it up. And again, just not able to slow himself down to play this lower approach rate pick.
Some contrasting emotions there from the missed players. Both not too happy with that, but at the moment so close. Oh no! Oh, that part's claiming 2 combos each. It's Teppy versus Judas no mod. Both on no mod. 4 players breaking in the easier part. What a surprise that is.
Honestly, I'm not sure if I'd call that the easier part. Some interesting stream shapes in that one. I was almost expecting a break there from the Hard Rock players, but not from the no mods. There goes the combos from them. And it's almost a combo stalemate right now. Getting into the end of the map. Flourish at the end. Judas misses, but mirrored by Tomodoy.
Teppy has NFC.
Tomodoy breaks again. Adeni and Nezar, though. Slight combo advantage to Austria. 100k is all they need. But Teppy breaks for Doragoose as well. The entire Austria team falls apart. And
Goodness.
This is the first tiebreaker. We're going to see tiebreaker.
Wait, do we?
We do.
Do we? No. No, they won that.
You sure?
Is it? I'm seeing the MP.
Hey?
Look at the MP. Okay,
Nah, you're looking at it differently. You refresh your MP link.
Oh, I am. It's breaking. Okay, I'll take the word. Ref is saying it's a TB, so it is a TB. It's breaking my side, so it is a TB then. What the heck?
Ah, fix your stuff, Doomsday. Come on.
Break it. So it is TB then. Goodness me.
The first tiebreaker of the tournament. Turning up in quarterfinal stage. Reset my refrain. What can you tell me about this map?
This map, it's a map varies a lot. On the face of it, it's a high-speed map. Quite fast for your usual tiebreaker, as in terms of base BPM, but it changes a lot. You have some fast aim sections, you have some alternate jump sections, you have some slower sections as well. So there's a lot of varying patterning in this. Lots of variation, lots of gimmicky stuff in between the usual mechanically intensive aim. And yeah, we were mentioning it before, how in terms of the way this matchup pans out between these two teams, this is a really cool tiebreaker to see. It really showcases the strengths of both these teams.
Oh yeah. I'm so excited to watch this.
It's gonna be good. Who comes in for this then? Who comes in for this then?
They want their strongest 4. Both sides. They have the time to deliberate over this. Choose who goes in. Possibly the most important decision that they've had to make in this tournament so far. Don't forget, this is a loser's bracket match. The loser of this match is out of the tournament.
Yeah, this is tournament life on the line for both these teams. And we see our lineups, I think. They are in. Ready to go. No Chaos Lits for Hong Kong on this one.
Of course, tiebreaker. It's all about confidence. You need the 4 players that are confident on this map. Let's get into it.
Yep, here we go. This is 6 minutes. Well over 6 minutes. Plenty of time for plenty of drama to happen during this one. See how it goes.
I am so ready.
Seeing the first break does go to Hong Kong. Denny and Nezar with the opening miss here.
It's a tiebreaker though. It's 6.7 stars. Very consistent in difficulty. Judas and Izuku trade misses. It's 4.2 as well, so a slightly smaller circle than players might have been used to. Those two still trading misses. Judas, Izuku.
There goes Goose.
Dora Goose. Beatty as well, following him up. The lead flips to Hong Kong's side.
Here comes one of the break points of the map. And it's advantage Hong Kong so far.
EPM change here. Swaps into a more alternating style of map. Not something we've really seen in this match. See how the players respond to it. Tepi drops the only FC on the Austrian side now. Looking bleak. However, we're still only a quarter of the way in. There's still space for anything to happen. Judas drops. He's the one with the lowest combo on the Hong Kong side.
Two FCs and that Denny and Nezar recovery. Doing good for them. Another slower party here. There are a few more breaks though from Austria that are stemming their combo comeback, apart from Goose, who's recovering well. Some of the harder patterns are to come though.
And a change again, back to 230 BPM. More generic mapping. Phoebe drops a miss. As does Izuku. They just can't keep their combo together on this. Tiebreaker, of course, a big fight against Nerves.
And there goes Goose, their biggest combo. Massive combo is gone. It's Tepi with 600 and he's against an FC from Petal and a big recovery from Denny and Nezar. Reaching the halfway point here. So far it's looking all Hong Kong. They look ever so slightly more comfortable on this. Those jumpy parts are really separating these two and it's
There goes the
Hong Kong
FC.
to take it. Oh yeah. Still Denny and Nezar though. If Denny breaks soon though, maybe, but he has to break very, very soon.
Oh, Tepi!
No, Tepi. Okay. I think he really needed to hold that. They needed
Really
a
did.
big 1k combo later on. 400k almost of advantage here for Hong Kong. But they only have one big combo. A break from him. Mr. Denier Nezar might still have him sweating a little bit.
There goes Judas is 800. The Austrians aren't entirely out of this yet.
Definitely one of the easier parts here. One of the slower aim sections before we get into more speed later on. But that is a monstrous combo. We're hitting 2k combo here for Denier Nezar. He's looking to pick up his team by the scruff of the neck and carry them over the line here. Petal is realizing what his teammate's doing. It's on a slider break as well, actually, Petal. Still holding that S despite his breaks.
There goes the combo though from Denier Nezar. That was 2k. He has the 600,000 points for his team banked. They're going nowhere. There's about a quarter of the map left.
Yeah, it's 1k combo, 900 and 900 on Austria here. We're running out of time bubble, but that's a pretty major combo advantage that Austria have. I think we still need another break from Hong Kong, but they are still trying to make this close.
Back into alternate style. 3 misses dropped. The 900 combos from the side of Austria, and Fidi follows it up. Tepi, the last hope. The Austrian side as they slowly lose steam at the end of this match. Fidi drops again. It is 2 1Ks and a 700 from Hong Kong. As well as the 2K from Denier Nezar. So we get to the closing seconds of this ending flourish.
Yeah, some
Big drops all over the place. The S rank survives through it. But that will call the match. And what a match it was.
Last time they had a 6-4. That was a good match.
It wasn't one miss.
Oh, no, yeah. But still, though, really good stuff from a lot of those guys. It's 1k combos across the board from Austria, though. Decent from them all, but it was that massive combo from Denier Nezar. And then the Petal and Lolly Lover with those 1.5k combos. Just getting them over the line. That early
It was almost a full team out performance. That's what Tiebreaker is meant to do. Incredibly well played by Fedora Goose. I am so sad to see him go.
Yeah. Yeah, after the way he played, he was definitely the MVP of this match. An incredible performance from him. He might not have played too much this year, but man, he really got that game going for his team. Really, really just being so important. A lot of those points, not all of them, but many of those points that Austria got were off the back of Goose Fedora's FCs. It was incredible to see, but alas, they go down fighting, but they do go down. And we do see Austria bow out of this year's Host World Cup. But Hong Kong, they navigate those choppy waters and get past Austria, and they will progress into the next round of their losers bracket run, and will play again this weekend. They are not done yet, but they don't play until tomorrow, where they will await the result of another matchup. They will be waiting on the result of the Netherlands and Italy match to determine their next opponent tomorrow.
That's going to be an interesting match as well. It could be either of those two teams.
Yeah,
very strong.
It's time to get into our next matchup, though. They've been hanging on for us. And this one's a really interesting one. This is going to be a South Asian derby, Indonesia and Singapore. We talked about the last match being close on paper. This one's even closer when you put the stats next to each other.
Yeah, most definitely. I think there was 3 crossover maps between these two teams. Humanoid, Halloween, and Bunch of Samples. And interestingly, the team with the lower percentage max was Singapore. They were about 80k below in average score, but they won both their crossover maps. Pretty handily as well. The one they didn't win, Halloween, the DT higher approach rate pick.
Like I say, on paper, they are pretty close. Indonesia last week, they didn't pick any of the hidden, or didn't play any hidden or the hard rock when they faced against Canada. But they were also missing a couple players, Indonesia, last week. Eskaveth and Fuma did not appear for Indonesia this week. Of course, we see Eskaveth in the warm-up this time, so we may see an appearance for the first time in the bracket stage for him, for this Indonesian side. We did see Fuma in the round of 32. We also saw a player not appearing for Singapore last week as well in Raindrop. He didn't play then. He played in the round 32 for them. Quite a common member in that round as well, playing 3 maps for them in the round of 32, but we do see him as well appearing in this matchup. One of their oldest players appearing in the 3rd ever OSU World Cup and returning for their team. Getting the bops on the go.
Oh yeah.
And this Singaporean bops on the go, I suppose, looking at that difficulty name. This must be their warm-up. Second warm-up, by the way. They already played one whilst that tiebreaker was going on. Indonesia, their run through so far had them going through the winners bracket until last week. Had a good win in a very good match versus Italy in the round of 32. They won that 5-3. Pretty strong Italian team as well, should be said. They're quite promising, and I'm excited for that Netherlands match that they're going to be playing later on. After that, though, they faced a very strong Canada team who are really making waves. They actually lost 5-0 to them. They were missing a couple players, but Canada just blew them out of the water. But Canada were the highest performing team on the whole last week, so it is what it is. They dropped down into this round to fight for their tournament lives against this Singaporean team, which have already won a match in this losers bracket. They faced Netherlands in the round of 32, losing that one 5-2. But as they dropped down into the losers bracket, last week they won by the same scoreline against the Danes. They won 5-2 versus Denmark. Pretty strong performance, and definitely an improved performance as well from the Singaporean team. The thing though about Indonesia though, on paper their team is very strong.
Oh, most definitely. They're one of the highest actually average rank and average top 4 rank teams in the tournament.
Yeah, they have so many highly ranked players in their roster, which would tell you that as the maps start getting more difficult, they would get stronger. And I'd be inclined to agree. Their performances, as the maps have been getting harder, some of their high-end carries, the performances are remaining consistent. Skydiver has been their MVP so far. He did decently in the round of 32, but he did very well last week. And he should be a very important member of their team as these harder maps start coming in. But they're one of those teams that historically they struggled in the groups. But this new format, where they get to those harder maps much quicker, it's really strong for teams like Indonesia, where their players can only really make a big impact when those harder maps start coming out. So we'll see how they do on this pool. There come the picks and bans then.
Interested to see what they're going to decide to take out of the equation. Again, a couple of mixed bags. Hard Rock 2, or Hard Rock 1 and Hidden 2, historically for Indonesia. Hard Rock 2, No Mod 1 for Singapore.
This wholesome multi-chat. Oh. Thanks, Ruto. Love 2. Yes, not seen any of that Igor then.
Yep, that's gone. Two bans. Mentioned it last match, but I'll mention it again. From this round, yep, there's 4 bans. The team that chooses to ban first takes their ban, and then the second ban and the third ban both go to the other team. And the last ban goes to the team who banned first. It takes out the bias towards banning second, where originally you would get to see at least one ban before you banned a map, and then another. You had to choose both of yours at the same time. You only get to see one of their bans. You only get one potential map banned out that you then don't have to ban. You can choose to ban something else.
That's actually an interesting ban from Indonesia, banning out that No Mod 1, the hyper jumpy No Mod. I would actually think that'd be quite a good pick for them, but nope, first ban by them.
It's interesting. The hardest map in the pool, that one. They also choose to ban Hard Rock 1.
That's not what I expected at all. Not what I expected.
If we're going down to consistency, I think Singapore do have the edge over Indonesia.
They have a capable roster on those sorts of maps. I should have thought though that I feel like those maps are, the high star rating enough that I think the higher ranks from Indonesia as a team might have been quite good on them, but these teams know better than I of their own ability. The bans previously from Indonesia were a bit mixed. We did see a low AR ban against Canada, and then a Hard Rock 1 ban against Italy, so we do see another Hard Rock ban here. Singapore's bans were mixed as well, banning Hard Rock 2, which was a small circle map, I believe, and a No Mod 1 ban. Well, they ain't going to be banning No Mod 1 here.
We await the last Singapore ban. What do you think the picks are going to be like?
I think in terms of the picks, I imagine we might be seeing a decent amount of DT in this matchup. I think. Even we do see a ban there for DT, but it is the weird one. I do think we'll see some of those other double times, though. Both these guys have seen a lot of DT this tournament.
I think free mod is going to be contested. I think free mod 2 is almost a certain pick.
Yeah, I think Singapore might be looking at one of those as well. They played a free mod last week and did very well on it. I do feel like no mod might be a not too common in this one, I guess. We don't see many no mods from these guys. Historically, anyway. Might see that speedy one, though. We might see a no mod 5. But if this match goes long, we're going to have to start seeing some of those, and they're going to have to start picking those other maps. Neither of these teams have seen a very long match yet. Well, apart from the 5-3 against Italy, actually, from Indonesia. That was kind of long, I guess. It's time for the picks then. What's it going to be?
What could it be? They could lead off relatively safe standard with over the top.
Yeah, I'd say over the top is one of the more comfy maps in the pool. Although its heavily streamy nature can put off some players. I can't see many teams not having a good roster for that. I was a little bit surprised to not see it in the last matchup, but I guess with a matchup like Hong Kong, Austria, maybe not. But a matchup like this, especially with some of the players that Indonesia have, that might be a more likely match to see. The low ARs are all open. There wasn't a AR8 hidden ban. I don't think either of these teams are big low AR teams. We saw some decent results from a couple of the players. Emilia did well on the last AR8, but as a team, not so much, Singapore. I don't think Indonesia were looking at that much either. But here comes the map you were talking about.
A lot of teams just want something standard to warm up on, to get their nerves out the way, or maybe possibly something that nerves won't affect too much because they know that it's standard, they know they don't have to commit to reading it, focus properly.
I wouldn't go as far as saying you can blank out on this, but it's definitely a comfortable one in terms of feel and flow. There's some variable spacing streams though, and some big spaced streams, especially near the end. You can certainly fall off them, but this is definitely a relatively safe start given what's left of the pool. And a map that both these teams should have a capable roster on. We'll be seeing Emilia in the room. Their big trump card for the harder maps. GS Blank in for Singapore, their captain. One of the most long-serving captains and players in the OS World Cup. It's his 6th tournament. On the Indonesian side, Skydiver, their captain, one of the big players. SMH, strong tournament player. Ruto and Rexy's backing them up. Here we go. Losers bracket matchup.
GS Blank, I think, only captained twice.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my mistake.
He has played those 6 years, but he's only been captained twice. Once in 2017.
Oh, gosh. I don't think who the captain was. Singapore in the past, then.
It's been a few different players. Nanako M4K1. Does actually find the first break. The 2018 captain drops the circle, and so does Rexy's and GS Blank.
Yep, slider jumps. Catching those two out. Advantage Indonesia. as we get into jump spike. A short one. And now it's an easier part. Bit of free combo to gain a lead.
More misses from the Singapore side. Soba Noodles. And 4K1 as well.
There's only Emilia left. His axe a little bit low, but he is holding that full combo. Just don't miss. But Indonesia, they're not missing. The hardest part of the map, but the job might be done before we get there.
Emilia's combo drops. And the lead is wide open. That's not going to be moving any further out. That's more than 1 million points.
Big win to open up this derby matchup. Indonesia with those 3-4 combos. And a very nice start for them. Soba Noodles with that slider break. But really, it was just the one miss from Rexy's. Good team performance from them. Exactly what they would have needed after not getting a point last week. To get the first one here. Emilia doing Emilia things, getting some really nice combo. Even if his act drops off a little bit.
Emilia, an interesting playstyle, plays Tap X or Tap Stream. What would you call that?
I mean,
I'm not particularly sure there's a name for it.
I tend to just call it Tap X, but yeah, I'm not entirely sure if there's a different term for that. Either way, it's a very uncommon playstyle. You don't see it too often. But he puts it to good use. Certainly in terms of comboing. So you don't really see too many Tap X players in tournaments because it's hard to be consistent. A couple players might bring it to use when the faster maps come out, right? But it's not a reliable playstyle for many people unless you really dedicate yourself to making it comfortable for you like Emilia does.
Free mod 3 pick from Singapore.
Straight for some gimmicky stuff then. This was final pick last match, but it's going to be first pick for Singapore here. AR8 CS5 free mod. It's the Pick Your Poison map. In terms of that AR8 hidden, not sure it's a map, well, the style that these two teams are massive on, but they have an individual that can tank that hidden. Emilia could be a good choice for the hidden player for the Singapore team.
Musepi, or Moose Pie as it should be said, comes in. I think he's the one to tank the hidden. I think it's going to be. I think it's going to be 2 no mods. We did see Moose Pie playing easy on the warm up. I think for the Indonesia side though, they're going to be taking more hard rock. They might possibly even overmod it.
I wouldn't be surprised to see a hidden hard rock some people. I don't think we're going to see more than one though. I'd imagine the guy that takes the hard rock will probably take hidden. They have the team members that'll be 3 points for them essentially. They don't have any problems reading it. And why not take it? If I see more than one of like hard rock though, I'll be a little bit surprised, but maybe not at the same time. Considering how highly ranked some of their players are. They might prefer that. I think there's a few names that could potentially take the hidden here for Indonesia. SMH might take the hidden. Maybe? I think there's a couple that could be debating who takes what. I mean, certainly plenty of debate on who's joining for Indonesia. Some delayed swaps. There's Ryuza. Ryuza steps up to get the job done. Shall see. Yeah, much more decisive switch there from Singapore. Tells me they're a lot more confident. Of course, it is their pick. They were most likely preparing that before the last map was even played. Seeing Lock-On join as well. So a couple swaps for Singapore.
Oh no, you were right. It was Amelia taking hidden.
Yep. So yeah, Moose Pie taking the Nomad then. One of their reading-based players, Moose Pie, stepping in for these sort of maps. Now Fuma taking the hidden then, SMH just going Nomad. And yeah, you're right, there are 2 hard rocks on the field. First in Indonesia. I also see no fail on Skydiver.
Oh,
there's a little stream at the end of this map, right?
There is. He could, if he miscues it, he could fail out, and we could see our first not counted score of the tournament, which would be really unfortunate.
That would be incredibly unfortunate. He's one of their big players, though. I'd expect him to hit it, but there is a possibility that a fluke slip might happen, and that would be tragic. But we'll see. I mean, he's SSing at the moment, so dude is not worried at all.
The team of interesting playstyles, Singapore, Moose Pie, Mouse Only. Big drops on the streams from everyone.
Yeah, those streams you mentioned. Catching a lot of people out.
And that's all the combos gone from Singapore on that section. Ryuza holds through on that hard rock. Moose Pie misses again. It's almost 100k. We're getting up to the closing flurry of the map. Ryuza does drop his combo. Very slight, but it does exist. Combo advantage to Singapore. They're going to be slowly taking the lead back.
Really does. Emilia, M4K1.
Ryuza, SMH both drop combos again. And it will be, I think, the combo on Emilia. He drops it, but won't matter too much.
Proper back and forth stuff, that one. Switching over multiple times. But it is going to be the equalizer for Singapore, but I don't think they would have wanted it to be that close. It worked, though, and they get that point on the board. Nice runs from Amelia and M4K1. Perhaps that's pronounced Maki, actually. Good performances from them. Keep their team in it and recover it at the end there. Indonesia next. Try and switch things up a little bit. 2 very contrasting map picks. To start off there.
Very contrasting match scores, actually, from Indonesia, if you think about it. 3.5 million on Over the Top to 2 million on Nanatsu Senzakura. So they have their strengths, they have their weaknesses, seemingly. Let's see if Singapore can find them.
Yeah, a definite contrast in what they'd rather be playing right now. Plenty of time for players to adjust, warm up, practice, but Indonesia definitely looking stronger on the more standard maps. And, well, we're going to be seeing more streams.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing Magica DT2. 240 BPM. A lot more focused on the stamina component of this.
Yeah, one of them older maps. With some of them older angles. with plenty of big streams in tow. Seems like a pretty decent pick on paper here for Indonesia, but I think both teams will be looking at a map like this as a decent map for them. Should be quite a closely contested one. Seeing GS Blank come back in for this one. Looks like we're seeing the same lineup for Indonesia that we did in Over the Top. Would make sense, considering how well they did then. The stream lineup. Fast boys.
I think we'll be seeing Amelia choose to tap X this instead of tapping the jumps and streaming the slower streams in Over the Top.
Yeah, it definitely seems like a map that playstyle could be very strong on. Good when it comes to those low spacing fast streams.
As long as you have the control, of course.
Oh, absolutely.
See, the gimmick with tap X, you have to tap your pen, which means you have to move it up and down. So watch, if he does choose to tap X these streams, watch for the shake in his cursor. Oh, he doesn't. It's always there, though.
He could bring it out. Doesn't look like he's taking that, though. But he's still tapping the jumps and then streaming with the keys, which... It's always curious to see in the key counts. There's chorus here. No very early break. Very even performance. Big stream. Oh, and the captain breaks for Indonesia. Skydiver. I think that was a jump miss though from GS Blank to even the combo scoring. Oh, that's a little bit of a judder from SMH on the back and forth. He does miss it. So does Skydiver. He already missed though. It's 2 FCs to 3.
We saw the same sort of thing on this map from the Hong Kong team last match. Happens again, but this time only targeted to one player. 3 misses dropped. As well as lock-on now. The lead goes to Indonesia.
Yep, just the Amelia FC left for Singapore. Get through the second chorus there. Some nice recoveries as well from those misses from Indonesia. Through that chorus. Just need to hold on a little bit through this and they should be home free, Indonesia. SMH's accuracy though. He's rocking 99.5 with his one miss. But it's those FCs that get the job done here for Indonesia. They take their second point, winning their own pick. Looked close, but by the end it was pretty decisive. With those 2 FCs versus the 1.
They found their strength. 3.5 million points on that. Going to see a lot of contrasting scores, I feel, in this match. I could have gone either way near the middle there.
Yeah, Singapore definitely did well in the first half. Some of their higher combos, just finding little breaks as the second half approached, but yeah, in the end, Indonesia just took it on that, just by this, a minor margin in terms of the odd miss you got. It was a decent performance from Singapore there. Don't think Indonesia are going to be trusting the other DTs as much, although with those being very different, higher AR and more modern, they are different maps in terms of feel. So will Singapore go for something really contrasting again? Had the speed there, but are they going to go for something a bit different? AR8 Hidden is open. The rhythmically challenging Hidden is open in Sailing Force. Tech map and no mod, but I don't think we're going to see a massive amount of those weird no mods unless they're needed. I don't think they're needed yet. There's also Hard Rock, which Indonesia banned, although the one they banned was like the standard one. Something they could prey on if they want to try and go after what their opponent was banning. I think those would be quite close though. Cat and Off, Crystal Illusion. Pretty close stuff in terms of how those two teams should pan out. Oh, we are seeing some no mod. They're looking to juke me here. No mod 4.
It's an interesting pick. It's not quite the pick that I thought they would take either, but
Pretty big lead now for Indonesia. Singapore with the next pick. Need to be really careful with this. I might be biased, but I think they should go for that AR rate hidden. Something left field. Or no mod 6, that works too. Something like that. Something a bit strange.
Oh, not again. Oh, I don't want to watch this again. I hate this map.
We're seeing it again, Bubble. It's happening. Twice in a row. Maybe this is the only 2 times we'll see it all weekend. I don't think we're going to see it a lot. Although, there's been a lot of picks on these stranger maps, actually. The tides are changing. People like going for these maps now. These weirder ones. We have low BPM, alt, movement mapping, spacing changes everywhere, streams with multiple spacing changes throughout, both increasing and decreasing in spacing in the same stream. Weird sliders, weird angles, weird.
Lower approach rate as well. Something of this style you'd expect 9.5 maybe, but nope, AR9. Gotta read that density.
This is a no decimal zone. I think this is the perfect tonic to take on a team like Indonesia. But we did see with that alternate pick that they have the power on those gimmicky maps. He had strong combos throughout, especially with SMH's FC. And I expect he'll be looking at this map with some confidence. We're expecting another good run from him, but we'll see. Escaveth coming in for this map. I believe this is his first map of this year's OS World Cup. It's his first appearance outside of the qualifiers.
I think you're correct. I don't think we saw him in the last match, or in the round of 16, or round of 32.
Once we get these guys loaded in. I think there's a little bit of connection issue between Escaveth. We'll get it going.
See what this new player can do.
It's okay. There's less of this map for you to see, Bubble.
Oh yeah, love it. Any cut down on map length of this is entirely appreciated.
There we go. As we rejoin, and we are seeing a lot of broken FCs. There's actually, I think, only one FC left, and I think it's GS Blank. Oh no, Escaveth as well.
Escaveth as well. Lowest ranked player in the lobby at the moment. Does find his break though. There was a bit of client issue. I think Skydiver, SMH and Ryuza all were FC, and Skydiver does drop.
Yeah, I guess it must have been coming in. Must have been.
Well, as Ryuza
catching up.
Nope, not quite. Although that might have been a miss for him. Let's give it a moment to sort itself out before we start calling misses.
Let's let it settle down.
We can call the scores because those should be accurate.
It's very close. Some players having some issues. Everyone holding at least an A though. Accuracy seems to be in favour of Indonesia for sure. Okay, I think we can definitely say those combos were pretty major from Sober and GS Blank now. And that's the difference.
It is indeed at the moment Skydiver the only one with a visible combo on Indonesia. Emilia though, backing up his team. You two can get combos, well I can as well. Make sure they're still in it. He does drop it, but it's a lot of points he just got for his team. Misses on Skydiver SMH. Let's go there. And Maki.
The accuracies might be in favour of Indonesia, but
everyone's missing everywhere.
Yeah, the combos are definitely on the across the board in favour of Singapore. GS Blank had a big one, Sober did, Emilia did. Even if their accuracies are behind, it's the senior tactic. Get the combo. Zack the Act. There's definitely a map for that. $300k and no real combo to speak of.
Skydiver is there, but 200 combo on every player apart from Emilia.
You can see just how scary this map is. The highest score we have is 400k, and it's from the captain of this winning team, just to GS Blank. And Singapore have a point on the board. This wildcard pick, getting the job done for them. And they needed it too. They really, really needed it. But they're still behind, and Indonesia have the next picks. Still work to do for them. Nice 3 miss there from Sober Noodles, actually. Best miscount on the map from anyone. But you can see from that miscount, all of those Singaporean players, less than 10 misses. Indonesia, over 10 misses. All about that combo. What next for Indonesia then?
What next indeed? They've been dominant on the more mechanically focused picks. They could go with Kakashi Goto, they could go with maybe the Nomod 5 Owari Sugimushi. It was Tsumugishi, sorry. Hey, you choked that one up. Wasn't you this time.
Close enough. Better than what I can do. But yeah, in terms of like just the raw mechanics maps, apart from DT1, there aren't many. Maybe DT1 would be a solid choice for them, but they're not going to go for that. Yeah, here comes Katanov. Here comes the rhythm complexity on that hard rock pick. Long, burst streamy, kick slider. And a map that I think might be quite close between the two again.
Indonesia, definitely a known hard rock team.
Yeah. They did ban the Hard Rock 1, but they definitely had the players on it. They must have been spooked about Singapore or something.
It might have just even been a, we don't want to play anything generic. We don't feel like playing anything generic today.
That's true.
Might backfire on them. We have seen them playing really well on the more generic types of maps.
Yeah, it must have been a case of just not wanting to play it. The way they've been playing on those maps. I think you might have a point there, yeah. This map's anything but generic though. Like I said, compared to something like Hard Rock 1, I don't think there's a massive amount between these two on it. It's not a map that can split them too much. Although the way they've been playing so far, they have been the better team thus far. GS Blank should be quite decent on this. Very decent Hard Rock player. Hidden Hard Rock usually, but should be capable enough on this. Raindrop comes in for another map. Seems to be wanting to play the high approach rate things. This is actually Singapore's first actual Hard Rock pick as well. Haven't played one yet.
Interesting.
It's a lengthy map with plenty of time for comebacks to happen. A couple of break points, but a fairly intense map. Opening flurry, pretty difficult.
We do see 2 breaks on that intro. Possibly one of the hardest parts of the map, actually, in my opinion.
Yeah, definitely. This part, slightly easier. Only slightly, though. And it is still 3 FCs to 3. Minor combo lead here for Indonesia. But it is AK that's splitting them up. AK is rather in favour of Indonesia here. Those FCs doing well to hold combo, but they are definitely tanking the AK in favour of not missing on that Singaporean team during that intro.
They may have done so, but it is definitely keeping them in this. Oh, very unfortunate slider break from GS Blank. Does break one of their 2 combos.
Yeah, that one's gonna sting, really. It's only Soba Noodles left with the FC. As we get to another slightly easier part. Still, it's 3 FCs to 1. Indonesia sitting pretty. And those FCs, 98% and up. Relatively comfortable. Soba Noodles maybe holding on a little bit. But holding on he is.
Still got 1/3 of this map to go. There is potentially still time.
One of the FCs does drop here for Indonesia. Still 1/3 of the map to go. Those FCs need to drop soon though for Indonesia if Singapore want to hope. Soba Noodles is trying to make it happen. He's really giving it a go. His AK is tanking, but he's still FCing.
You can even see it in his score. He's about 100k down on SMH and Skydiver, the other 2 FCs on the board. There goes SMH.
Yeah, that's a slip up. Just 1 FC left. Rexy's recovering.
Yeah, on the other side, GS Blank recovering as well. Ryuza misses. Mirrored by Raindrop, who misses again. It looks to me as if there's no time left.
That's job done. Bit of an outro here. Can they finish off those scores? Couple of nice FCs on the board. Oh, Skydiver. No!
Oh, you had to say something.
I did. I couldn't help it, dude. It's a good score nonetheless. He got over 1 million. We'll give him it. Very nice stuff, though, from the Indonesian team. A solid victory. And that is match point. That pick does work out well for them. Whoopsie. Singapore with the next pick. Their tournament lives are on the line. They have to win 2 of their own picks and 1 of Indonesia's to take this to another TB. Still a spread of mods and map styles around. Mod. It's going to be their choice. Kakishigoto going with that Val map.
Quick pick for them. I did say I almost expected it at some point in this match.
The last free mod did go in favour of Singapore. Not by too much, and that was a very different map to this, but another one with an older style. Quite streamy. Quite awkward aimy. a bit of a neutral ground though, this. I feel like this is one of the more comfy maps, although this map certainly has its weird streams and weird patterns. It's another neutral one between the two. Both teams have perfectly capable mod players on something like this. And what we saw overmods on the low AR, right? I think this one's even more likely to see overmods. Especially from this Indonesian team that might rather take an AR-10 on a map like this.
Interesting to see who takes Hard Rock, who takes Hidden. It's a slightly larger circle size. I think it's 3.6. As well as being approach rate 9.2. Someone's going to have to tank the Hidden, but I feel like Indonesia are going to be all for taking Hard Rocks, overmodding this as well.
Yeah. Definitely expecting more than the one Hard Rock of this. I think the Hidden players might be similar to that AR-8 even. You can see a similar lineup coming out of Indonesia. Fuma took the Hidden last time. He is in the room now, joining in for this map, most likely to be their mod guy. Vexy's coming in for Ryuza though. So it is a slightly different lineup. It's a very different lineup from Singapore though. Soba Noodles and Raindrop coming in for this. Let's take a look then. Oh! Is that two Hiddens I see from Indonesia? It is. So they're overmodding, but not in the way we were thinking. Double Hidden.
That's very interesting. That's not something I'd expect to ever see from them.
Yeah, it's a little bit different. Perhaps Rexy's just would rather take Hidden. Fuma is the guy that came in for Hidden last time, but...
I mean, if you have someone who would rather take Hidden, surely you play another no-mod.
Yeah.
For safety. This isn't exactly a Hidden-friendly map. First break from SMH. Drops the 400 combo. Fuma had broke really early on, but not matter too much. Map at this length. Lock on Rexys have traded misses. And the lead is in the side of Singapore.
Yep. See the first chorus. I mean, it's a bit early for that, Amelia.
Yeah, I was about to mention that. Map's not over. The match isn't done. Tiebreaker hasn't been played yet.
Nah,
Remember, the match is never over until the last note of the tiebreaker.
Nah. I've seen the script. It's not over yet.
We got at least another 3 maps to go, you know?
Yeah. Still a very competitive match, though. You ain't gonna get very far, especially with those breaks. It's still big, though, for Singapore. 2 FCs to 1.
Lock on misses again. Rexys follows it up, though. That was a big combo for Indonesia. SMH stabilizing, managing to find combo.
Here comes this solo. Oh, there goes Amelia, though. It's combo advantage just about to Indonesia.
Oh, definitely now Soba Noodles breaks his FC. There's nothing left for Singapore. Only lock on with 200 combo. Couple of drops from Indonesia, but oh, SMH as well. It's just Fuma now on the board.
Yeah, they're all going, but as long as Fuma holds on, but he breaks. Oh no! Goodness me! Massive lifeline here for Singapore, but it's not over yet. It's even. Slight advantage for Singapore here, but it's not much.
Maybe about 70k. The combos are consistent, but they're not guaranteed. Raindrop drops. It's a stalemate.
Those breaks, yep. Just at the end of the map, they just about hold on. Just about. Well, the Stratacore near on the skin of their teeth. Goodness me, it looked like that was going to be over. That was a massive combo bearing down. Goodness me. Soba Noodles with another slider break. He is not having much luck with sliders today. That's his third fake S. Maybe even more than that. I might be missing one.
Definitely playing strongly, though.
He is. He is putting in a very good performance here. These Soba Noodles. Amelia with a nice 1k combo as well. And Fuma with a really good recovery. Very nearly won it there. Made a good fist of it. But it ended up being quite close. And this match continues. Final pick for Indonesia. And here comes that last DT pick. Makes sense. I think this was the most sensible pick.
Most definitely. But interestingly, from what I can remember about this, it's relatively standard as well.
Yeah,
same sort of style as No Mod 1, Hard Rock 1 in the same slot. So it's standard. It's nothing that isn't really seen in many DT maps.
Yeah, it does have a few settings that are a little bit strange, but nothing really that makes this a gimmicky map at all. Yeah, it's small circle size that being CS5, and its OD is slightly higher than maybe usual, but not really. It's AR7 or OD 7.6 base, so timing windows are kind of tight. I guess the biggest thing is that CS5, the slightly smaller circle size, but it is fairly standard stuff. But this sort of map is what Indonesia have built this big lead on. With the last pick, they might as well go with what's been working. The weirder things certainly haven't looked too comfortable.
So really seemingly not sure about playing this.
Yeah. There's some umming and ahhing. There's people dropping in and out.
This is, of course, quite possibly one of the most important maps to pick for Singapore. If they lose this, they're out. If they win this, they get one more pick into tiebreaker.
Yeah, it's important to get your team in order. Make sure you're getting the right people in. Looks like it is going to be Raindrop coming in for Soba Noodles here. He does return. We see Ruto come in for SMH. But apart from that, keeping the same lineup that they did for, Katanov.
What can we say about this map? 255 BPM.
Pretty quick. Plenty of burst streams too. Not nearly as much of a stamina map as other maps, but this map definitely has a lot of those streams into streams. So there is an element of that. The streams are very localized, mostly tapped, but you have those sections with the streams in that stand alone.
It is also CS5, you will notice. So we see a lot of misses come out on that first small chorus.
First chorus looking very good hit for Indonesia. 3-4 combos to them. Rexy's with just a little bit of a miss, holding good ack. Plenty of early misses from Singapore though. Just Emilia with an FC.
Ruto trades his full combo for lock-on's lower one. Slightly favourable trade for Singapore there. They need more than just that.
Really do.
And they get a little more than that. Reuser drops as well. Trades for lock-on.
I think that's the end of Indonesia's combo advantage. But they still have that lead. Skydiver needs to hold. Super important that he does.
Rexy's as well.
Slightly slower part here as well to bring it back. But if he breaks, there's some big combos waiting to bear down. Not much of the map left to go though.
Oh, those are hundreds, but doesn't quite drop his combo. Raindrop and lock-on both miss.
You'd think that's going to be it for the chances. They can't bring it back anymore. Even with Emilia's FC. It was a nice one too. Not going to be enough. And Indonesia lock it out. 6-3. And it's another solid performance on another intensive DT map. And that wraps up this match. Good games.
Very good game. Impressive showing from the Singapore side.
It was. They had some very strong solo performances and some pretty close matches that they've taken on those more gimmicky maps. They made it happen, especially on that low AR first pick as well. But it was just the raw ability on those harder maps.
Yeah, Indonesia were definitely on another level. They have the ability to hit those jumps, play the larger jumps, play the faster streams, and they definitely used it.
Yeah, solid picks on those. Playing to their strengths, as you do, and it worked well. Skydiver with some good runs. SMH with a very important FC on the Zutomayo map to give them that point. And some solid performances across the team to make this matchup good. Shoutouts though to Emilia for some good performances on the Singaporean team, and also Soba Noodles had a good showing here. But alas, we do say goodbye to them. It's been a pleasure having you. Hopefully we see Singaporean team back next year. They're ever present. It's always good to cast those guys. Hope you had a good time in the World Cup this year. In terms of Indonesia's next matchup, they wait for the result of the Brazil and Norway match, which happens later today. So they play the winner of that.
Regardless of that, that's going to be an interesting match as well. That's going to be a very high level one. In the losers bracket, no less. But we will be awaiting that.
I imagine it's a bit late for the Indonesian players to watch that, though. Might have to wait on the result next day. We'll see how it goes. But of course, on the stream, we have plenty more matches to bring you. You can see right there. The next one is another losers bracket matchup, and one I'm very curious about. That being China and Sweden. The old powerhouse of China versus the up-and-coming, very informed team of Sweden. Of course, that match is going to be brought to you by a new set of fancy lads. They'll be in a little bit. They'll be casted by this one guy and Will Stetson. Go from the UK to the US in the casting lounge here. They'll bring in the next block of matches for you, and some very good ones too. Very good set of matches to bring you this weekend. Plenty of matches to ruin your pick'ems on, if they weren't already ruined.
Definitely lots of excitement in these upcoming matches. I'm looking forward to this next match. I'll be watching this one. I'll also be watching the Netherlands-Italy match.
Yeah, that should be a very good matchup, actually. European matchup, Netherlands-Italy. Two very well-matched teams in terms of how they've been playing so far the last couple of weeks. Two teams full of very cool people. Also, that USA and Australia match, which happens 12 hours from now. Another very highly contested matchup.
I'm going to be watching that with vested interest. Australia are on form.
Yeah,
the powerhouse Korea.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people, I guess, would have saw that as an upset, and I guess it kind of was, considering the pedigree of that team. But this Australian team just has so many well-known players in it now.
It was a very high-level match as well.
It really was.
Lots of two-way, lots of three-way FCs in that one.
What was it like in terms of like the raw stats? Weren't like South Korea and Australia like the 4th and 3rd highest performing teams?
It might have even been, yeah. I could believe that.
Yeah, it was incredibly high level. An excellent match to watch. They'll need to bring that A game if they want to try and topple this US team, though. Not the easiest run for Australia, but if they can pass that gauntlet, then goodness knows what they could do. I think that'll be a good match. I think they're going to surprise some people. That happens in 12 hours at 3:30 UTC. Of course, if you are following on with the OS World Cup, vested interest in your team, you want to give them some support, give them some warm fuzzy feelings, you can purchase a banner to support your team that goes at the top of your profile page. The team will see it and they'll be like, hell yeah, these guys believe in us. And that's a good thing. Help support the game, and if you predict the team right, you get to keep that banner after the fact and show that you predicted it right. Anyways, looks like we're going to be switching over to the next casting group. Mr. This One Guy and Mr. Will Stetson. How you doing, guys?
Hey, good morning.
Hey, we're doing pretty good.
It's good morning. It's 3 p.m., sir.
Yep. Nope. This is officially now a morning stream as the NA casters take over. It now goes back in time to the morning.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Okay. I can. You do sound tired.
Get the coffee.
Yeah, it's okay. He's secretly really excited for this China versus Sweden
this
match.
is just a farce.
Oh, okay. Yeah, false sense of security. The excitement level of the stream is about to explode.
It really is. This is shaping up to be one of the closer matches in this tournament. So I hope that people are excited.
It's going to be good. We'll leave you guys to it. Catch you guys later.
All right.
Take
Thank
care.
you guys. Have a good one. All right. So yeah, I am this one guy. He's Will Stetson.
I
We're
am.
We're gonna be bringing you guys China versus Sweden coming up in just a couple minutes, which I think promises to be a banger of a match based on their performance in the previous rounds. Do you have any thoughts on this banger of a matchup, Mr. Will Stetson, as we do see the teams lineups on the screen?
I think it can go. I think it's definitely a match that can go. It's one of those matches that there's no clear winner. I don't think, just from the rosters on paper. A lot of these rosters, are pretty balanced. I would say, like you have your players on each team that are like
I guess, a bit more notable from community tournaments. But everyone's skill set is pretty much matched, I would say, from these two. There's no way to tell who's going to be winning this match, I don't think.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you kind of, I think, default to favoring China in this matchup just based on their history in OS World Cup, right? You've got, you know, guys like Crystal, you've got guys like Dunai, GGVY who've been around. But Sweden, I mean, they've been looking pretty decent. They had the closest matchup of the round of 32 against France. They kind of put the beat down on Turkey last week in the round of 16 in the losers bracket. You know, and they've got a lineup that has been performing, I think, kind of above its weight class.
Yeah, definitely. That also is in part to players like Reedcat really like blowing up over the last few months, I would say. Like, he's been ranking up like crazy, improving at like a ridiculous rate, even though it's been a bit like unnoticed to many in the public eye just because of players like Baxay and Whitecat taking up the spotlight from like their insane standard performance in the last few months. But Reedcat has also been doing work, along with players like FCOC and Sonics doing really exemplary work in the standard field. I don't know how I don't know how I'm talking like this. Yeah, I'm talking like they're rocket scientists, but you see what I'm saying.
They have been advancing the field of OSU standard quite far. No, but they actually, I mean, last week, Blue actually played incredibly well. Sonics played incredibly well. I think they both were up over 85% max score, so basically a representation of how they performed versus the max possible. They were two of the higher players, especially in the losers bracket. Meanwhile, really the only person to come close to that performance from China was Crystal, and he is the one you're going to see kind of that you're going to recognize as the main carry from China. He's been around the scene forever, putting up incredible performances in tournament after tournament. So
right, and of course, also for those of you who aren't as versed in community tournaments, there's also a newish player to look out for, Sugiro Kanade. Or not Sugiro Kanade.
Well, he is a newish player. Sugiro Kanade is a newer player, but not.
He is newer, but I was referring to Play Offline with his rename.
Yeah, Ebisuzawa Kurumi.
Yeah, Kurumi.
Or the artist formerly known as Play Offline.
Yes, very established Chinese tournament player.
Yeah, he is. If we'd seen Start, we would have had like the ultimate like 4-digit tournament duo with Start and Ebisuzawa Kurumi. Unfortunately, Start did not play this year's OS World Cup, but we get one half of that group.
Sugiro Kanade as well is a part of that. It was like a very integral part of that duo, but it was turning it into a trio. Like they all tend to play a lot of tournaments together, so their synergy tends to be pretty good. And once you compare that with the raw skill of Crystal, Maijo Miku, GGBY, you have definitely a formidable team. But with the work that Sweden's been doing over the last few months, I think that this still could go pretty much any way.
And I think one thing that's interesting to note, talking about the work Sweden's been doing, so China lost 5-1 last week. Sweden won 5-1 last week. So in those matches, they had two maps in common. They both played the Nomad 1, and they both played the Nomad 3, which would be, of course, the Butao Tome map and then the Kodama by Camellia map. Sweden actually won both of the maps they had in common. The first one by over 1 million points, and the second by about 400,000. So the only way we have of directly comparing the teams from the last round would be the maps that they have in common, and Sweden won both of them. So not an insignificant point to note, I don't think.
Oh, no, it's certainly not. It's actually, I think, pretty telling of what's going to be happening in this match, especially since the nerves are going to be a little bit higher. And actually, no. What am I saying? Nerves could play a huge part in this match. I don't know, because the pool is getting a lot harder, so even the slightest bit of shake is going to throw off anyone who's not completely ready, or something like that. And it looks like we already got through, I believe that was China's warm-up.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to be putting in Sweden's now.
Yeah, Sweden warm up. Longtar Ilsomeren. I cannot pronounce that, but
I'm not gonna even try because I don't really feel like getting flamed by Sweden when they watch the VODs that they're watching on the side for being not able to pronounce whatever that is.
But yeah, what do you think we're going to be expecting to see from picks and bans from each team? I think that's also a bit up in the air.
Yeah, so I think it's actually hard to say, right? So we did expand the pool and the best of this week. We added a map in each mod pool, and we expanded the best of from best of 9 to best of 11. So you end up with some more options to choose from, and I think we have a pretty varied pool. And I think both of these teams are pretty diverse in terms of skill set. If you look through their matches, they've been playing pretty much everything. We've seen some nomads, we've seen some pins, we've seen some double times. China does not seem to favor Hard Rock, so I think they may avoid the Hard Rock pool. But otherwise, and with this being the first match that I'm being involved in today, it's a little harder to see kind of what the popular picks are so far. But I think these are two teams that they can really pick from just about anything because they're very diverse in terms of skill sets.
Yeah, they're both very well balanced teams. Yeah, I think the one map I'm looking forward to seeing potentially would be Heart of Night from the DT pool, the incredibly stamina-based double time area 0.7 Chaoslets. I'm not sure if we've seen that yet. I have to take a look at the match results from the previous matches. But yeah, I think that particularly is going to be a very hotly contested pick.
I think Heart of Night's been a very heavy ban. You had it
unsurprising, sadly.
It was banned by New Zealand against Poland. It was banned by Japan against South Korea. It was banned by Singapore against Indonesia. So I think, if anything, it might be a ban. But I don't know that I think of these teams as being super DT focused. So it may end up being left up, but it's hard to say for sure at this point.
Yeah, I think it ultimately depends how many. I think it's not going to be a first pick for sure. So if it's left up, it's probably going to be picked more towards the end of the match, if it goes to that point.
Yeah, I think both of these teams have kind of been leaning into Nomad a bit with their early picks. So, maybe something like even Despair Valkyria with the Nomad 1, the Nekomata Master Track would be super cool. Or I really just want to see Kansaite Kuyashiwa because I love Zutomayo. I just want the pick for the song.
A banger. And I guess, okay, I was going to say Despair of Valkyria was also a bit shorter, so there might be a higher chance of us seeing it, but I'm wrong. It's still 4 minutes long, so it's possible that we don't see that. I think a ban on that would be honestly more likely than seeing a Heart of Night ban from either of these teams.
Yeah, and actually, I think that was banned in Indonesia versus Singapore by Indonesia, but it was picked in the Hong Kong versus Austria match, excuse me. And
that's surprising.
So it hasn't really been heavily involved so far. So maybe teams may be moving away a little bit from the Nomad 1.
Yeah, it's possible. I think it's also going to be interesting to see whether or not Sonnen actually makes an appearance within either of these matches that we're going to be working with today.
I want some movement mapping in my
I am a big movement mapper advocate, so I'm very excited to see. Also, you can never go wrong with Sheena Ringo, so I think it is going to be, regardless of how well they perform, it's still going to be nice to see how they perform. All right, it looks like that is going to be it for warm-up.
Yeah, let's say, can we come into the end of the second warm-up, which we succeeded in talking over entirely, thankfully.
Yeah.
Or not, depending on your opinion of the song. We'll be getting into the roles, and then our bands, which, of course, are going to be a little adjusted this week as well for anybody just tuning in. Going to 2 bands per team in a 1-1-2-2 fashion, right? So the first team bans one map, the second team bans both of their bands, and then the first team bans their final ban. So a little bit different in terms of ban order than maybe we're used to seeing. see if that affects the banning strategies at all.
Potentially, and I think there's only going to be, if we do wind up going to tiebreak, there'll only be 3 maps remaining in the pool once we get to that point. So we're going to be seeing what people are a bit weaker at, I suppose, in the long run, if it ever gets a tiebreaker. And it looks like Team Sweden wins the roll. Wait, that is no, that is not right. Team China won the roll. I did not see the chat.
We'll see here.
We just had 3 Swedish players.
Yeah, Sweden did win the roll.
Oh, Sweden did win the roll.
With the roll win, you decide the pick order. The whoever loses the roll decides the ban order. So Crystal is going to select to ban first. So that's me banning first and fourth from Team China. Sweden will be banning second and third. So, like I said, I'm curious to see if that affects the strategy of the ban phase, having the 2 bans in a row from the second team rather than having them just straight alternating through like we typically see in most tournaments.
I'm honestly not too convinced that it's going to have that big of an issue because, like I said, these teams are pretty heavily balanced. They're pretty balanced all around. But like you said, China not as favored on Hard Rock, so I think we're going to be seeing Hard Rock bans from them either way. And I think Sweden probably knows that, so they might try and stay away from a Hard Rock ban, unless it gets to the point where they do not have anything else that they're weak at.
I think, and it's interesting, teams that are quote unquote bad at Hard Rock, it can be bad in like different ways. Like some teams are uncomfortable with CS 6.5 with the small circles. Some teams are, less comfortable with like Hard Rock aim. But China is going to actually first ban the Nomad 1, so we don't get to see that. Unfortunate.
We predicted correctly. That's 1 for 1.
Yeah, so it's going to be the big aim map that is a little bit higher BPM, I think, than your standard Nomad 1. It's a 200 BPM Nomad 1 pick.
Potential strategy from China there, they might think that their raw, I do believe that their raw skill is slightly higher than that of Team Sweden just based on like stats alone. So what they're thinking is was that Sweden might have tried to pick the consistency map to sort of pray that they just get a random break due to a lapse in concentration potentially, and it's just a point stolen. So makes sense to see that ban. And then DT3 going to be the ban coming out from Sweden. The Hag map, that is the 10.3 pick out of the pool. Guess that Sweden not exactly the strongest team on DT, which means we could also see Heart of Night getting a ban as well, because that is one of the more mechanically challenging maps within the pool.
Yeah, it depends on kind of their reasoning for the Koei ban, whether it's because it's 10.3 or just because it's DT, as to whether they might ban another DT pick as well, or go somewhere different. And that one's an interesting one because I feel like that's kind of more of like it's like a slider, it's like a modern kind of slider heavy aim map. They're gonna ban They're gonna ban Hidden 2, so that's gonna be the Air 8 Hidden Butao Otome, mapped by Ice Calt.
Air 8, no.
Goodbye to the Air 8 Hidden. It's got some perfect overlaps, got some awkward stream patterns. They don't want to see those. So it's kind of 2 very different skill sets that Sweden is deciding to ban out here. They're banning Air 10.3 and they're banning Air 8 Hidden. So about the opposite end of the spectrum there.
Yeah. Suppose they're not as comfortable on lower AR reading maps, which means... Actually, never mind. I was going to say something about Nomad 6, but I don't think that is actually that comparable. And yeah, that's a 2 for 4. We do see Team China, second ban going to be Hard Rock. Hard Rock 1, the Hard Rock aim map. Looks like they're not as comfortable on things that are just raw aim. So it seems like...
Yeah, that's just...
They know Sweden's strong point.
Literally 2 just straight up aim maps that China ban.
Blue saying he's no longer going to play in this tournament.
Yep, I guess he's an aim player.
Aim player.
Judging by that. Aim players in 2019, by the way, you ban out Nomad 1 and Hard Rock 1, and they no longer get to play the match. So goodbye. Have a great day. Enjoy playing Nomad 1s in solo play and hoping for the best with your team.
And just like that, we're going to be seeing the first pick headed over to the Swedish team. What are you thinking for picks at first? I feel like we might be seeing potentially a Nomad come out first, since I did wind up banning Hidden.
Yeah, something like a Midnight City Warfare or Kansai Teikuya Shiwa wouldn't be overly surprising. Kind of the non-standard, you know, like you were talking about, the team banning just the kind of not like quote-unquote generic aim maps. So maybe they'll want to go in a completely different direction with their picks. That would be maybe not too surprising to see one of those non-traditional kind of Nomad, like tech or like slider heavy alt maps, something like that.
Or Sonen movement mapping. I would very much like to see a Nomad 6 pick come out. It's sure to be interesting from both sides, because I don't think there's any specific team that's really, really good at movement maps. But it looks like Team Sweden going to be coming out with Nomad 5 for their first pick, the Nomad Speed map. Lass's Extra.
Yes.
Ice Call set.
This is an interesting... It's an LMT set.
Yeah, LMT set rather. I can't talk.
It's 250 BPM. It's 3.5 minutes long. It's circle size 3, so they're slightly larger circles. I feel like, you know, this is kind of just like, it's a consistently difficult pick. You know, it's got some kind of control aim. It's got some more difficult bursts. Like you said, it's 250 BPM, so not slow. It is
certainly not.
It is definitely quick, especially to start a match off with the 250 BPM.
Yeah, it's weird that we're going to be seeing this without, like, I understand that obviously they did go through their warm-up picks, but just from looking at the stream, didn't look too like, you don't warm up with those warm-ups. So it's really weird to be seeing the speed pick coming out as the first map in this match. I guess maybe Sweden's strategy is that they're hoping Team China isn't too warm yet for speed. And they might have, I don't know, gotten to it. Worth noting also that Sonic's pretty good at higher BPM. So
you're saying he lives up to his name?
Yes. Gotta go fast.
Not to be confused with the mapper, Gotta Go Fast.
No.
Because that is an actual username as well. Sonics is just Sonics, and he's Gotta Go Fast.
Yes. And we're going to be getting into it pretty quickly here. Not too much of a delay.
Yeah, so we've got GGBY, David, Ku2, Terrary, and Crystal. Crystal, I think, will probably be in for every map. Gotta expect. Against Saika, Reedcat, Blue, and Sonics. And here we go. Show some support in the chat for your favorite team as we get into our first map of this match. Get our Chinese flags and Swedish flags out for the lads as they start this one off with first pick from Sweden. This will be definitely a good test to see how warmed up the players are coming into this one. I think, like you said, it's not always that you see a 250 BPM as the first pick. And Reedcat and Blue both finding a break on that early burst there.
Yeah, does not bode well for Team Sweden. If this is what's going on this early into the match, Sonic and Reedcat breaking again as well. If this is what's happening this early into the match, or into the map rather, then this could bode not very well for their first pick. Yeah, and Saika missing as well.
Yeah, I mean, Sonics is the only combo left already for Sweden. Now, this is a decently long map, but China still has 4 FCs going, and Sweden has none left. We're not even a quarter of the way in yet.
Yeah. Anything could happen with Team China, so it's not really a wise idea to count Sweden out yet. This is one of the longer maps too, 3.5 minutes long, and no breaks either.
They're getting these combos back together though. Our team Sweden heading into the kind of first KI. Yeah. And that's gonna be the first break for China.
Yeah, Terry, first break. But GGBY, David, and Crystal holding strong.
And this is one where, David Ku missing.
David dropping. Yeah.
What's interesting is, like, I feel like the choruses on this are the parts that you really shouldn't be missing on. They're the easier sections of this map compared to these longer bursts and slightly difficult kind of control aim sections in some of the verses. That's gonna be another break from Sonics, though.
Sonics, and that is their high FC gone. That is gonna be pretty devastating in the long run for their total score.
It is staying very, very close though with that combo advantage. David finding another miss, and that might be enough kind of slow the tide here. It might see Sweden able to take the lead back, or at least very close to it. These combos are pretty similar.
But when blue with a break, that's going to be pretty bad for them. If Crystal or GGBY does not break, then they're only going to start increasing the score gap.
Yeah, and this is at a point where, oh, there's David missing again, but not going to be the end of the world. This is at a point where ReedCat and Saika really absolutely have to keep their combos up. They cannot afford a break from either of those two longer combos on the Swedish side.
And now that they're in a break, they can probably see, unless they have it skinned out, how their score is doing relative to the other team. So nerves are going to start to kick in here. You can start to see ReedCat with a little bit of shake there.
Yeah, we're definitely looking for shakes on these longer sliders, see how people are feeling. China looking mostly pretty calm.
Yeah. Tournament experience will do that for you. Oh, Crystal dropping a little bit of ack on that stream, but still going to be holding his FC there with 96 ack.
It's going to be another break from blue. And Saika breaks. That's one of those two long combos from Sweden gone as we go into the last guy. That might be the death knell. GGBY though.
But with Blue's combo gone and Sonic's with not that good of a supporting combo, don't think this is going to be enough to bring it back, unfortunately.
It's going to be a little tighter at the end than I think China would have liked, because GGBY and David Koo both finding late breaks here, but not going to be enough, I don't think, for Sweden to bring it back. Unless something really tragic happens in the end here.
Very solid FC from Crystal, however, and a very good combo from ReedCat with only a small break in the beginning.
And Crystal showing off why he's been China's consistent MVP in most of their matches. A little bit lower accuracy, but the FC is what matters. He does have the highest score in the map by about 80,000 points, and that's going to help China to 1-0 early break point.
No slider ins dropped either. Very, very interesting for a map like that with pretty fast kick sliders.
Yeah, the slider in the Kiais, and then the buzz sliders and kick sliders in some of the other sections of the map. Very impressive from Crystal.
Yeah. All right, so we're going to be going into China's next pick. That's the first break point immediately. After that, I think it would probably be wise to see China pick DT here, maybe. Now that they know that Sweden isn't as consistent on high BPM.
We'll say shoutouts to Sonics living up to his name. 99.45 act, best in lobby by like 3%.
And we see your boy.
Yes! Let's go! I was right. Tsutomayo kantaete kuyashi wa gera gera. I love this song. It's so good.
It's so good. And I wonder if we're going to be seeing... We do see Ebi Suzuki. We see Kurumi playoff Lion coming into the lobby. Worth noting, he did have a pretty solid FC on this in a community tournament not too long ago, less than a month ago. So very, very wise to see him come in for a pick like this. And I think we're going to be seeing another roster change from Team Sweden as well. Looks like Saika headed out. Not sure who's going to replace him on a pick like this.
Also, I will note, looking at the leaderboard on this map briefly, Crystal just did set a top 20 play with a 99.59% accuracy FC about 4 hours ago this morning.
Wow.
So Crystal's ready to go.
And we see Coach coming in for Team Sweden in place of Saika. The song is so good.
I'm gonna be too busy just listening to this song to commentate this one. I love Tsutomayo so much. But we'll see how this one goes. This is a map where it's easy to trip up just about anywhere, but China with the first pick, you know that they're probably pretty confident with it.
There is no free combo in this map. If you do not have an absolutely laser focus for a map like this, you're in for a bad time.
So it's going to be getting into it. Yeah, getting started. It's going to be Abisawa, Kurumi, David, Koo, Teruri, and Crystal taking on Sonic's recap with Coach. So we get through a little lag there at the beginning. We're good now. We'll be able to see, I think, pretty quickly on a map like this how comfortable everyone feels with it. Just based on, you know, kind of the accuracy and their aim control comfort. Early break from Abisuzawa Kurumi, so you might have jinxed him a little bit, Will.
Oh, yeah. Well, my stream is not working. Oh, there we go. Never mind. Just my computer.
I think we're good.
Yeah, we're good. We're good. Yeah,
it's gonna be early advantage to Sweden with the one person holding about a 150 combo lead with that early break from Kurumi, but ton of map to come here. This one is another 3, just under 4-minute long pick actually. So as you said, lots of places to break, and a pretty long song makes for a tense experience for both the players and the viewers.
Yeah. Sweden looking pretty comfortable on this though. High accuracy all around.
2 players still over 99%.
Meanwhile, we have playoff line Abisuzawa Kurumi with a solid 91% accuracy right now.
He does not have enough.
Oh, that's right. He did break early. Yeah.
Oh, it's gonna be a break from Blue, misaiming that last split stream, but Crystal and Coach gonna immediately trade another break. Boy, they got through the Ki and then missed right after it. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, that's a weird break point, actually. And yeah, we're now going to be seeing combo advantage shift back in favor to China. Although Kurumi, with that just really low accuracy in comparison to the rest of the lobby, going to be bringing down China's score by a considerable amount in this early part of the map.
Yeah, I mean, he has a score that's actually about 100,000 lower than a lot of people. Ooh, Sonic's finding
the break. That is not
so they
good.
are down to just one combo. This is going to flip over to the Chinese side.
Yeah,
and there's another break from
resetting
Sonics and Coach.
again. David breaking.
But David breaks. So one of those 2 FCs gone from the side of China. Terrori still has his FC intact. Kurumi with the low accuracy high combo. We'll see if that's enough to keep this lead in place.
That combo is going to be really important once we get to the end stage of the map.
This is like Aristia mode. Where you just say, screw Ack, I'm just holding combo. It's working out for him, though. China maintaining about 100,000 point lead here. They do still have the combo advantage. Reedcat still on the FC for Sweden, matching up against Terry with about 1% higher Ack as well. Sonics and Coach trying to build their combos back up to match David and Crystal's best again, but that's Coach.
Another break.
And
right around here is where we're going to be seeing Kurumi's score sort of shoot up if he maintains this combo.
This last Ki is going to be very important.
Oh, and he breaks! That is going to... Oh, I'm so sorry, Kurumi. That is going to absolutely destroy his score, actually.
Oh, and Terry breaks as well. That's the FC going from China.
Oh my gosh, and Kurumi breaking yet again. Reedcat, Blue, and Sonic's going to be the ones they're going to try and reduce the score gap, but Reedcat breaking his FC!
Sonic's breaks as well. That's a big combo.
That's probably it.
It's Crystal versus Blue, the only combos left in the map now. As long as they both hold on, the score is going to stay solid to the very end. That was
breaking.
Oh, and Blue is gone. That's going to decide it. That'll be China taking this one on this big combo from Crystal. And the best Ack on the map as well, 99.25. Well, it was almost a last-second comeback from Sweden, but Crystal denying them any chance at a last-moment victory. Reedcat with the S rank. Just the one slider break there at the end. Meanwhile, Kurumi puts up a B rank, but a 1255 combo is not anything to be sneezed at.
Certainly not. And I'm not even sure if Reedcat had a seed that they would have still won. I do not think that his score would have been high enough with that accuracy.
Yeah, it would have been close though.
Yeah, it would have been really close.
The final margin of victory was only 172,000. So Reedcat with an FC, let's say he gets up around 930k, and then maybe Blue doesn't break at the end. It could have been very, very tight if just a couple things had gone a little differently.
Yeah, and after that, not sure what we're going to be seeing from Sweden for their next pick. Maybe they'll stick with Nomad. Could go for over the top. They could also go with a hidden one. No hidden maps picked yet. Or Nomad. Not too sure.
Yeah, I mean, with only 2 picks having come out so far, there's a lot still open. They were both Nomads. And I'm curious what the reasoning was behind that no mod 5 pick for Sweden, because that could give us a clue as to kind of the next pick they might go with, whether it was for the high BPM or for the burst heavy nature of that map. You know, depending, maybe they want to go with something like DT1 or DT2 that are kind of a little stream heavy in the DT pool. Yes, they banned DT3, but it's a completely different kind of map from those other two, so hard to say for sure.
Looks like we need to be swapping the team colors here, just because I think that there were a couple of difficulties with the MP link. The teams having opposite colors, but it's gonna be coming out with DT2, the Senya map.
Hey, I did it.
You did do it.
So, I did the thing. So DT2 Senya DT is you know, it's an older style map. It's you know, got that kind of longer stream nature to it. It's also the lowest approach rate of the DTs. It's the only one that's under AR10. So it's the highest star rating, interestingly enough. 6.64 stars.
Yeah, and it looks like we're going to be seeing another roster change. Saika going to be swapping in for Sweden. And My Angel Miku going to be coming in for Crystal. For Team China. Very interesting. Yeah, and also GGBY going to be coming back in for a for Ebisusu Kurami. Interesting roster changes.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of expected to see Crystal just playing everything because he's the best player on their team, but maybe just not quite as comfortable with the high BPM stream heavy DT pick.
I suppose not.
You know, it's one of those kind of niche, not necessarily niche skill sets, but it's definitely one that not everyone necessarily possesses.
Yeah, I believe this one's pretty physically, like mechanically intensive. So maybe Crystal not too warm for something like that right now. Not too sure.
I think we're just getting the teams arranged properly for colors and such, and then they'll be set to get going on map number 3 here. Sweden really, I think, needs this one pretty badly. They don't want to fall behind the early 2 break point, so hopefully this one works out for them.
Certainly not.
A little bit better than their previous.
Yeah, because Team China is another team that once they have momentum, it is very, very hard to stop them in a tournament setting.
Let's find out if Sweden can do just that. Just going to be looking out mostly, I think, for those longer streams. You know, 240 BPM isn't too uncomfortable for single tap patterns, but on these longer bursts, it can definitely be easy to break. So we do see the early miss from Terry on the China side. My Angel Miku following right up, and David right there after. All right, so
one FC remaining.
So it's working out okay. Sonic's maintaining the Hayak and Saika maintaining the SS. So Sweden clearly more comfortable with the early stages of this pick.
These linear patterns also nothing to sneeze at, especially at this BPM. Linear patterns become infinitely more difficult. But My Angel Miku going to be breaking on that long stream there. GGBY breaking too. I think that's actually every FC gone from China immediately in this first third of the map.
I mean, this one... yeah, so... Sweden doing okay here.
Yeah, this seems to have been a good pick. This might have been a wiser first pick, honestly. But Recat and Coach breaking there.
China has
2 FCs immediately.
Okay, China has no FCs, and they're all at 93% accurate or lower. So I mean, Sweden's got a little bit of room to work with here.
Yeah, safe to say Sweden, I don't think should be too worried about the result of this map specifically.
Halfway through 400k lead, they're doing okay for themselves, I would say. The only real concern would be if, like, China would literally have to, like, FC the rest of the map, and Sweden would just have to kind of fall apart completely. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness.
That is a, tournament client.
A little bit of tournament client lag here.
Well, it looks like we're back.
What's that?
Sorry about that. And Sonics with that very, very good accuracy FC right here. Saika not too far behind in comparison to China. China seemed to be having a bit of trouble in the accuracy department for this map, but Terry still holding a combo.
This may explain why Germany picked and won 2 DTs against China last week.
Saika breaking FC though.
Unfortunate. 1FC at most remaining now for Sweden.
Yeah.
Mine's only finding another break.
Again. Don't think that this is going to be going over to Team China.
There's not really any room for a comeback here.
Yeah, we have 500,000 score difference. It's pretty much it.
Will we see the FC from Sonics? We do. Very good performance from him. 98.5 accuracy.
And shaking like a mad lad as soon as the spinner hits. Boy, oh boy, you could tell he was nervous there, but a really good performance from him. 98.5 FC, significantly higher than everyone else in the lobby. Yeah, you can tell he was nervous for that one.
Sonic's quietly performing very, very well, or not so quietly now. Very, very well for Sweden, both last week and today so far. It's a good win for them to kind of try to claw their way into the early stages of this match.
Halting the train that is Team China. Gonna be see if they can break them on this next point. Because I also think that once China loses momentum, it's very hard for them to get it back. Yeah, Team China gonna be coming out with the next pick here. Maybe we will be seeing something a bit more reading intensive, because I think that Sweden kind of won the brute force mechanical map.
Yeah, I think safe to say Sweden might have a bit of an advantage on the high BPM in the streams. So with the Nomad 4, maybe you go back and go to Nomad 3, go to Midnight City Warfare, the tech pick, or even Sonnen just for you, Will.
Yes, I want Sonnen.
Or I don't know how so Sweden banned the Air 8 hidden, which does mean that you're gonna have the CS5 Air 8 free mod available. If you think that that's a viable pick into a team that bans the Air 8 hidden only map. So Nanatsu Sakura could potentially be an option we see at some point, depending on how China feels on that pick.
Could also see something like Hakushito come out with a bit more awkward aim, modern day Val map.
Yeah, Hakushito does another higher BPM one though. I mean, it's only 200, I guess, so it's not insane, but.
And Hidden 3.
I don't think China seems to favor the high BPM. Hidden 3, so that's going to be Unpleasant Sonata.
Hidden speed map.
Huh. So
that's interesting.
You lose a 240 BPM DT map and immediately pick a 224 BPM hidden map.
I think that they're banking on Team Sweden not being too great at AR9 hidden. At such a high BPM, this map is pretty dense as well, so this could actually favor China. It's entirely possible that this isn't going to be too advantageous for Team Sweden. And Nitro is going to be coming in, notably one of their better hidden players. And Crystal going to be coming right back in for GGBY on Team China as well.
Nitro's is legitimately one of the, I think, most underrated older map and awkward gimmicky hidden map players out there. The dude has some ridiculous scores on that type of stuff.
Yeah, Nitro's is very good, but I'm not too familiar with how good his speed is. So I'm not sure how he's going to do on this. He can definitely read it, but I'm not sure how he's going to do in the mechanical area of this map.
Yeah, it's tricky because of you've got a lot of kind of finger control, you've got some buzz sliders, bursts, and then that ending of this is actually pretty nuts with the longer streams.
The ending an absolute killer. I think I'll be very surprised if we do not see an 8-way no-fail for a map like this.
Yeah, if you fall off one of those streams even slightly, if you finger lock or something, you're just gone.
Yeah. Yeah, this is the type of map where any mistake is you failed a map.
Hey,
especially with the amount of streams.
Your score is
your score
worth what it's supposed
0.
to be because we have no fail. Yeah, it's gonna be.
And we do see 8-way no fail.
No big surprise there, and we'll see here. China can win their second pick in a row, give themselves a 3-1 lead. Sweden still looking for that breakpoint back to tie it up.
Sonics and Crystal breaking immediately. Not on one of the harder patterns either, which is kind of surprising, especially from Crystal. Not sure how Sonics' hidden reading is. So, but
David really break as well,
Blue
but
as
Blue
well.
Matching it. This is one of those it's another one where it's easy enough to break on just about anything, especially with hidden. Mindful Miku finding a break, David finding another
Yeah, David not doing too well on this so far. Nitro is destroying this map right now with a 99% FC. Coach not too far behind either.
Terry
and Coach and Nitros. Every FC is now gone.
There's no combo.
Yeah,
there's no combo between at all.
Crystal gonna be bringing it back now single-handedly for Team China, but Miku really not able to just hold a combo here. Gonna be bringing down Crystal's efforts just a little bit here.
So Terry does have a combo as well. It looks like we may have had a phantom miss in the client on his part. So that's gonna be 3 pretty big combos still alive for China, as it turns out, and they're gonna be able to run this lead out a bit now. A couple 100,000 points in the clear as we reach the halfway point.
And Terry and Crystal. Oh my gosh!
Everyone
breaks except for Nitro.
Oh my gosh! Sonics. Everyone breaks except for Sonics and David. Yes. Miku had broken a little bit before. I don't know if that really counts because he made it through that pattern, but he had broken just before it.
We could see we're talking about as well. The ending of this map is when we could see an 8-way int. It is entirely possible everyone just completely misses all the streams and their score just tanks.
Yeah,
that
you
is a thing that can happen.
Score if you miss.
You
on
lose
the
a lot of score if you miss the end.
China has a big lead though. It's 300,000 points. I don't know if it's gonna make a big difference. Let's find out here as we go into the long streams and kick sliders.
Oh, and all of them break.
Yeah. Everybody misses except for David and Coach. David misses too.
Oh,
Coach, the
my
only
goodness!
Ending.
A 500K
That is what we
win.
expect out of that map, man.
Yeah, and blue with only B rank, surprisingly, even though we didn't see too great of accuracy in the first part of that map, everyone's still able to hold the A rank, even though, mind you, Miku just barely able to hold on with a 92.7.
I'm surprised he didn't get a B rank just based off that 50 count alone.
Yeah,
that's a bit unlucky, but China manages to hold on.
And David, although he missed quite a bit at the beginning there, still pulls out the highest score in the lobby with 650K.
China looks pretty decent there, actually, with David, Crystal, and Terry all having very solid scores.
Yeah, that was definitely a good pick for China.
Yeah, I mean, China had 3 scores that were higher than the highest score from Sweden. So clearly a pick that worked well for them.
Yeah, just goes to show, even though Sweden did sort of dominate there at the beginning, never really a good idea to assume victory very early into the map. Especially with a map like this where you can just break at any time. A lot of these maps actually really don't have too many free combo portions. Most of them are pretty intense throughout the entirety of the song.
That's what you want to see, I think, right? You want to be able to test the consistency. You don't like seeing too much free combo in
certainly,
especially not in the quarterfinals round like this. It's very good that we have a lot of consistent difficulty.
Of course.
Now I wonder if we're going to see another DT pick here from Sweden. If we're going to see Sakimori Renka or Heart of Night, which are fundamentally pretty different maps, but both I think maybe favor them a little bit if they can replicate the performance from Magica.
I think that Heart of Night specifically would heavily favor Sweden because I don't think that China has any players that other than Crystal. I don't think they have players that are going to be able to maintain both AC and combo on a map like that. But
they're going to go somewhere completely different.
Fremod 1, yeah, we can just well with the foam map and Fremod going to be coming out.
Yeah, so this is Tokyo Starlight. It's going to be
featured artist song.
Featured artist Hyun. It's a collab by Schoolboy and Pho, actually. So it's reasonable, I think. There are some very, very difficult patterns in this one, though, especially as you get toward the ending. I think it kind of has this progressive difficulty scaling towards the end of the map. Of course, as a reminder for free mods, you have to have 1 hidden and 1 hard rock at a minimum. Hidden only, and hidden and hard rock, or just hard rock. Which you might have to have somebody just tank because there's some patterns in this that are really, really tough.
Very challenging. Yeah, and Fuzi going to be making his first appearance for Team Sweden. And looks like Ebisuzu Kurumi going to be coming right back in for Team China. interesting. We're probably going to be seeing Fuzi tank Hard Rock, I would imagine. I don't think he would be playing Hidden. But I guess we're going to see once this map gets underway.
And this is one that we've seen banned a couple times already today. We saw Poland ban this against New Zealand. I believe we saw... Oh, it's a different Tokyo. So I think it was just the one... I think it's been like one pick, one ban. It's not been the most popular of the picks. So it'll be interesting to see here as we get underway what the mod choices are without a lot of data to pull from. Looks like it's going to be a hidden Hard Rock on My Angel Miku, a hidden only on David, a Hard Rock on Sonics, and a hidden on Saika. So it is going to be kind of what you'd expect. One Hard Rock, one hidden, and then 2 no mods for each team because it's a very tricky map with mods on.
Yeah, I guess it does make sense that we're seeing Sonic go Hard Rock instead of Fuzi. Fuzi actually more competent in no mod than he is at Hard Rock, at least from solo play.
Yeah, and this is one where I think you have to keep your combo through the first, like, probably third half of the map because it does not get easy after that. It gets very, very tricky. So you want to build up as much score as you can before you get into the really hard parts of this pick. That's an early break from Ebisuzawa Kurumi, and he's a no-mod player for China here.
Yeah, that is actually going to be really detrimental for Team China. Oh, and David and Saika and Sonics all going to be breaking there.
That's a bunch of misses. And like, you know, we were talking about the consistent difficulty in this map pool, and this is kind of another map that's indicative of that. You know, it's like, how well can you combo the somewhat difficult part and then just keep getting more difficult throughout? You know, we see My Angel Miku and Fuzi. My Angel Miku, hidden Hard Rock, by the way, with 98% AC. I'm going to look away from his screen. Just let him do his thing up there. Fuzi, meanwhile, SSing still.
SS.
No mod.
Why?
I'm so sorry.
Why?
Saika and Sonic's breaking as well. There's now very little combo on the side of Sweden. But playoff combo
anywhere.
and Crystal going to both break. Well, My Angel Miku and David Ku are going to be the only combos really alive on the map. And then Reed Cat on the Sweden side. Couple 100,000 points lead for China.
Miku with his break. That is not going to be good, but I don't think that Team Sweden is going to have enough time to bring this back from Team China already as we get towards the end of the map.
Yeah, just watch these patterns in this ending and see if anybody hits them all because it's so hard. These patterns are really, really rough.
Saika's still doing pretty well with hidden.
David Ku with hidden.
David as well.
600 combo, by the way, as Saika finds a break, but this one's pretty well over at this point. Okay, David's actually insane. David's insane. What is that combo? He FCs the entire ending. That's an incredible play.
With 99 Act 2 almost. Just one, like 0.01 shy, but I'd say we could pretty much call that at 99.
Yeah, that's going to be a monster performance. If you look at, look at the rest of the scorers and then look at David, like, that is incredible stuff from
Miku can compare, and it's still less than 100. It's still over 100,000 point score deficit. And that's going to be another point for Team China. Sweden really needs to start winning some of these points if they want any chance of winning against China.
Yeah, and that, you know, picking a map like that when you're behind, like, it's not, I don't know that many teams are ever going to be comfortable on that type of pick. So that's really, I don't want to say like RNG, like hope, you know, kind of an RNG hope pick where you'd like, oh, maybe they'll miss a bunch on the ending and we'll hit more of it. But like, I feel like going for something you can be a little more consistent on maybe would have been a better idea there to avoid falling behind 2 break points.
Yeah, I think that a map like that is something you should only pick as a very last resort if you have absolutely nothing left that you can pick that you're strong at. And DT4 Heart of Night gonna be picked by Team China. First time we're seeing this.
We did talk about this map a whole bunch as something that China, we didn't expect China to be favored on, and here they are picking it themselves, so must be confident enough with it.
Yeah.
I think everybody's probably seen it in some tournament or other before. This one's definitely been around the block in the community scene. So,
and Sugiro Kanade going to be coming in for Team China as well. I know he is good at this sort of stuff, so probably a wise decision from Team China to be subbing him in for David.
This is gonna be, I don't know. This is like a low key banger too.
This
beat
low key
hard and beat. Okay, high key banger. Yo,
very
banger pools.
popular people.
Shoutouts to Chaos Litz in chat, the mapper of this beautiful map that we are going to be seeing.
Can't believe a mapper is in the tournament. Coolers, please. But yeah, looks like we're gonna be getting into it. This is gonna be an interesting one to watch, I think.
Yeah, and this is a very important pick. China with the 4-1 lead. 5-1 is like a mountain to climb.
Star players
4-2 is a little more reasonable.
I think it is going to be worth it to take a look at Sonic's score. I think Sonics is going to do some pretty insane stuff on a map like this. And as I say that, he drops his FC. I'm just gonna see myself out.
See you. Have a good day. We'll take over from here. Try not to curse these guys anymore. Reedcat and Blue still holding the FCs on the, Blue might have broken in the first like 20 combo or just missed a bunch of slider ends. He's down at 89 AC.
Yeah, I think
Crystal, Ebisawa, Kurumi, and Sugira Kanade all holding onto their FCs though, and Terror just a little bit behind.
Team China looking like a powerhouse immediately, even though this map is over 2,000 combo, so it is not really too indicative of how they're going to do on the rest of the map. But just based on early performance, Crystal with solid accuracy, I don't know how well Sweden is going to compare to this, especially with Reedcat being the only high combo.
Yeah, this is a really tough spot to be in. You've got to just kind of put your head down and try to get your combo back up as best you can at this point. You got to try not to pay attention to what the other team is doing, I think, and just say, we've got to combo whatever we can here, and just hope for the best. Reedcat, the shining light here, I think, for Sweden, but still 3 FCs, or nearly, at least.
Oh,
China.
Blue and Psych is dropping again. But playoff line,
missing.
He
was the low combo on China, so it's not going to affect him too much, as Saika and Blue both breaking once again.
Yeah, Sonics and Reedcats, though, going to be building their combos, still trying to compete with Crystal, Ebisuzuba, Kurumi, and Terry.
Crystal and Sonics' pack, by the way, are both looking pretty decent compared to the rest here.
Yeah.
As we expected. And, okay, well, I didn't say anything about his combo, so that's not my fault. But that's 3 breaks from Sweden in quick succession. Reed got their only combo left alive. This one's going to be swinging pretty heavily in China's favor now with 3 players over almost up to 1,500 combo and 1 on the side of Sweden.
This is already a ridiculous score deficit, over 500,000 points for China, as we're only at the halfway point in the map. This is looking to be a complete blowout for Team China as we approach the last third. Yeah, 3 1,600 combos for Team China. This is actually, like, yeah, Sweden not doing actually that horribly, but China is absolutely plowing through this map.
Yeah, this is an absolutely insane team performance from them. I mean, all 3 of those players still with the FCs as we get a little bit of client lag here, but
yeah, it looks like that break I mentioned from Kurumi was actually a client issue. And Sugira Kanade, there's frozen there. Oh, but we're back.
I was worried he'd hear something, but he's all set.
Yeah. I think even if he did, it doesn't matter.
Will we see the 1 million point victory here for China?
I think we're going to be seeing a bit over 1 million if they're able to maintain this score. Like, Crystal specifically is going to have well over 1 million points if he keeps his up his FC here. And we see three 2,000 combos. This is crazy from Team China.
This is absolutely insane.
We are now over 1 million points. And as we're approaching the end here, all of their score is going to shoot up. So we are probably going to be seeing like a 1.3 to 1.1 million point.
Almost 4 million from them potentially here. Not quite, because Sugira Kanade's combo or score is fairly low, but
yeah,
this is pretty insane. I mean, this is just China like flexing. Apparently, this was not a pick we expected them to be.
And they all hit the ending too.
And here they are. And they 3-way. All right. Yeah, they just 3-wayed that.
That is a 1.4 million score win for Team China. And like Reedcat's still FC'd, but Team China like Rika has a crazy performance as well, but Team China, absolutely insane. Playoff line as well with that 94% FC, still incredibly impressive, all things considered.
Yeah, Kurumi playing, like I said before, the Aristia Light, where he just combos stuff regardless of the accuracy. I mean, you gotta hand it to Reedcat for maintaining the FC in the face of that dominance from China, but that map was really just all China all the time.
Yeah. That's, I think, probably one of the biggest wins we've seen in this stage so far, and I think probably one of the biggest ones we will wind up seeing. I don't think it's going to get much larger than that.
Yeah, that reminds me of last week, one of the DTs we saw, oh gosh, was it Norway, in the Norway match, that was a similar sort of scoreline?
Yeah, it was really similar.
And that's the only time I've seen anything quite that one-sided. And now it is Sweden's.
If you are Sweden, this is the most important pick in this entire tournament.
Yeah, I mean, this is your tournament live at stake. This is, lose this pick and you're out.
If you pick anything that is not completely favored to you, then it is really like, I'm sure the nerves are really high for them right now.
And the question is, at this point, what is favored to them? I mean, the one map they won doesn't really have anything left like it in the pool, and China has looked very good on just about everything else. So, I mean, they already went with the throw caution to the wind pick. Tokyo Starlight would have been my, like, Hail Mary.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, okay, Sonon, right?
I was going to say Sonon is probably the actual Hail Mary pick, but I think Nanatsu is a little more contested as well, but I really don't know, honestly, because they do have, like, China also has players that are strong at both Hidden and Hard Rock.
The issue for me with Nanatsu and Sakura is that they banned the Air 8 Hidden, so I don't know that I expect to see them picking the CS5 Air 8 free mod.
This is true.
I mean, their only win was on a DT that there isn't. Okay, well, they're doing it. All right, sure, that's fine. Make me look like a fool. Make me look like a fool. Thanks, Sweden.
All right, well, at least I got one pick right in this match. And yeah, this is going to be the AR8 free mod pick going to be coming out here. Not too sure. I guess Nitros is probably going to come in for Team Sweden for the Hidden. Hard Rock, not totally sure. Yeah, and there he is. Nitros going to almost 100% be taking Hidden for a map like this. Looks like Fuzi going to be sticking in for Team Sweden. Saika and Blue going to be filling out the rest of the roster. And then Mayans Miku coming in for Team China. If we see, I think a mod tank on a map like this is incredibly risky. I know my Angel Miku did it before, but like, yeah, this is not a map that is very easy with Hidden Hard Rock.
Yeah, this is, I mean, I think, kind of the goal of this type of pick is to be difficult for either mod. You don't have like a free anything. It's not free on no mod because it's Air 8. It's not free on Hidden because it's Air 8 Hidden. It's not free on Hard Rock because it's CS 6.5. So it's like, it's really tricky, I think, to set your lineup for this one, especially with the type of map this is, with it being another IA diff that's a little bit wild.
Very true. But with the current roster, like with the current climate of players, I would say that Hard Rock in general, AR10, is a little bit easier than AR8 Hidden for most people. Like, there are, like, it's just like how the last VMod pick, the CS3, is a little, just naturally a little bit more favored to Hard Rock, I think, because the aim requirement doesn't really get affected too much. With Hard Rock, it only becomes CS4. AR10 isn't too bad nowadays. But
oh my
okay, we're gonna be seeing some
kind of going double
client issues.
Hard Rock.
Yeah, double HHR.
Two HHRs, one Hidden, one Hard Rock, one no mod, and then Sweden, as we said, Nitro's Hidden. Blue gonna run the Hard Rock, and then they're going 2 no mods. So see if that proves to be advantageous to them at all.
I think something like that only proves advantageous if you know your no mods are going to FC. So I'm sure there's gonna be a lot of pressure on both Fuzi and Saiga for this map.
That being said, there's a lot of pressure, I think, on Crystal and My Angel Miku here.
This is true.
With double overmods, so we'll see how this goes for China and Sweden. With this being their pick, you like to think it's something that they feel confident with, and they are maintaining those combos early on, but the accuracy lead is heavily in China's favor, with blue at 92% as their Hard Rock player. So it's going to be an early lead for China just on AK.
Yeah, we're gonna need to see a break really, really soon from Team China, because this is.
Oh, there it
As
is.
we say it there.
Oh, but that's a break from Nitro's and blue.
And sorry, what? We have one combo.
That's seven breaks. That's 7 breaks in like 5 seconds. Fusey, the only combo left in the map.
No, Crystal.
Rocking the 99.
Crystal was client.
Oh, okay, it was a client break so Crystal with the hidden Hard Rock. That's big. That's the combo you'd most want to keep alive.
Yeah, and if Crystal doesn't break here, this is going to be a really, really definitive victory for Team China.
Oh, but Major Miku breaks again.
Miku breaking again, that is actually going to really hurt. But I think that Crystal's FC is going to be more important than Fuzi's at this point. But mind you, Miku breaking again.
This could end up being pretty close. Oh, blue breaks
blue
for
and
Sweden.
Saika.
And Saika.
But
David, though, breaks. It's Fusey versus Crystal.
This is China.
I don't think it's enough map either. This is gonna be China. The Crystal carry, hidden Hard Rock FC for China, closing out the match.
And that's gonna be
6-1. That's China moving on.
Yeah.
And that is Crystal just asserting his dominance with a perfect FC. No slider ends or anything. Fusey, 2x100, one of them being a slider end, but with it being no mod versus the 2 mods of Crystal, just not enough to keep up.
Yeah, that overmod, definitely a really good strategy for Team China. Worked out just as I assumed they thought it would. And yeah, that's a very, very good win for Team China. 6-1, very one-sided victory.
Yeah, that was pretty definitive in China's favor. Sweden did not look bad for their part.
No,
I mean, there were a couple
really
maps
didn't.
that were very, very close, but China really pulled away on a few others, and that was kind of what enabled the victory there. So Sweden going to head home in the second round of the losers bracket here. China going to advance to losers bracket round number help me here, number 3, where they will be facing off against Poland. That'll be tomorrow.
That is sure to be a hotly contested match.
That's going to be a good one, man. Poland, they want to, kind of figure things out after that loss to Romania last week. Did come in and pretty much stomp on New Zealand this morning. A 6-1 win for them, matching China's 6-1 win over Sweden. Both these teams looking pretty good on this pool, so that's going to be a matchup to watch out for come tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think our next match that's going to be coming up in just a little bit here is going to be the Netherlands versus Italy. Another decently close match. I think it starts... Yeah, we have about a half an hour before that match starts. I think it's going to be decently close.
Yeah, I think, Italy obviously leans pretty heavily on their captain Koba. Netherlands is a little bit more spread out in terms of skill. I would say this is arguably Netherlands favored, but not by a massive margin.
Yeah, it is Netherlands favored for sure, but not, yeah, like you said, not super heavy of the deficit to Team Italy. Because Koba and Spazza, the duo, certainly something to be reckoned with, especially on Hard Rock and Double Time. Yeah, I'm not too sure. Are we going to be sticking in there?
I believe we're going to have a little bit of a break because we do have 27 minutes. We're going to leave. I think we're going to have the stream up. We're going to have some music on. We're going to be hanging out for about 25 minutes or so before we come back for that next match starting at 16:30 UTC for Netherlands versus Italy. So we'll be back for that one in just a little bit here.
All right. Suppose we will see you all in about 25 minutes.
GG's once again to China and Sweden.
Absolutely.
We'll see you on the
very
other
good
side.
performance from both teams. All right. Take care. See you all in 25 minutes.
And welcome back, everyone. This is World Cup 2019. This one guy and Will Stetson
Hello.
back at it again. Here to bring you another great matchup in the losers bracket, round 2. This time we've got Netherlands versus Italy, and I am pumped. Are you pumped, Will Stetson?
I am incredibly pumped. This is sure to be one of the better matches, I think, from the lower seeded teams. I think Team Netherlands, a powerhouse, very well rounded. Team Italy, also actually pretty well rounded. Players like Koba, Spaza, Simone, Synchro, all those players pretty good at the video game. But I think we're just gonna be waiting for the lobby to get sort of set up here.
We've got one of the more underrated top players in the tournament in Koba. I feel like I don't see his name mentioned nearly enough for how nuts that dude is at this video game. Netherlands, of course, historically have kind of been known as the underseeded team in the group stage era, always a low seed by PP, but outperforming their seed pretty regularly.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think this should
Captained
be
by Supervellian.
Yeah, they've ranked up, I think, this year, right? Like, they've historically, you've seen a lot of what you would kind of call quote-unquote maybe D-rankers or people who don't farm a ton. This year, you know, that changed a little bit. Where
just a little bit.
Some higher ranked players now that have farmed a bit. And with the introduction of qualifiers to OWC, they
yeah, this is definitely one of those teams that benefited from qualifiers, I would say.
Yeah, so
along with Italy too. Like,
Yeah,
I don't think
Italy, I mean,
tends to play.
You know, they're always like okay, right? I feel like Italy's one of those teams that you can count on to do decently. They're not gonna like win the whole thing. Usually, you know, they don't typically compete with your USAs of the world, but they're a team that can definitely scare some higher seeded teams.
Oh yes, for sure. That is unquestionable. Like a lot of these players for both teams, very experienced within community tournaments, specifically in Netherlands. Like Vivelium, Lily are both like incredibly experienced tournament players, along with Koba from Team Italy. I don't see as many of the Italian team usually within community tournaments, but Koba by himself is like a force to be reckoned with. So it's gonna be worth watching out for sure.
I would say I've seen Koba, Simone Trapani, Spaza as kind of the ones that play more tournaments.
Like I have seen Spaza, but just like not at the frequency of Koba. But I guess we're gonna see how they fare.
Yeah, I mean, and I think it'll be very interesting. These guys had very different results, you know, last round, right? Netherlands lost 5-1 in a pretty one-sided match to Taiwan last week in the round of 16. Italy, for their part, had what I thought was a surprisingly close matchup, beating the Czech Republic 5-3.
Yeah, Czech Republic
one of the
really
closer matches last week.
Yeah, they outperformed with people's expectations, I think.
Yeah, that was a match that like could have gone to tiebreaker. There are a bunch of maps that could have gone either way, a couple 100,000 points. So we'll see if Italy can ramp up their performance a little bit for this round. And Netherlands, meanwhile, need to bounce back from a pretty resounding defeat. I don't think you can feel too bad about that because Taiwan is actually nuts this year. But
yeah, Taiwan is certainly like a very, very big contender for at least top 8, I would say.
Yeah, and they were a team that... That was actually a match that was a little closer to the scoreline as well. I think a bunch of the matches were a couple 100,000 points at most per map. So should be a good one, I think. Depending on who all performs and how they feel about this particular map pool, it definitely has a lot to offer to players who are comfortable with a wide variety of types of maps.
Yeah, this is one of the most well-rounded pools I've ever seen in any tournament. So it's gonna be interesting to see who gets, see which teams pick which maps. This is another tournament, or another match rather, where I don't think that it's specifically favors any team. I guess just based on the merit that the Netherlands has a bit more experience, I think that they have a bit of a better chance at winning. But I do not know, because both teams are pretty good. They're pretty good. So
I think, yeah, I mean, I think Netherlands has a little bit more top to bottom strength. I think their roster is a little bit more rounded in terms of skill kind of dispersion throughout their team. Mm-hmm. Whereas Italy definitely a bit top heavy with like Synchro, I think, performed really well last week, and then obviously the aforementioned Koba and Spaza.
Yeah, of course.
But they did have, and they did have a few maps in common with Italy's match being a little longer. We actually have a little bit more to compare between the two for last week, right? They played 4 maps in common, 2 of the double times, 1 of the free mods, 1 of the hard rocks, and it was relatively close for the most part. Netherlands won the first DT, so the streamy DT pick from last week. Netherlands won between these two teams by 716k. So we'll see if that means that they're super favored on the higher BPM and stream picks in this pool.
I think there was also a map where they had only won by about like technically by about 600 points, right? Another double time map.
Yeah, so DT2 last week, doing a little research for this one. DT2 last week, which was Halloween of the Dead. Both these teams played it. I'm going to read off the scores, and just you can hear the first 4 digits are exactly the same. Netherlands scored 3,625,689. Italy scored 3,625,080. That is a score difference of 609 points on that map between these two teams last week.
That is no joke.
Like, actually, one of the closest comparable scores between two teams that I have personally ever seen, even if they weren't in a match lobby together. that's a pretty crazy one to see. So I don't know. It doesn't necessarily mean anything going forward because this pool is definitely more difficult and has a lot to it. But it's pretty funny to see a map that close between two teams.
Yeah, for sure. And I think we're going to be going into Italy's warm-up now. Just about done. This is a decently short map, but I'm only noting it because this is one of my favorite maps. Tenakira de Odaru by Snepid. I think that's how you pronounce his name?
Yes, Snepith, right? I guess.
I think so. Just worth noting because the song is a banger. Very good.
I love bangers. My opinion on bangers is that all map pools should be nothing but bangers.
Yes, regardless of skill.
Regardless of skill, regardless of how good the maps are, just banger map pools. That's all we need in the world.
We need a graveyard map tournament where it's only bangers.
Hippo Cup 3.
Digital Hypno? Right. Are you listening?
I don't think. Okay, so for those who won't understand the reference I'm making here, there's a community tournament that is kind of infamous for having pools that are full of really good songs that are maybe of questionable quality or difficulty in terms of the maps themselves.
Yes.
And so that, like, anytime you talk about banger pools, like, that's the tournament that comes to mind. OWC, on the other hand, I think typically does a better job of balancing out banger songs with very good maps that suit a well-rounded pool in terms of skill sets.
Yes, absolutely. The poolers do very, very good work for this tournament. Definitely cannot knock them.
All right, so we are going to get underway into the second warm-up here.
Yes.
See how these guys are doing.
This is also a very difficult map, 7.4 stars. Nothing to be trifled with. I believe this is going for rank as well. Sorry, what?
Legit warm-ups are always cool. Like, yeah, it's probably, 0.6 stars or something like that, higher than the hardest map in this actual map pool, but kind of gets you a little bit of a feel for maybe some of the players' aim going into the match, stuff like that.
Yeah, it looks like Synchro and Spazza are going to be the only ones holding FCs right now. Only about 30 seconds into the map.
You will note autopilot on Jackie Lamb.
Oh, I did not even notice that. That is a very interesting...
Yep. AP mod. AP mod, by the way.
51% FC, or 51%
Zero score,
yes.
By the way. If Big you fan. Take autopilot, your score is worth 0.
Your score is worth 0. And Synchro now going to be the only one holding combo as Spazza breaks on the space triples there.
Alright, I like this song, actually. This is good.
Yeah, the song is great.
It's a banger.
Synchro actually putting on a bit of a show here. This aim is really, really challenging. And he is just destroying it right here.
Yeah, worth noting when talking about Synchro is that he was, in terms of, percent max, which is kind of the stat that we've been going to determine how well a player performed in a match. He did have the highest percentage max for Italy last week. It was 77%, where, 100% would be basically SSing every map. That was the highest on the team. He played 6 of the 8 maps, too, so that was not, like, an insignificant sample size. So Synchro definitely somebody to look out for.
With a break, unfortunately, not going to be getting the FC. But still, I've seen through over half of the map. That is an achievement in and of itself, especially with a pool that is not at the skill cap yet of a map like this. Skyrobania, too, not actually doing too badly here. Sorry, what'd you say?
Yeah. Well, no, Skyro is performing, I think, quietly very well. He has, I think, kind of a more clearly delineated skill set where he's not quite as well-rounded for certain types of maps, but dude has really good aim, very good at stream picks as well, as he does miss on an aim section, of course, but that's just me. That's not his fault. That's completely my fault.
It also doesn't matter because this map is way harder than anything they're going to be playing in this match.
And it also doesn't matter because it's just a warm-up.
Yes.
So it's a double whammy of not mattering. You ever just double tap every single note in the entire map?
Why would you play a rhythm game when you can combo?
It's a combo game, by the way. I want that as like an emote, a combo game emote.
Oh, for that'd actually be great.
I think Digital Hypno has that in the pipeline.
Oh, I hope so. And yeah, Synchro with the 4 misses there. That is a very, very good performance of him on a map like this.
Yeah, that's nothing to sneeze at. So Synchro, he'll be in for No Mod 1. We are gonna now be able to get into the roles and the ban phase. And we'll see who ends up banning first, who ends up picking first, what the bans are going to be. I think we've had a decently varied set of bans in the matches so far.
Yeah, definitely. Although Heart of Night seems to be kind of recurring other than the last match there. I think we will be very hard. It'll be very hard pressed to see Italy banning DT. Don't think that's really going to happen. I don't think we're probably going to be seeing Netherlands ban Hidden either. But who really knows? Not sure. Not to be able to tell until we see the roles.
I would almost think of banning the stream Nomad pick if I were Italy, knowing what I know about Netherlands, depending on how comfortable I felt with it over the course of the week in practice. That might be a ban to think about, because I think Netherlands has looked pretty strong on stream picks.
Yeah,
which also might mean that DT number 2 could be a contested map, with it being the streamy DT pick. It is a bit higher BPM though, so
looks like Team Italy going to be winning the role.
So we've got Valiant deciding.
And Valiant going to be deciding to ban second.
So is Italy going to be banning first and fourth, Netherlands going to be banning second and third. And let's see what Koba decides here for our pick order. I think a lot of people have different opinions on what order is best to pick in. It seems like picking second has become a little more favored than it used to be. So it gives you the last potential pick of a match before a tiebreaker if it goes that far. Koba, it is not your
Koba, it is not your ban, but thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, so banning Hidden Ones, that is another kind of awkward name stream pick.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's something. He was banning first anyway, so it's not like he's like entirely wrong there. Just in the wrong order.
And then you decide to pick second. Makes sense with the current climate of tournament strategy. And let's see what Netherlands bans here. I think we'll probably be surprised. Yeah, and there's DT.
DT too. Okay, interesting. That's. Oh, that was. I don't know. I mean, they won the stream DT pick last between these two teams by 700k. So I guess they just don't like.
I think they're just worried about Koba, Spazza, and Synchro, like just popping off. But yeah, banning Senya, very
That's
unfortunate
not cool.
there.
That's not cool, man. You
Which
gotta play the
means
Senya, man.
that does, however, mean they choose not to ban Heart of Night, and I don't think we're going to be seeing Italy ban Heart of Night. So that is up for contention in 2 matches in a row.
We'll see what they go to with their second pick. Obviously, or second ban. I mean, obviously, it cannot be a DT. But other than that, anything's up for grabs here.
I think we'll probably be seeing a Hard Rock 1 ban, personally. I think it would be very, very surprising to not see a Hard Rock A map getting banned against a team with Koba and Synchro. Or just Hard Rock in general, I guess, is probably a wise ban.
Hard Rock 2 and 3 are a little more specialized in terms of skill set. A Hard Rock 1 is, basically an aim. It's like a Nomad 1, except in the Hard Rock pool type of situation.
True.
Hard Rock 2 and 3 are both completely different skill sets. Looks like we are still going to wait on the second ban from Netherlands, though, so we won't get to find out for a moment here. Hard Rock 1, maybe even, it could even be a Nomad 1. We've seen a couple Nomad 1 bans. It wouldn't be too beyond that.
And Hard Rock 1!
Alright, yeah.
I called it.
Good stuff.
Alright. And then we will probably be seeing a Nomad 4 ban coming out from Team
don't ban
Italy.
Nomad 4, don't ban Zuto Mayo. I love Zuto
I think I would
Mayo.
be surprised if we do not see it. Oh, DT4! No!
Heart of Night is gone.
Alright,
Alright, So that's half the DT pool gone. We have just Sakamarenka and Koe that are going to be left in the DT pool.
I shed a
Very
tear
unfortunate
for you, Heart of Night. Goodbye, my prince.
And we will get the first pick from the Netherlands. We'll see how they want to start this one off.
And Nomad 6 still in the pool. I'm beginning to think that all the teams just have mutual agreements to not pick it at this point.
Everyone's just ignoring Sonen. They're like, nope, that is not a map that exists. It's okay. Movement mapping is a no. So that's the same map to start off 2 matches in a row.
Yeah,
both matches first pick Nomad 5, I believe.
Maybe we're the ones who don't know the strategy.
You pick high BPM to start off your match, I guess.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess that the warm up for Tennohiro to Odoru probably warmed them up at least a little bit, because that map is pretty mechanically intensive along with this one. Although not 250 BPM, I think it would still be a good warm up for a map like this. Surprising though to see Team Netherlands pick that over Team Italy. I think, especially with someone like Kobe Spazza.
We know Netherlands is comfortable with mostly, or should be comfortable with streams. The smaller kind of aim stuff in this, I guess, is a different matter, but I think they're pretty solid with anything that's relatively streamy. So, not overly surprising, but we'll find out, I guess, in the next couple minutes how it ends up working out for them. Looks like our rosters are going to be getting set here. Barring any more changes, we're going to have one change for Italy to be determined. It's going to be Skyrovania, Lily, Taku, and Jackie Lamb on the Netherlands, Spazza, Kirochi, Caretto, and Synchro on the Italy side. So no Koba.
No Koba, yeah, surprising. Maybe not too warm yet.
He played all 8 maps last week, already sitting out the first map of this match this week.
And we're going to be getting into it. Yeah, this could go either way, honestly. I think this is more contested than you might imagine. Especially with players like Lily. Like, Lily is very, very good at this sort of bursty, semi-high BPM sort of map. Especially since there's not as much of an aim ceiling for something like this.
Yeah, the aim is... For anybody comfortable with the BPM, the aim is really not too bad. As long as you're okay with 250 BPM, you're fine on this. It's these longer streams that are going to prove the more difficult parts of this map, but we'll see how everybody fares getting into the first verse. No misses yet. 8 full combos still alive through the first couple hundred combo. So that's good to see. After last match, we saw several breaks early on.
And Caretto with that very early break for Team Italy. Not really going to do too much for them yet, but immediately Netherlands is going to start to build a small lead.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 250 combo advantage, and it's a decently long map, so it's not going to be super noticeable, but it's going to be a lead, and anything you can build off of is good to have. Really looking pretty comfortable with this one early on. Pretty solid accuracy. Oh, that's going to be a slider break from Skyro.
Yeah, not a good break. Especially, and Taku breaking as well. That is going to be actually really bad for Team Netherlands. Italy going to start to run away with this here once they retain the lead, especially since we don't see any breaks from them on this chorus here. Yeah, there it is.
Spazza though going to find a break, so that's going to help out the Netherlands' cause. Italy still does have a very small now combo lead, but it's pretty close together at this point. You'll not see the score changing up all that quickly, I don't think. Caretto accuracy still for a lot of people.
Yeah, Caretto, even with the early break, still has some insane accuracy, the 99.5. Spazza with another break though, really gonna put a damper on their lead just a little bit. But Lily with that break too, gonna cause this shoot up in Italy's favor.
That's one FC now left for Netherlands on Jackie Lamb. Meanwhile, Italy still has both Kirochi and Synchro.
Lily not too happy.
S rank, yeah, Lily. see his displeasure there.
Yeah.
Still the last third to come, though, and there's places to break once we get to a more difficult section after this slow part.
We're going to start to see, I think, a little bit of shake come out from both Kurochi and Jackie Lam once they realize they are the only supporting combos for their team at this point, other than Corretto for Team Italy.
Corretto's holding down the fort here pretty well behind Kurochi and Synchro's FCs.
Oh, we do see some big shake there from Corretto.
Oh boy, is everybody going to make it through this entire section? We're seeing an
They
8-way
do.
combo of... Okay.
On Kurochi!
Oh, Kurochi, no!
That's big! That's big! Jackie Lam going to start to run away with this towards the back half of towards the latter end of this map. But
Still
I'm not
Synchro
sure
and Corretto, though. Synchro has an FC, Corretto has 1,000 combo, Jackie Lam FC, but Skyrovania and Taku both... Oh no, Skyrovania!
You said his name and then he broke.
That might just do it for Italy here.
Yeah,
they might be able to use that to win this one.
Run away with it.
It would have come down to the last seconds with Skyrovania maintaining that long combo, but unfortunately... a break from Synchro.
Right at the end. Yeah, that is still a really good performance from Synchro and Corretto alike. Spaz and Kurochi with the really good performances as well. That was actually a pretty good team performance all around. No one below 500k on that map.
Yeah, both teams looking very comfortable on that pick. Just Italy able to keep those couple combos up longer. Longer at combos overall, really. You've got the FC the near FC from Synchro, the Corretto and Kurochi at 1,300, 1,200 combo. Jackie Lam with the slightly lower rack, but full combo, no slider runs missed even. So very good play from him, but just not quite enough backing him up with Skyrovania and Lily both having a little bit more trouble.
Yeah, and Italy with the immediate break point from the Netherlands, the exact same thing that happened in the last match.
Yeah, so guys, maybe stop first picking ORA
speed map.
Super
Yeah,
Michi,
that's probably not wise.
Both teams that first picked it lost it in a row here.
But yeah, now it's gonna be Italy's pick. See if they can pick wisely and sort of increase the score gap early on. Probably gonna, if I know Team Italy, probably gonna stick with a hard rock. Maybe potentially a DT. Nomad is a little bit less likely, but it's still possible. Hidden is probably out of the question, especially with players like Vivelium on the other team. But who really knows? Yeah, I think we're going to be... Personally, I think we're going to see Katanoff make an appearance.
I would like to see it. Katanoff or Crystal Illusion. One of the more kind of interesting skill set hard rock picks would be cool to see from Italy here. Taking their time on this one though, so they want to make sure they get a good first pick of their own. Try and consolidate that break point for the 2-0 advantage.
Oh, Nomad 2 over the top.
Okay, so I guess I'm just completely wrong in my read on these teams.
Yeah, we go from this Nomad speed to the Nomad not as speed, but still speed. Just the long stream Kreutz broccoli diff. Okay. This is the first time I think we're seeing this as well. At least you and I, it's the first time we're seeing it.
Yeah, we didn't see it last map. That's for sure. I don't know. I thought I would have expected this out of Netherlands. I think of them as a team that's really good at streams, but maybe my read on this is just off. I'm not sure.
Well, I know Vivelium is pretty good at streams. I think Skyrovania and Lily are decent at streams. I'm not sure about Taku, and I don't know about... I know Koba can do streams. Koba and Spazza can certainly do streams. Corretto going to be coming in for Synchro, though. And Kurochi going to be sticking in for Team Italy. Yeah, I don't really know how this one's going to go. It's a very interesting pick for Team Italy.
I don't know. Yeah, it's been played in a couple of the previous matches, but...
Koba coming in too for Team Italy.
Yeah, we've got Skyro, Lily, Taku, Vivelium against Spazza, Kurochi, Corretto, and Koba. So, as we said, Italy looking for that consolidation, take the 2-0 advantage, make that break point worth their while. Netherlands wants to get the quick break point back.
Also one of the shorter maps on the pool at only 1:56 seconds. So any break is really detrimental.
It's shorter than you'd often expect out of a stream pick, so...
Yeah. Yeah, normally see stream picks go to generally 2 minutes 45 to about 3 minutes. Something around that range. Doesn't look like we're going to be seeing any breaks in the first quarter of the map, though. Everyone seems to be pretty comfortable on this. At least in this first.
Yeah, this first half of the map is staying very, very tight.
Lily,
Lily, Vivelium as well. The instant I said it, just all hell breaks loose.
Yeah, and
Hiroshi breaking as well for Italy. So 2 FCs to 2 in short order. That's 4 misses.
As we approach the halfway point, yeah, still only 4 FCs remaining. So the next break is probably going to determine it, especially because...
Oh, Coretto!
Yeah, Coretto breaking, but he had already broke and not going to be as effective of a break. Italy's still holding that accuracy advantage too, but it is starting to wane.
Koba has outrageous accuracy right now, by the way.
Koba is illegal. Lily breaking again.
Lily, oh boy.
He's not happy. You can see it in that spin.
Oh, but
Koba
there goes
breaking!
Koba's FT, but Skyro trades right back.
Oh my
so
god.
Taku and
Spazza,
the only FCs
combos. Supporting combos too from Kurochi and Coretto. Gonna still increase the score lead for Team Italy.
Oh, this is staying pretty close here. If
yeah,
anyone
this is really
breaks,
close.
Whoever breaks next will more likely than not determine.
Taku.
Oh, it's Taku! The last FC's
is...
gone for Netherlands. That's
yes.
pretty much just Italy. Italy can coast home now. As long as
yeah,
they don't completely die at the end. Oh, and Vivelium misaims an entire stream. That's over. That went from 0 to 100 in a hurry.
And Spazza with a very, very impressive FC on a map
Spazza
like this.
Doing work.
Yeah.
Hiroshi was 90 S rank as well.
Yeah, 2 S ranks for Team Italy. Actually, no S ranks for Team Netherlands. 1 miss from Taku right at the end. But even there, you can see he missed right at the end. Only lost about 100 combo. Lost 200,000 points. A miss at the end of a map like this is absolutely brutal for your score. But yeah, Team Italy with a solid point, going to be bringing up the score gap from to 2-0. Team Netherlands now has a very important pick. They need to not mess this up, or Italy is going to run away with this.
Yeah, it's a little bit surprising early on here to see Netherlands fall behind the quick 2-0, and I wonder if they're just going to go something completely different now. Like, we'll see like a tech pick or something.
Hard
Rock
Rock
gonna be Hard Rock too. All right, so
off.
we did want to see it, and we're getting to see it. It's picked by Netherlands rather than by Italy, but we will see Kadanoff Miura as an extra.
I'm just gonna say I picked it because it was like only it was just a 2-minute delay. It was just a 2-minute delay. Yes, I did pick the map. I was right.
All right, we'll give you like an A for effort on that one. This is the longest of the Hard Rock picks, right? It's 3 minutes, 46 seconds long. It's pretty consistent, long. I feel like, in terms of difficulty. It's got a lot of different sections that are relatively tricky.
Yeah, there isn't any really free combo in a map like this. Miura, notably, not exactly a mapper that like takes it easy. And it looks like Synchro are going to be coming in for Team Italy. And some changes for Netherlands too. Damn Jelly going to be coming in as well for Lily. I don't think Lily performing up to standards right now, so he probably didn't feel comfortable coming in for a map like this where you really need some laser focus in order to perform well.
I think there's a lot of maps in this pool that are like that too, where you need to be dialed in for the entire map.
Especially for AR10, like if you have a slight lapse, you miss. Like there's really no room for error.
Netherlands gonna need to right the ship here, I would say, on the third half of this map. They really like. You want to get off to a good start on this map. You know, you don't want to see any early combo breaks because that mental just starts to deteriorate a little bit more and more as you fall behind, and then you fall behind in the map. Really want to get off to a good start.
Yeah, I think Hard Rock specifically as a mod is something that really separates the top tier caliber of players from the mid tier. And Vivelium and Damn Jelly missing very early, that is going to be really bad. Like worse than if someone were to miss on like Heart of Night or something like that.
And this is the sort of map where like you need to be in the rhythm of it. If you break, it can really throw you off. Like you were talking about the focus, it's easy to kind of lose that focus if you find early misses, because it's so like rhythmically challenging with all the finger control elements of this pick.
Absolutely. Yeah, we're gonna be seeing a little bit of shake come out from Vivelium too, I think. It's very subtle, but on the triples you can sort of see it a little bit.
Meanwhile, on the other side, Koba is still holding over 99.5% accuracy, and they are still 4-way FCing this, so gonna see that score lead going up over 100,000 points early on. They do not want to show any signs of slowing down here as we get about a third of the way through.
No one breaks on the buzz slider, always good. That is a real tilter. Vivelium gonna be missing it again though. Yeah, that's gonna be really bad for Team Netherlands. Italy still 4-way FCing as we approach the halfway point. Yeah,
I mean, this is just Italy showing off at this point. We'll see how long they can maintain this 4-way full combo, but no matter what, it's obviously going to be you're probably not going to be playing with too much scoreboard, so it's not like Netherlands is going to necessarily see it, but if you see that you get those couple breaks from your own team, you see the other team is still, FCing.
Spaz and Koba both breaking the FCs. That is going to be really bad.
Right before the break where they're going to see the scores. Netherlands is going to see Spaz and Koba are at 0 combo.
Oh my god, Koba is really upset. You can see with that smoke there, he is positively tilted. Taku and Scaravania still holding those FCs though, probably gonna get a bit nervous now that they've seen that they have the chance to bring it back. Koba missing it again. Damn Jelly.
That's a big combo though. That was like a 900 combo. So that's gonna be a little. Oh, and Skyro breaks. There goes one of those 2 FCs. Italy, Kirochi and Synchro still holding the full combos.
Yeah, but Kirochi breaks, as you said it, and Koba breaks
breaking as well. We're coming down to the wire here though, and it's a 160,000 point lead for Italy, but combo advantage, kind of a push here, especially with Damn Jelly finding a break. So not gonna be a lot of room for Netherlands here. If Synchro breaks, it could open things up at the very end.
I don't think that it's going to be enough.
But I don't think at this point, I think Italy was able to get a big enough lead, but they're struggling now at the ending here.
Yeah, they are. Taku breaks, but that is going to be it, yeah.
And Synchro still full comboing, Taku breaking. That is going to be it for this pick.
Taku very silently performing very well for Team Netherlands. 800,000 points on a map like this, when the rest of his team has about, generally, 400 to 600,000 points.
Yeah, this is the Synchro show, though. I mean,
yeah, Synchro is absolutely popping off here.
Really impressive play from him. That was a big contributing factor to Italy holding on to win that one. Backed up by those long combos. Everybody over 1,000 combo for Italy. Meanwhile, Vivelium not able to even get over 600. So yeah. Italy just putting on a better team performance there. 2 S ranks, one of them an FC.
If Synchro had only matched Kirochi, like, they still would have lost. That was entirely because of Synchro. Very hard carry there. Still 500 combo higher than any of his teammates.
And that is in what I would call a pretty surprising result. An early 3-0 lead to Italy with 2 break points in their favor as well. Like, I don't know that any of us saw that coming.
Yeah, with a match like this on paper, Netherlands definitely going to have the, specifically on paper, Netherlands does have the advantage, but Italy here looks like they have the team synergy to sort of steal the points away. And now 3 points up. It is their pick. It is theirs to lose at this point, I would say. You really, when you build this kind of momentum, it's hard to stop the team like this. So as long as they pick correctly, and they go with Nomad 1,
Everybody, we have a Nomad 1 alert.
We need I need to see alert emojis in chat.
We need
now.
We need those warning Nomad 1 alerts in chat, ladies and gentlemen. It is time, and this is actually a banger of a Nomad 1 as well. So I am not unhappy about it at all.
Oh, absolutely not.
Despair of Alferia, mapped. I believe, if memory serves right, mapped specifically for this tournament.
Yes, Tochi was asked by map pooling staff to map this for this stage in OWC.
4-minute long, 6.79. Get your aim ready type of pick here. 200 BPM. It's a little bit higher BPM than the everyday average NM1 selection, but this is going to be one, we were talking about the aim players on the Italian side, and they're going to look to show off on this pick.
I just had an amazing idea. We should sell Nomad 1 alert hats in the Osu store.
Can we get like a full line of Nomad 1 like
Nomad 1 alert merch?
Like I want a Nomad 1 sticker, right? Like a little warning emoji sticker that says NM1 alert on it. Like how sick would that be?
I would totally buy that. Peppy, if you're watching this, you should this is a $1 million idea. Alright, let's get into the match. Okay, looks like we're not going to be seeing any serious roster changes. Looks like actually nothing changed other than Jackie Lam going to be coming in for Vivelium for Team Netherlands. Skyrovania, Taku, and Lily, yes, going to be sticking in. And yeah, no changes for Team Italy. Spazza, Kirochi, Synchro, and Koba all going to be staying in for Nomad 1.
Yeah, I think these teams have pretty set rosters as far as who's available for the match and who's, feeling comfortable today. I know the Netherlands has had some like availability issues with their scheduling, so this might, they might have like 5-6 people only.
Yeah,
Italy just locked in, I think.
Taku missing early, but not gonna be for a map like this. I don't think misses are as mentally like breaking as they are for something like Hard Rock.
Well, I will say this about that. I think we've historically known Netherlands to be somewhat of an emotional team, so like any break might have more effect on them than other teams at times. True. I think there are some people on there that are susceptible to tilt, unfortunately. It is a part of the game that you've got to be mentally solid. So misses early in a map can say, darn it, why am I not performing? This is just an NM1. I can't believe I'm missing, and you got to be careful not to fall into that spiral as we hit the early aim sections here.
Taku breaking again, but it looks like Team Italy gonna be Koba with that break there, but still not as bad with Jackie Lam breaking as well.
Kirochi though.
Synchro and
everything.
Synchro and Spazza still holding very good accuracy. Spazza, I think, with only 1 or 2 100s. Synchro with an SS. Only one left in the lobby. Kirochi was holding it too before we commentator cursed him. Sorry, Kirochi. Our bad.
As it turns out, Synchro is pretty good.
Yeah, he's a player.
He's actually a gamer.
Yeah, Kirochi.
He definitely ate his Wheaties this morning.
Yes, for sure. Spazza still also with only 1 100. Not too far behind. Do not count him out as we approach the halfway point.
That being said, this still is still very close. Yeah. Synchro even makes it through that longer stream.
Oh, but dropping the SS. Unfortunate. Jackie Lam, Skyrovania, and Lily all break. No combos remain for Team Netherlands.
Spazza drops as well as Kirochi for Italy, though. Synchro, though, maintaining that FC.
Returns.
Oh my god, this Synchro just popping up, dude. Is he gonna just go back-to-back, just absolute nut performances? Like, this is incredible.
It's possible, but we're only at the halfway point. A miss is still very possible, especially as the aim gets even harder. Dropping 100 on that slider there, almost misses. Synchro is starting to, you can see the shake come out a little bit in his cursor there as well. But with no combos remaining to Netherlands, this is now Italy's pick to lose, especially with Koba with that supporting combo right behind Synchro. And Spazza and Kirochi still with really solid accuracy too. Disregarding their combos, still going to be able to hold their own in terms of score. And Kirochi's still breaking.
That's an unfortunate place to break, but I mean, it's combo game at this point, and Synchro and Koba are doing more than enough. Lily finding a break for Netherlands. Taku, the only combo trying to stay alive on that side, but he's even a couple hundred combo behind Koba. Obviously, Synchro still doing his thing. I don't even want to talk about him. Just want to let him go.
Yeah. Now, just say the name
Fly
Synchro.
Free, you young
Synchro.
Italian.
Multiple times.
Do your thing. Spazza building his combo back up as well. So Italy's got the supporting combos alive. Kirochi, well, he's a player on the team. He's doing his best.
And this is the hardest aim section, and Synchro is still holding through it. I want to see if he's going to AFC because I think it is safe to say Italy pretty much has this in the bag.
Yeah, this one is 500k. I mean, it's not even close. Netherlands continuing to just struggle in this map as they have previously.
And even with the
my
nerf synchro with
What
the
are
insane
you
FC.
doing?
Oh, that shake! Oh my gosh. Synchro is a madman. Whips out the Nomad 1 FC 999k with that spinner. That is a insane performance. And Team Italy.
I would just like to point something out. Synchro has played 3 out of the 4 maps. He's FC'd all 3 of them. That means he has not missed a note in 4880 combo.
That's half of the Unforgiving. He
Like,
has
Synchro
not broken.
is actually going ham. This is insane.
And we have a 4-point deficit now to the Netherlands. Italy absolutely running away with this. I don't know how easy it is going to be to stop them at this point. Like, what do you even pick? They've shown dominance on the speed, the aim, and the, like, gimmick sort of slider picks. Like, the only thing left to really pick is reading, and they haven't gone with hidden yet, or Fremont 3. I think that might be, now would probably be the time to break that out if there was any time for the Netherlands. Because just based on raw mechanics alone, Italy, it looks like, has the Netherlands kind of beaten here.
Yeah, I mean, this is like throw caution to the wind territory now.
Does that mean no mod 6?
Nomad
Sonnen?
6?
Did we see Sonnen?
Or like,
Netherlands.
I mean,
You know what to
honestly, like a lot of the straightforward stuff is kind of gone.
Yeah.
You have Midnight City Warfare, you have Kansai Kuyashiwa, you have Sonnen.
We still have Gara
You have
Gara.
some weird stuff. I just want Gara Gara for the song. Please, Netherlands, just pick it for the boys.
No, pick Sonnen. Hidden 3 actually going to be carrying out Unpleasant Sonata. We've seen this in the other matches as well. This is definitely a 1 million total point type of map if you are not prepared. And I think we're going to be seeing some pretty major roster changes here, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, Corretto going to be coming in for, I think, the first time for Team Italy other than warm-ups. Jackie Lamb, Lily, Taco, and Jam Jelly are going to be staying in for Netherlands. Vivelium still not making an appearance. And as I say it,
Corretto has played. He played Ori Tsumugishi.
Oh right, he played speed, right?
He played over the top as well. So he's played 2 of the maps so far.
Maybe my memory is deficient. Ignore me. And yeah, it looks like Jackie Lamb going to be sticking in for Team Netherlands. No changes to the Netherlands roster.
Yeah, Italy,
That's also going out.
I mean, I feel like Italy, you just keep doing what you're doing. Netherlands, you really got to start figuring stuff out in a hurry at this point.
Yeah.
Jack saying, can you kick Lily? His client crashed, so we will be seeing Lily leaving and somebody else coming back in, unless they just need him to be able to refresh.
I think that Lily will probably come back in for a map like this. Unless we see Vivelium, maybe, but I don't think Vivelium is in a very good mental position right now. After his performance on the Hard Rock pick, I don't think he was too happy with that. So he might have to come in though if Lily isn't able to get his client issues sorted out.
Yeah, we'll get to find out here, hopefully shortly, what the story is.
Yeah.
With the 4th member for Netherlands. I don't know necessarily what they've got in mind here. Still no Drary, still no Sunui. Oh, Netherlands just a 6-man
and
squad.
Lily coming back in.
Alright, so that is probably going to be the roster set with Lily, Jackie Lamb, Taku, Damn Jelly, Corretto, Kirochi, Synchro, Koba. We'll see if
I forget about that and maybe other changes.
see if Synchro can keep up his FC streak. This is a very tough map to try to do that on, but he's been up to the challenge so far.
This is also a very different map from anything that they've played so far. So I'm not sure how strong Synchro will be on a map like this. Especially because I don't think Synchro is primarily a hidden player either. Yeah, with some very early hundreds there coming up from Synchro. and Taku alike, actually. Jelly and Karochi early missing. Jackie Lam too. Only 2 FCs already remaining for Team Netherlands. And on a map like this, pretty short. Probably going to affect them a little bit here. Jelly missing too. Only 1 FC left for Team Netherlands with Jackie Lam. Beretto breaking 2. So still 3 FCs.
Last time we saw this map, like, it looked not great early on. There goes the FC streak.
Goodbye,
Synchro falling. His first miss of the match. You hate to see it. Good night, sweet
Koba Karochi still holding combo. Gonna be doing work. Lily, it looks like, was actually a client break, so he's still FCing as well. Although this
Jelly and
is
Taku,
gonna...
though.
Yeah.
2 FCs to 2, but big combo advantage with Kareto holding the 330 plus, while Jelly and Taku just continue to struggle.
Now, Karochi breaking, though, that's going to be huge for Team Netherlands. That score deficit is going to start to shrink really fast with Jackie Lam and Jalili both FCing.
Well, now you've done it. Now you've gone and done it.
Yeah, I can't. Oh, no!
Oh, that buzz slider, man! Oh my goodness, that buzz slider just made a fool. Wait, Jackie Lam's still alive. Wait, it was not. I don't know what's going on anymore.
But Lily breaks on the buzz slider right at the break. That is going to be such a tilter. The scores are like almost even right now. Only separated by a couple thousand points. There are no
we're almost dead even.
Koba.
That Taku combo backing up Jackie Lam's FC is going to be so big for Netherlands here.
Yeah. This could be the first break point we see, or the first point rather, because this is Netherlands' pick. But as long as Jackie Lam doesn't break,
they're gonna try to get their first point on the Jackie Lam shaking so hard at this ending. Let's see if he can make it through alive.
As long as but Koba misses first, Netherlands takes this.
And Jackie Lam FC's the ending until the last section of that stream anyway, so made it plenty far enough. And that is going to be Netherlands putting a point up on the board.
Incredibly close match.
Near FC.
Yeah, very, very close map. The first, I think, that was under 100,000 points? Was that under 100,000?
That was
181,000.
Yeah, 181,000. So no, it was.
Didn't read
but
the
it
score
was
right.
Yeah, it was the closest map of the match thus far, and the first point that we will see won by the Netherlands. So if a comeback was going to begin, that's where it was going to have to happen.
Yeah, and Synchro actually with the lowest team score on that map for Team Italy with 344,000 points. The rest of his team going 400k, 400k, 900k. And now Team Italy has to pick right, or Netherlands could start to bring this back in their favor. I think we'll be very likely to see either a Hard Rock 3 or one of the DTs come out here.
Yeah, the benefit for Netherlands here going forward, they lost very badly on that aim on the Nomad 1 pick, but that was really like the only aim map that was available because Hard Rock 1 was banned. So they don't have to really worry about that particular skill set any farther.
Yeah. The only thing left to really seriously worry about. The only thing left to seriously worry about now is speed, I think, because I think that Italy does have them outclassed. And as I say it, there is the DT1.
So it's going to be Saki Mori Renka. That's going to be our second highest, I should say, BPM DT pick. 255 BPM. Also smaller circles, CS5 on this one.
Yeah, so the
tricky
aim ceiling is a
bursts.
little higher as well. Yeah. What is the AR on this? Do you remember?
This is AR 10.07.
Okay, so that's like AR 8.6, I believe.
Yeah,
DT.
it is Nomad AR 8.6 indeed.
I guess we're gonna be seeing how good Netherlands has improved their AR 10 since Hard Rock 1, or since Hard Rock 2 rather. I think that is ultimately what causes the Netherlands' downfall on this pick, if there is anything, because I think that their aim is about on par with Team Italy. And yeah, we're going to be seeing some roster changes too. Spaz are going to be coming in for Team Italy, and Skyrovania are going to be coming back in for Team Netherlands. Interesting. And we're going to get into it.
Yeah,
Odie's also a little bit lower for this pick.
Yeah, it's Odie 9.5. So accuracy maybe not going to be a determining factor here. It's going to be those bursts in the key eyes, because that's, I think, kind of the main difficulty, where you have to be prepared for it, because there aren't any sections like the difficult sections anywhere else in the map, just kind of a few sort of isolated difficult burst streams in the key eye sections. So you've got to be ready for it, and that can be tricky.
Yeah, Scarvani with that really missed there.
That's what we're talking about. It's just like comes out of nowhere. It's like, hey, here's a 6-note 255 BPM burst for you, by the way.
Yeah, if you're not ready for that, then it could actually destroy you. So yeah, Taku with that miss, that's going to be really bad for Team Netherlands. Italy looking very strong here. Spaza with that 99.6 FC right now as we're approaching the halfway point. Koba, not too far behind, but still 99.
And regardless, it's 4 FCs to 2, so Italy is gonna jump out in this one, and it's only 2 minutes long. And there's literally that's 1 FC left now for Netherlands, assuming that wasn't a client break.
I do not think that was client. Yeah, already only halfway into the map. Oh, but Koba missing there. Still gonna have the skill.
Oh, Corretto breaks as well.
Oh, Corretto
just
too.
2 FCs left for Italy. This can
only 1 for Team Netherlands.
Potentially get interesting.
This will get interesting the moment that either Synchro or Spaza breaks, which I don't know. Spaza's looking pretty comfortable.
Yeah, that accuracy is still staying incredible for Spaza too, over 99%, 2/3 of the way through here.
Yeah, with a 300,000 point. Yeah, if we see some misses from Team Italy, this could go back in Netherlands' favor, but it is going to be really close if it happens.
Yeah, it would have to happen just about now. If they can hold on just a couple seconds longer for Italy, it's going to be decided. Corretto finding a break, but that's really irrelevant. It's going to be Spaza and Synchro still holding the 2-way FC that's going to determine this one for Italy.
Oh, it's going down. No, they're coming back.
Is it going to come down enough?
Oh my gosh. If Corretto keeps missing...
Corretto breaks once again. Synchro breaks his FC. That's going to matter.
Oh, that was so...
Wait. Oh my goodness. That is a
5,000 points.
Wait.
That was so close, actually. What?
That last second break from Synchro lost a bit of points at the end, and Corretto having a bit of trouble as well. Almost gave Netherlands the space they needed, but just not quite enough. Spaza holding on to that FC was really what mattered.
Yeah, absolutely. That accuracy. I think even if he just dropped a little bit of accuracy, they still would have lost.
Literally like 2 or 3 more hundreds from Spaza, right? He drops his score down to 1,150,000, and now Netherlands wins.
That is a that was really close.
That it didn't look like it was gonna be that close, and it ended up being that close.
Yeah, I didn't notice the score gap was going down until the last part of the course. I was like, oh wait, Netherlands, wait, what's going on? But yeah, after that, it is now match point for Team Italy, and the Netherlands pick. They need to pick so smart here, or it is just going straight to Italy.
But what's even here for a smart pick is the question. I don't know what, what they do. I mean, so we've got 3 nomads. You've got Midnight City Warfare. I don't think it's Midnight City Warfare. You've got Gera Gera. Okay, they're going to go, ooh, AR8 hidden. It's going to be Toa no Maigo Sao Tome. That's going to be the AR8 hidden pick coming out from the Netherlands.
I think that this is very heavily favored to Netherlands. Especially with Vivelium and Lily, who are both very, very good at that mod combo. Serpy coming in as well. First time we were seeing him in this tournament, I believe. Or in this match, rather.
Yeah, I don't know that we've seen him since the warm-ups.
Yeah, this is probably going to be a couple other big roster changes for Team Italy. Well.
This is such a completely different kind of map, it wouldn't be surprising. Like, going from DT over Air 10 to Air 8 hidden. Like, seeing how big a skill change can you go?
Yeah, and then we're seeing Drery come in as well for Team Netherlands. I think we're probably also going to be seeing Simone Trapani coming in for Team Italy. Unless he isn't here, which is possible. Nope, we actually see Ryuzaki coming in for Team Italy. Koba and Kurochi still staying in for Team Italy.
I mean, you kind of expect Koba to be in for almost everything. And as a very experienced tournament player, you know he's seen a lot of AR8 hit in his time. Simone Trapani.
Oh, and
it's going to be
Simone.
a first appearance for him too, right?
Yes, he is the ARA hidden player for Team Italy, so it makes sense that we will be seeing him here.
All right, so we're going to get underway here. This is, well, it's a big moment. Netherlands needs to win this to stay alive. Italy looking to close it out with another break point.
On paper, I think Netherlands has this, but with their their declining mental state in this match, I don't know. Because AR8 hidden is another one of those things where, one, nerves can really destroy your reading, and two, if you're tilting, then it could pose really bad for something like this.
And not just AR8 hidden, but it's like AR8 hidden with perfect stacks and really awkward linear patterns.
Yeah.
We
already have a lot of struggling. We're already seeing a lot of struggling.
We see
Simone
Serpy breaking. Simone, yep.
Oh, goodness. This is... Oh, God. Serpy is shaking like an absolute madman.
And it's so hard to get comfortable on this type of map, too, because it just does this the entire time. Like, it's never easy. It's another one of these picks that is very consistent in terms of difficulty, and it's just under 3 minutes long, so it's not a long map, but it's not a short map either.
Simone, really not holding combo either. Like, he is not...
No, he's yet to go over 100,000 points.
Same with... Serpy has like 200k, but... Drary also really having some issues here. Vivelium and Lily, as I predicted, absolutely destroying this map so far, though. Both holding very high accuracy FCs. Koba
and Kirochi are matching them. They're actually ahead in accuracy for Kirochi and Koba, both FCing over Vivelium and Lily.
Yeah.
Wait, the other two players are just breaking everywhere. So it's like two people FCing really well, and two people just not able to combo for both teams.
Yeah. The first FC that breaks is going to probably determine this match now that we've hit the halfway point.
It's Vivelium!
And it's Vivelium! Oh no, Team Italy gonna start to run away with this, even with Simone and Serpy. Both consistently missing. As long as Kirochi and Koba are able to hold for just a little bit. And now I say it, Kirochi misses! No! And now Koba, the only FC remaining, but Vivelium breaking 2.
Koba versus Lily, and they're almost identical accuracy. Lily breaks!
Ah! The curse! Now Koba, the only FC remaining for Team Italy.
And there's just no combo like anywhere. It's just Koba.
Yeah, Koba playing the game.
Koba 1v9? Koba 1v7?
Koba 1v7.
Koba 1v7. Too much Ronnie with a no in smoke. Yeah, this is not a map for the faint of heart. And this might be Netherlands taking their exit with Italy closing this out here. If Koba can keep this combo up, he is showing off on this area in pick.
I think it's already too late. I think Koba has pretty much got this in the bag for Team Italy. He has approached the halfway point.
Wow.
There is no fail potential, especially... Oh, but Koba drops
Koba does break.
It doesn't matter.
And that is going to be Italy 6-1, closing it out over Netherlands. I certainly did not see
unexpected.
That coming. But
we see a lot of Netherlands exiting very quickly from the lobby.
Netherlands a little tilted, I'd say, most likely after a result like that. But Koba doing his part, and Synchro on many of the other maps just carrying Italy to a resounding victory here over the Netherlands, 6-1. So they'll move on in the losers bracket to play tomorrow, and they will be in a matchup against Hong Kong, who had a tough time with things in Austria, going to a tiebreaker. So that should be a very interesting matchup come tomorrow.
Absolutely. That's going to be one of the most interesting matches, I would say, at least in this stage. Especially considering their performance. Spazza, Koba, and Synchro absolutely popping off for the majority of this match. Synchro in particular, with a ridiculous performance on almost every map he was in.
Yes, Synchro going to be up there with the talk of MVP for this round, at least in the losers bracket so far. That was pretty outrageous, the performance he put on.
Yeah, absolutely.
Whenever you see the bracket, you get Italy, Hong Kong, losers bracket.
China, Poland in the other match. That is going to be another... Oh, wait, no, never mind. That's not going to happen for...
I mean, those are both going to be tomorrow, so...
Yes.
Those are gonna
Well,
be
I was
some
thinking of
interesting ones for sure.
Well, yeah, I was just thinking of whoever would win in both of those matches going against each other. And yeah, we're also going to be seeing USA versus Australia.
Yeah, that one's going to be tonight. The first of the quarterfinals. It's going to be 3:30 UTC this evening, Sunday. 3:30 UTC Sunday, 10:30 Eastern for those in the US. Canada, Russia, and the other two quarterfinals of UK versus Taiwan, Romania versus Germany, all tomorrow. Later today, we are going to see the two remaining matches in this losers bracket round, though. We are going to have France versus Chile coming up this evening, followed by Brazil versus Norway, the late evening block there. So those should be a couple. I think Brazil versus Norway is maybe going to be another incredibly close matchup in the losers bracket this week. I think that one's a super solid two teams that Norway performed incredibly well, carried by Yokespy FCing 5 of 5. Brazil maybe underperformed a little bit, so they'll want to bounce back. Definitely don't want to miss those matches later on this evening.
Definitely not. And I think we have about an hour gap between the next match, which is going to be France versus Chile. So I think it is going to be us departing. At least for now.
Yep, that'll be us taking our leave. Couple hours, I believe it's actually 2 hours, right? Yeah.
Yes,
currently,
2 hours.
Currently 17:34 UTC. So yeah, 2 hours break here until France versus Chile, and then we'll go from there for the rest of the matches into tonight and tomorrow.
Yeah. I think we will probably be seeing most of you in the next couple hours. Hope to see you at France versus Chile. I think that's going to be us signing off. Yeah.
Yep. GG's out to Netherlands and Italy, as well as the previous match, China and Sweden. Thank you guys for watching. We'll be, like I said, we'll be heading out. It's really we're doing with the stream. We'll be back in 2 hours, regardless, for the next round of matches.
Yes, joined by a different round of commentators for the next match, I believe. I don't think you're commentating, right? You're not.
I'm not.
Yeah, I'm not either. So, yes, you'll be joined by two other members of our illustrious commentary team. And yeah, I think it's time for us to head out.
Yep, that's going to be it for us.
All right,
Thanks again,
take care,
everybody, for
everybody.
watching. Have
See you all in 2 hours.